PKA 516 with our guest.
The Trump train is running wild. It is untethered. All right. I saw Woody crying his lib tears the other night. On
the only way Donald Trump gets to 270 is if he loses
Charlie,
50 pounds.
Charlie Day. And It's Always Sunny trying to figure out where Pepe Silvia was. Just connecting dots and fucking yarn.
Just little Pepe.
Yeah.
But before we get into anything, this episode, we have Filthy on, wonderful guest Filthy, and it's brought to you by Bluechew and Squarespace. But
yes,
yeah, high energy start, Kyle. That caffeine pill you took definitely.
Oh, it's kicking in right about now.
how many milligrams?
They're 200 milligrams each. So I only took the one, but I have taken 4 before, and that's crazy town.
That's awful, man.
Yeah. So everyone said Trump was going to get trounced. We all here, to be fair, thought Trump was going to get trounced. Look. At this point, we have to all agree, regardless of our political standings or who we think should win.
Don't even say it was funny. Is that where you're headed?
Well, first of all, yes, it is funny, but that's not at all where I'm going.
It wasn't funny.
First of all, it's funny.
It's not
but
funny.
That's not where I'm going.
It wasn't funny.
What are we talking about?
That's not the topic of discussion. The topic of discussion is that polls, again, seem to have been wrong, like way off.
In the same direction.
In the same exact direction. And I'm left with only one logical explanation, and that is there are a lot of people who like Donald Trump, clearly, but they are embarrassed, ashamed, or afraid to admit to a pollster that, yes, I do like Donald Trump and I'm going to vote for him. If that were not the case, we would not be where we are right now, where they're still counting votes.
The entire premise is pretty wrong in the first place. Assuming that Pennsylvania and Georgia do go Biden, which is a bit of a leap, I hear you, but they are predicted to go that way. Then they got 49 of the 51 states right in their final prediction. And the reason that they chose Biden was that he could suffer a Hillary Clinton-like, mistake in the polls and still win, which he has.
You are the only one on the planet who has this opinion. Even like the people on CNN are like...
super smart, though.
The people on CNN are like, we were wrong. And it's disturbing how close this is. Van Jones is like, it's hurtful.
It's over. Van Jones is always hurt. He and Don Lemon is fucking crying all the
time. Heart is fucking
Can you imagine being
shattered.
personally upset by polls?
No, it is a little disturbing.
Don't they know I look at these?
Yeah, so like Nate Silver, I guess maybe it was the 2 Obama races where I think he literally got 100 out of 100 states right, or 102.
Because an idiot had the Blues down and out.
If you count DC, like he got 102 states right in a row presidentially. And everyone was like, well, shucks, this guy knows the outcome before it happens. And they did a podcast today, which I didn't watch, I actually read about. And they have a leader of the podcast that's not Nate Silver. And he's like, Twitter's going to beat me up if I don't ask you, why were the polls so wrong? And he's like, oh, well, I have a message for Twitter. Fuck you. We did a great job. We got 49 out of 51 states right. The polls had a bias, but we interpreted the data perfectly. We don't collect the data. That was his message. I don't know.
Get their data?
I don't have no issue with the people who read polls. I'm talking about polls, right?
No,
I'm a person who reads and interprets polls. We all are. I'm talking about polls. I don't care about Nate Silva or whatever his name is. Probably.
The problem is the shy
it's
Trump
too early
voters.
in the show to go.
If only the Trump voters had a few more flags on their truck, then they would have tipped it over. They advertised a little better.
I don't buy the explanation you were giving, Kyle. I would say it's probably that this methodology for polling they're using it's probably bad. It's probably bad data, and they're not getting the right people filling it out.
It is. Here's my theory.
It's not as good as it could be.
Let me wonder about that though, because this seems to be like this has got to be one of the most like the highest tiers of polling like people, right? Like this has got to be one of the biggest things that people use this for. This has got a huge impact, a huge outcome associated with it. So this is probably the best of the best for the polling industry going on here.
It has to be in the polling interpretation. And here's what I mean by that. Like, let's say that I do a poll of 500 people and the people I get are 300 women, 200 men. You might think that I just report, this is the results I got, but it's not. Instead, I take the women I talk to and I devalue them to make it more 50-50. And I take the men I talk to and I extra value them to make it more 50-50 because we know on Election day, that's what we expect. Roughly the same amount of men and women voting, which is true-ish. So if you follow me, we interview the people, and then our sample wasn't perfect. We adjust the sample to make it more perfect. I think that adjusting the sample to make it more perfect is where the mistake is. They underestimate that, say, working class white men are actually going to get to the polls in a very reliable way that wasn't true in previous elections, right? Or in the case of Obama, they underestimated how well he would do. And I think that maybe that happened with the black vote. What?
Do you know when in the process that's applied? Because if you said, like this guy you're talking about was saying like, hey, it's not our fault, it's the data that's bad. So is the
prior to
the testing of the data happening prior to reporting to pollsters?
Reporting to
so the people who are essentially doing these polls are not the people doing the data collection, and they're instead people like, hey, we're making these predictions based on bad data.
The people who collect the data will then massage the data and say this is the results of our poll. Right. So if I was to go extreme and said, hey, everyone we interviewed was black except one guy, but we expect the turnout to be 80-20 white, then that one guy's opinion holds a ton of weight. Right. That's obviously a bad sample, but work with me. So I think what happened is they underestimated who was actually going to show up on voting day when they took the raw poll data and converted it. And then you have Nate Silver, who didn't do any of that. He just takes the polls and averages them and such.
I'm sorry, I'm having a problem. You're like, see, the polls went wrong. That what they did was they didn't guess who was going to come and vote and how they were going to vote.
They fucked that up. To me like, so they fucked it up in the other direction when it was Obama. They underestimated how many black people were actually going to get to the polls because they had enthusiasm. I think in the Trump situation, the opposite happened. They were like, they didn't realize every single gosh darn like white working male would actually make it to the thing. So I'm not saying the polls are wrong. The polls underestimated Trump this time. They underestimated Obama in previous elections. They were more or less right in 2018. They were wrong. I don't know. But
if your job is to collect data and give the best representation as wide an audience as possible from that data, then you got to make sure the methodology you're doing actually does that. It's no good to say, well, we probably messed up part of it along the way. No shit. We can see the results. It was clearly not predicted what's happening and what.
And I don't know about getting 49 out of 50 states right, because like they're still counting votes, and like it's like within 3,000, 4,000 votes in places. Like that's so close. It's I mean, we're talking about like margin of error almost at this point.
My big upset pick, if we remember, was Georgia.
You might be right.
I might win.
Yeah,
you might. It's very close. It's like. It's 3 or 4,000
I don't have anything
votes.
Writing on it, so it's not very exciting. But
we should have gotten Mitty on here to eat his asparagus while we watched and laughed.
Yeah,
I had a bet with one of my friends that if Trump was even within 100 electoral votes, he had to eat a can of asparagus and drink all the juice, and that's coming. I'm going to get to watch it one way or another. He sent me a text like earlier today. He's like, I got it. Fucking.
He was in my stream last night when he went out. He's like, "What are you they're gonna hop off right now? I got to go buy the asparagus." but yeah. Anyway, so before Nate Silver interprets all these collections of polls. That's his deal, and he feels like my math was right, but his data was wrong, which is a bit of a cop out. I'll admit,
Yeah. But, I feel like the math is easy.
What's his profession? Yeah. What does he do? I don't know this guy.
Like, you don't know Nate Silver? He runs 538, and basically it used to be you'd look at a poll. And you'd say, all right, these are the results. What he does is he assembles all the polls and he basically does a poll of polls. And it gives you like a simple way to see what, I don't know, all the pollsters combined are saying, or all the pollsters averaged are saying.
It's still not over yet. Everybody's like, well, Biden's going to have all these votes, and so he'll win. It's not over yet. Trump is still in the White House. And in the chair until January.
It's looking like he's going to lose.
That lady's saying, baby.
It's looking like he might have technically lost, but Trump doesn't really take losing well.
Yeah, that explains his weight.
It's not true. I'm the best loser.
Thursday night. Any of you guys were watching the presidential address right before this?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, not right before this. No.
Yeah, right before this.
What did he say? What happened right before this?
He just came on and started talking, and he kind of what we expect from him to say. Said he was winning. They were winning in all these states by large margins, and the more of these more of the mail-in ballots keep showing up and they keep going entirely the other direction. He doesn't understand why this would be real, and he doesn't understand why he's not allowed to watch all the individual voting processes happen, and thinks the whole thing is a bunch of bullshit, essentially.
Oh, well, he should call me because I'll explain it to his dumb fucking ass. The reason that his voters didn't use mail-in voting is because he told them not to use mail-in voting for the last 3 to 6 months.
Such anger.
And I'll say that the Trump voters are the angry ones.
Also, the Democrat voters are more likely to take this whole COVID thing more seriously, and they voted by mail instead of in person.
It's, they did a poll.
They did a poll.
They did a poll.
Don't trust that.
We all know
news.
those are right.
Yeah.
And it seemed like the most important voting issue for Democratic voters was racial inequality by far.
I would have guessed it was healthcare, but okay.
I only participate in Twitter polls, but I have never not picked the option that I know the author wants to win. Like if it's like some conservative being like, what do you hate more, capitalism or communism? It's like capitalism, whatever is the one they don't want to be answered. I love that
you just try to ruin the poll.
You just make them mad.
You just try and ruin the poll. Yeah.
Yeah.
You get like PragerU with
so
badly.
The polls this time were wrong in all reality, and they were shifted against Trump, right? Trump outperformed the polls. That's true. But even within the margin of error, we'll see how wrong it was, because it may just be. And I think
it's very clear
states.
that without COVID, Trump not only wins, but crushes.
I think so too. I think his handling of COVID was really bad. I'll say another thing. I think in the second debate, Biden fouled up by saying he was against fracking, and he would have done better in Pennsylvania. Trump got him to say that, and then he put an exclamation point on it by going, "That's huge. Did you hear that? That's huge. You just lost Pennsylvania," or something close to that.
Yeah.
And it's like it was an effective moment in the debate.
You don't think Trump found something else to fuck up this year?
What?
Pardon?
You don't think Trump could have found something besides COVID to fuck up this year?
No,
it's possible.
Not like this.
I mean, COVID's the biggest
like
thing
this.
to have ever happened in a lot of people's. Like everybody's been living at home 80% more than usual for the last.
I mean, he went the first 3 years, and everybody was fine with. I mean, I'm sure that many of us consider some of the things he did in the first 3 years before COVID to be big fuck ups. But
anyone can remember anything.
Not everyone did,
but yeah.
Yeah,
not everyone.
It was pre-COVID. Nobody remembers.
It was all regular down low stuff, right? Like pretending you ended the North Korea nuclear program when you really didn't. No, he didn't.
They haven't launched a missile in a while.
That's not even true.
Yeah, I don't know when the last missile. It's been like 9 months.
What happened was they had their facility, like they blew it up by accident, and there was a gap of launching missiles for like 9 or 10 months or something like that. And everyone's like, they haven't launched a missile in a long time. And then they got right back at it.
June was the last one.
June. Okay. So it's 5 months?
Yeah. Victory.
Yeah. But so pretending that he ended North Korea's nuclear program when he really didn't, that kind of shit, I don't think loses him an election. That's just like standard grade Trumperism type shit. I think a lot of Americans dying, millions and millions of Americans getting sick. That's,
you know what it was?
Kids going to homeschool.
I don't think it's any of that.
Okay.
I think I think the problem is that he killed 200,000 people, and a lot of them were his voters. I think it's true.
Those retirement homes would have been clutch.
Yes, I think he accidentally killed 200,000 Americans, and like 30,000 of them were Trump votes, and that's all it would take to swing this election right now is 30,000 well-placed votes.
Or less.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't know how, if it's something like that. Yeah. He's only winning by math 12,000 in Nevada right now. If PANC and GA all go, don't swing to Biden, then it's 12,000 votes. That's what it would have taken to switch it.
Yeah. All I know is super close. He's made it much closer than anyone seemingly thought it would be, other than like right-wing conservative talk show hosts like Rush Limbaugh is like, well, I told you this is what it was going to be, America.
Well, Rush Limbaugh's not going to get it right next time. Rush Limbaugh will have no opinion on it.
I guarantee his next election,
he'll make no mistakes.
He will probably be. Oh wait, doesn't he have cancer or something?
Yes,
he's dying of lung cancer.
Yeah, he's dying.
That's the joke.
His goose is cooked.
For a second, I thought it was an old fat guy joke, and I was like, but he's not that. Oh, the cancer.
Yes.
Yes. The terminal lung cancer that he has.
Can't they just scoop the bad one out? Put it.
The bad lung.
Yeah.
They did that for my brother.
Eventually.
My brother has
See?
one lung.
Well, maybe
an option.
both of his lungs are bad.
Yeah, I don't know. If I know anything about cancer, and I don't, then it's like, you have lung cancer
on.
where? Well, shit, now it's in my bones, my brain, my liver. Like, it always goes that way. So,
Yeah.
If it's metastasized, then that's a real problem. Yeah.
So is he really is like last leg? Like he'll die in the next couple.
I mean, he's doing a
next
radio
year?
show every day. Like he was on yesterday. I was driving and just scanning through the channels, and I was like, "Oh, that's Rush. Let's see what he thinks about the election." And he's doing a show.
don't quote me on the time, but about 4 weeks ago, he came on and said that his doctors gave him bad news. He's not responding well to his cancer treatment, and he's not expected to beat it. Right. So I don't really know much about timelines, but I do know that, when things are like so, you get better and worse, better and worse. If you're just getting worse in a straight line like he is,
an American hero. It's sad to see.
He does have the Medal of
Freedom or something like that.
Thank you. I was going to mess it up.
Presidential Medal of Freedom or some other made up medal. Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
What's the age that first of all, I think that's just a medal that the president gives to people they like.
Yeah.
Like that just seems to be what it is. But
It's like a pog coin or
what's the
something.
age that you would
No
get
value.
cancer that you would say, fuck it, don't treat me? If you're, let's say you're 80 years old and it's like, all right, aggressive cancer, you can either live the rest of your life or live it miserably and probably not live any longer, but just be more feeble than you've ever been, sick, nauseous. Like, I feel like if I'm 80 at that 80, just cash out, just let it happen.
You mean to tell me I can have any painkiller? Any painkiller? That would be my response.
No, you just go to Oregon. You can have any painkiller anyway. They
Dude.
decriminalized. This is one of the coolest things from the election. Oregon decriminalized all drugs.
No way, really?
Every drug. Name one. The answer is yes. They decriminalized all of them.
Is
all
that
of them.
true?
Yes.
The headline I read said acid and mushroom.
Yeah, they just named the scary ones. Heroin, methamphetamine, acid. Yeah. All drugs are decriminalized in fucking Oregon.
Damn. That's awesome. Hey, you know what? This Biden winning, I don't think any of them are going to follow through with the marijuana promises, but that could be a win in your column, Kyle.
DC legalized shrooms. So there's that.
Isn't it so funny that like a lot of states and areas are already moving on to shrooms
Yes.
while some haven't even hit like the marijuana?
They haven't even hit
yet?
the medical marijuana yet. Yeah.
Is there
Even
any
we have medical marijuana.
legal? Where it doesn't anymore have
Like
or
dozens of states like mine.
Yeah, a lot of them don't. Missouri just
Georgia
got
doesn't have medical
medicinal
marijuana?
2 years ago.
I believe they have if you're like already dead, they'll give you like a weed cookie. But there's no way to buy the weed cookie for the dead people yet. So
I think it's
essentially
decriminalized in Atlanta, though.
it's decriminalized in Atlanta by the Atlanta city
Jeez.
police. But if you're
Fair
caught
enough.
by any other group of law enforcement, then it is not
It's like a state
decriminalized.
trooper or something.
Sure.
Fuck you up. Okay. Huh.
Yeah.
Well, those are the guys that always give you tickets.
I'm just
I've never gotten a ticket in Atlanta. They don't stop speeders. They don't give a fuck. Another thing decriminalized in Atlanta, speeding.
Yeah. Dude, put that on the ballot next time. That's the new libertarian guy. No more.
I don't know how
rules.
fast you have to go for them to even care. Because I've been going like 90 trying to get to work, like back when I lived out here and when I was like 19 or 20, going like 90, 95 trying to get to work on time, and a cop passes me, and I'm just like, the fuck? Do I slow down or?
Yeah, right.
I mean, he's gone now. I guess not. I got 95's the limit. All right, cool. But
So-
they don't care.
I looked up the Oregon drug thing, and Kyle's pretty much right. They mentioned meth in the list of things that can be legal. The one little twist on it, like it being different than most marijuana legalization, is what they legalized or decriminalized was possessing small amounts of these drugs. So if you're a coke head, a crack head, a meth head, any kind of head, I guess, and they find it in your pocket, like a little
Sneakerheads, everybody.
Sure. Then they don't. I guess that's legal, right? To be caught
Yeah.
with a small amount of it, but that
Yeah,
doesn't
they're not
mean
gonna
you can
lock you up
deal
for a
it.
key.
It's not if you can't deal it, you can't stand on the street corner. Like they're still going to try and end meth distribution. They're just not going after users anymore.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
which is the issue anyway, because I'm not looking to sell any meth, but I mean, if you got some,
Right?
I can lose some weight.
Goes without saying.
let's
I
go.
hear you, right?
You know, focus on my
Just a magic little smoke.
I could-
No downsides.
None. I mean, do you know how well I do at Vermintide? I've had a little meth.
I don't know how well.
I don't either. There's only one way to find out. Oregon, here we come.
There it
We're
is.
on the way back to like 100 years ago advertising where it's like new NyQuil with heroin. It's like wonderful for your throat. Like, it's like people are going to be making those
Why did
claims
they
again.
use that old radio voice? Was there a problem with mics or transmission
I think
or
there was
recording?
just I think there was
That's
just
just
one
the way they like
guy.
to talk on the radio.
I don't
there was one
believe
guy who
everyone
did
in the
it first.
20s talk like this.
They did the same thing in the
Hi,
movies.
Joe.
Like they did that silly voice. They
Didn't figure out acting until deep into like the 60s. Like it was just not good.
50s. Yeah, somewhere in the
50s, maybe.
50s. You know, like even some of those Elvis movies aren't that bad. But you know, it's weird. It's like they stopped. It's like for a while they weren't trying to like act. They were trying to just like be like moving stick figures or something like that. Like they weren't trying to pretend like this was natural and real. Like they weren't even going for that almost.
I agree with
Yeah.
what you're saying. I wonder if we're immune to or numb to the things that aren't perfect now, and they're just the standard. Like, do you know what a superhero landing is? Right? They kind of
Yes,
land and then they
absolutely.
put the fist. Okay, you know, yeah. Will they look at that kind of entrance 40 years from now and consider it corny and unreal and like unnatural to jump into frame that way? Maybe.
Nah,
I don't know.
I mean,
'Cause
that's
it's
how
already-
Superman's been landing like that since the 40s. He was landing like this and then beating up Nazis.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I oftentimes when people talk about the best movies ever, I'm like, man, I don't know. Like movies have been getting better all this time, according to me. It's like talking about the fastest athlete ever, you know, like, you know,
I don't think it's linear like that. I think there's a lot of shit
I
now.
don't think it's linear like that. Like I'm trying to think, what's the name of that Jack Nicholson movie? There's like
Which
a
one?
super old one. It's where the guy sticks the switchblade in his nose and goes like that, like cuts his nose at one part. Let me try to find it. It's great. It's old as fuck.
I watched
think, what are
Taxi
some of the
Driver the
older
other
ones?
day, and I didn't think it was very good.
Oh, you're
Really?
wrong
I like
about
that one a lot.
You like that one a lot?
Yeah, I thought
I
it was
love that one. Chinatown with Jack Nicholson. That's the one I was thinking of. And Faye Dunaway.
I've
That's a
never seen
real
that.
old one. That's great. It's very good. No, Taxi Driver's excellent. Fucking Travis Bickle slowly melting down, losing
Yeah.
his goddamn mind, cleaning the jizz out of the seats in the back all the time, just slowly fucking losing his goddamn mind every fucking day. Holding his arm over that gas burner. I've gotten soft.
I've got
Too many days of sitting and doing nothing. My muscles have gotten weak. And he's like hardening his mind, hardening his body, getting ready for God knows what. And you're just watching like, what is she getting ready for?
What's he planning? What is he going
You know what
to
De
go?
Niro
Like,
movie-
I didn't realize how much because I saw Taxi Driver after I saw the new Joker movie, the newest Joker movie, and Joker definitely not like paid homage.
It borrows a
basically.
lot.
Like, yeah, borrows a lot from it. So that was interesting to see because I'd heard
Yeah.
that take before.
Jodie
honestly,
Foster
didn't
kills
know.
it as a 14-year-old fucking whore. You know, that's fucking great. And then what's his name that plays the wolf in Pulp Fiction? Harvey Keitel.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking Harvey Keitel is the pimp.
I need to give it another chance. I didn't give it my full attention. And sometimes when Kyle tells you how good a piece of media is, his telling of it is better than the media itself. I have heard Kyle explain Star Wars. It's like, I gotta see that. And then you watch it and it's fucking corny and it was better. And
Well, let me talk about The Mandalorian then, because it's been great already. There's one episode
Can I have
out.
10 seconds. De Niro film
Absolutely.
that is great, Cape Fear. I love that.
It is great.
Very good. De Niro's scary as fuck. De Niro bulked the fuck up. He was on some roids or something because De
Had to
Niro adds like 25 pounds of muscle, maybe 10 more fat, and he looks scary as hell.
Dude, he's so scary when he's fucking with them on that boat. Like, and he's just like a demon floating to different like super speed. That's great.
Great.
That's
Yeah,
such a
great.
good one. Also, to add on to that, one of the best Simpsons of all time.
I was
based
gonna
on
say-
Cape Fear.
Fucking
Yeah.
sponge.
Bart, what'd you think of Brady before you go to bed? It's like,
I won't
We're
spoil
going to see my
Cape
new
Fear.
chainsaw. Yeah.
Did Bart, you see my new chainsaw hockey mask? And he just, oh, that's so good.
I won't spoil Cape Fear, but De Niro plays a bad guy, and there's a stealth aspect to the way that he is the bad guy, and it is so effective.
Yeah,
like
it's great.
I put myself in like there's a dad who's just like a regular dad. He's not like a fighter or he's just a person. And I put myself in his shoes, and it's like, you're in a tough spot. You know?
Give him the girl.
Yeah, he's whoa. So anyway, what Mandalorian?
So all right, so Mandalorian. I was a big fan of season 1. I was a little upset. I think all of our major complaint was it meanders a little, but it's like, hey, stay on story. I want you to. But then I started thinking about it, and it's like, well, maybe they can't just zip to the end where Yoda starts fucking talking and talking backwards. Now I am like, you can't just go right to like the good shit. Like if they're gonna have 5 seasons of this shit, then maybe they do have to take their time. So I'm okay with that. And I do like that the Mandalorian is essentially a space western. Episode 1, season 2, literally is a space western. It's they even bring in Timothy Oliphant to play. No like real spoilers for those of you who haven't seen it yet, but like Timothy Oliphant is the guest star. He's like the guest star of the episode. And there's a lot of callbacks to previous Star Wars that I won't get into because they're spoilery. But then Timothy Oliphant's one of my favorite actors. So I loved him in Deadwood. You know, he's the marshal. And then I loved him in Justified on FX, where he played U.S. Deputy Marshal Raylan Givings. In Harlan, Kentucky, just being a badass motherfucker. He kills like 8 people in the first 12 episodes of that show or something like that. And like in there are a lot of shows that are like that. And you start thinking to yourself like, oh, this cop kills a lot of people, huh? You would think somebody would say something. But in Justified, they're like, have you killed another one, Raylan? You've killed another man. We're going to have another review, and I'm going to need your weapon. How many is that? Like they're always like pointing it out. Like, you've killed so many people, Raylan. You've got to stop killing people. And like he starts making an effort not to kill people in the very first episode. Like, and keep in mind, this is a modern day show. Like it's set in the early 2000s. That's when it's filmed. And he's sitting across from this criminal, and he's like, I told you, you had 24 hours to get out of town, or I was gonna kill you. And you're like, this is the deputy U.S. Marshal? Like this isn't Deadwood. You can't do that. And the guy's like, he's like, you're not gonna kill me, Marshal. You're not gonna fucking kill me. What? It's the Wild West. You're not gonna fucking kill me. He's like, well, would you bet your life on it? Because I'm gonna kill you. And sure enough, like 5 minutes later, like the bad guy pulls out a gun and he fucking kills him right there. And like every episode for like the first 5 or 6 or 8 episodes, he kills at least one people. Sometimes he kills multiple people in an episode. And it's fun to see like his superiors, his partners, like the criminals that he can't quite catch yet, all being like, God, you killed another one? How many? How many is that now? Because they take his gun every time he kills someone, because that's like...
It sounds like you like The Mandalorian more than me.
I really like The Mandalorian.
You liked it.
Have you seen the new episode?
I've seen one this year. Is there more than one?
Yeah, that's the one with Timothy Oliphant, and they've got to kill the big worm monster and everything. I liked it. I liked it a lot.
I mean, I didn't dislike it. See, I think I'm doing to Star Wars what frustrates me that everyone else does to Star Wars. A new movie comes out, the thing's like a 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10, and they're like, oh, I was expecting a 12 out of 10 cultural icon, amazing movie, and it fell short of those expectations, right? So here comes The Mandalorian, and I'm like, I want this to be good. I want this to be one of the better properties on television right now. You know, like, it should be great. And I watch it, and I'm like, well, I mean, it didn't suck, but it was just, if it didn't have Star Wars attached to it, I wouldn't even be interested in this.
For me, it is one of the best properties on television right now. I think the fight choreography has improved dramatically into this season. There's a fight at the very beginning where, I don't know, first he shoots like 4 people, and then he has to fight 2 or 3 more, like hand to hand. And like him utilizing his like armor and helmet in a fist fight the way that, like, if you were smart enough, you would. Like, the guy goes to hit him, and he's like, wait a minute, I'm wearing an impervious helmet. Go for it. You know, he just like headbutts the guy's fist, and the guy's just like, what was I thinking? And I'm just like, yeah, what were you thinking? You should have like gone and grabbed a sword or something, like a chair even. Why would you punch the guy wearing the impervious helmet in the head?
A dumbbell.
Like, you never saw anybody punch Magneto. They're not stupid enough to do that. I'm loving it, man. I really do like it. I like the fucking Baby Yoda. I know I'm supposed to like the Baby Yoda. It's their fucking like, oh, this is Disney's like, yeah. You
Did the doll even play a role last time?
He sat there and he went, ooh. And there was a scene where they're on the motorbikes and his ears flopped. And that's all I need. That's all I need. I need his cute little ears to flop. I need him to go, ooh. Oh, and there was another scene where like they might like the Mandalorian and Timothy Oliphant's character are in a bit of a standoff. And the Mandalorian's like, hey, you give me that armor. And Timothy Oliphant's like, I can't do that. And he's like, all right, well, we're going to have to draw. And you look and Baby Yoda's hiding in the spittoon. Like, he's there to be cute. That's all I need from him. I don't need him to do any force shit necessarily every episode. Just be cute. That's your job.
There was an episode, I guess I will spoil it, from last year, where Baby Yoda actually assists, right? He has the, if you know Star Wars, he could.
So just to interrupt, just half a sec. Did you feel bad about spoiling Cape Fear? But you are now going to spoil.
I was recommending people watch it, so I did. That's fine.
Okay. Just the time.
Mandalorian, I don't recommend you watch. It's a fucking C-tier show. But so last year, the Baby Yoda uses his powers. You know, he can like push things. You know how he lifted the spaceship, the TIE fighter in Return of the Jedi? He has that power, but to like maybe a smaller extent because he's a baby.
Yeah, kill that rhino.
But this year, so far, all he's done is like sniffle a little bit. And if Mandalorian gets in a fight, he shuts the lid over his little space stroller.
Oh, that was cute as shit. Like little things like that. That was cute. Like the Mandalorian's about to get in a fight, and the Baby Yoda's in like his fucking like trammel or whatever, and you know it's like an eggshell, and he's like, ooh, and the thing goes zoop, like he closes it because he knows it's about to get rough. Dude, I love it.
So you like sitting down and just like going into it like it's going to be a bunch of fan service, and that's what I'm looking for, kind of.
I like the fan service, but I also like the mixing of genres. You know, I like that this is a fucking Western at its heart. It's full of Western tropes. It's full of, it was co-starring a Western character in the last episode. Like that's what Timothy Oliphant does. He plays the cowboy in like everything. He was in that episode of The Office, I guess. He wasn't a cowboy there, but he's always a cowboy. And I don't know. I liked it a lot. I liked the whole episode. I liked them fighting the giant monster. I like how they got to it. I like the heroic ending. I like Pedro Pascal. I'm glad he escaped out of Game of Thrones and was able to get himself a whole new gig where it seems like he's one of the most popular guys on TV right now. He doesn't even have to do anything. It seems like he's just doing voiceover when you really think about it. I highly doubt he's the one in the armor.
I didn't consider that. I always assumed he's in there, but you're right. There's no need for him to be that guy unless
pay somebody else to do those fights.
Probably,
although he's clearly capable, because like one of the most, if I had to pick the top 3 fights of all time from television, the fight between the Red Viper of Dorne and the Mountain Who Rides in that episode of Game of Thrones is in there. That fucking crazy twirling fucking spear fight against this giant oaf who you can't let touch you was incredible. That's one of the
agility. It was cool.
Yeah, that's one of the few pieces of Game of Thrones I've ever shown my father, and it was so fun to watch his reaction because he was really digging it. You know, like he's like, this guy. All right, I like this guy. This guy's he raped his. Oh, all right, get him, little man. And then fuck spoilers. It's Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
You know, he crushes his skull and his eyes and just pops his head. My dad's just like, oh, all right. Well, there's no coming back from that. Oh, yeah, definitely not coming back now. His head exploded.
That's how I remember it too. Like, I think at first maybe he lost his eyes and you're like, was it his teeth? Okay.
Yeah. There was the punch that knocked him down and the teeth just rattle across the ground.
And I'm like, wow, that's kind of permanent. Like this sucks. He's
I don't
hurt.
know what dental work is like in this medieval world,
right?
But
and then he smashes his skull like it's like I can do to an apple, kind of. And
if you really focus on the apple, but
I have to dig my thumbs in there. It's a bit of a cheat.
Exactly. Yeah,
but I have done it on stream before. Ooh,
I can do it to a peach.
Give me a tomato and I'll fuck its life.
Bring it, tomato. I mean, as long as it's right.
I don't go too excited.
Bring me a green tomato. Expect me to
what am I going to do with that?
For you. But I get you not being like. Did you notice? Like, I haven't watched any of those videos that are like, 500 secrets that you missed in the new episode of The Mandalorian. I don't watch those. I probably should.
500 secrets.
Yeah, but was that Django's? Boba Fett? Was that Boba Fett's armor that?
I'm not sure.
He was wearing?
No, wasn't it red instead of green?
Well, I want to say that his was like reddish and greenish, and like I think he mentioned that he'd gotten it out of a Snarlack pit, which is where he fell. But I thought in some of the novels that they had like Boba Fett like climbing back out of that Rancor pit. Like I need to watch and see if that's confirmed by the Super Star Wars nerds, because it's also got a hole like in the above like the camera right, over here ear like above the eyebrow. It's got like a dent in the helmet, and I'm wondering if that's part of Boba Fett's helmet. Like I haven't watched the original Star Wars in years.
I'm curious too, and that would be neat. That would be a cool thing to add to it. I'm acting like I hate the Mandalorian. I'm really just providing a counter, but I do think it's like a 6 or 7 out of 10 show, and I'm doing that thing where I want it to be a 10 out of 10. To me, Boys is the best thing on TV lately.
I agree. I agree with that. I'm big into that. And if whenever Better Call Saul comes on, I'm really into that. I know you're not crazy with how much
give it
they
another
masturbate
chance
themselves to the camera work. They're making like Disney. Disney's making like 2 or maybe even 3 other Star Wars series like that are in production.
I didn't know that. I'm happy to hear it. I'm happy to hear that The Boys has a spinoff coming.
Me too.
Yeah.
So they're making a Obi-Wan Kenobi TV show with Ewan McGregor. That like the fans are gonna get fucking cream their pants over this thing. You better not even be taking lock and load. You're gonna ruin your Dockers. They're loving this shit. And then they're also doing. Do you remember Ahsoka from the Clone Wars?
She had
animated shit
things.
Yeah, the little girl who was like Anakin's student. I can't remember the term they used.
Protege.
She called him her master.
Padawan?
Slave.
Padawan? Yeah, Padawan,
like
I think. I think they're talking about having Rosario Dawson play her, which I think is like perfect casting. Maybe we'll get another one of those full frontal nudity scenes of Rosario Dawson. Get to see that.
Never have too many.
She's got.
That sounds great. Yeah, I'm down. Whenever I think about something, hey guys, I'm thinking about sailing to Africa on a boat and vlogging it. They're all like, "Do it, Woody." Of course they say yes, right? Mm-hmm. It's not much to them, and they'll just stop watching it if it's not good content. That's how I feel about these. Like, oh, you got 4 Star Wars coming out? Do it. I'll decide if it's worth my time later.
Yeah, of course. It's already. I'm paying $80. I'm $80 a year or some shit for Disney Plus. So add some content, because I watched all the National Geographic shit. I don't care about cartoons anymore. I'm an adult. And then I got The Mandalorian. I'm paying $80 a year for The Mandalorian. So give me some content. Let's go.
That's a lot for Mandalorian.
I signed back up for Hulu recently just so I could watch South Park. Guess what? South Park's not on Hulu anymore.
They got rid of it.
So, but luckily Justified. I started searching, and I'm like, I'm either going to have to find a show or cancel Hulu, because I just spent $13 or $14 a month on this, and I found Justified. So I've been watching that all.
King of the Hill's on there.
Yeah, I'm not as big of a fan as you. Like, I've seen it once, and that's good for me.
We have some level of free Hulu. Like, I guess if you buy ESPN Plus, which I want because of UFC fights, and you buy Disney Plus, which I wanted because of The Mandalorian, you get the Hulu package in free. But I think there's still ads.
Yeah, I can't deal with ads, so I just ponied up for the $13 or $14 a month version. I can't deal with ads anymore.
I never watch Hulu.
Well, there's South Park on HBO Max or HBO Plus, whatever.
All right,
They've made so many little sub things.
Help me out here. I'm going to sound like a dummy, but what's new? How do I get HBO Max?
You need to have your friend come over and log in on your TV.
Are you telling me that literally?
That's how I have it.
Are you literally telling? All right. So,
do you want me to tell you how to put Netflix on your TV? Is you want to have a friend come over and log in on your TV?
Do you pay for any services?
I'm joking. I do pay for that, but not. The HBO Plus has been on there for months now, ever since he logged
Plus, in. HBO Max.
HBO Max. That's what it's called. Yeah.
So here's the thing. Maybe I missed the boat somewhere. I didn't catch a commercial. They've done a piss poor job of advertising HBO Max. Mm-hmm. I don't know how to get it. I want it. I'll give them the money. I have no idea how to get it. Right now I have HBO, I think, like through Amazon. Like I just like Amazon's like, hey, you want to add HBO? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, all right, $8, $12, $9, whatever it was. I just added it. So now I've got HBO
shows on there. You just get like kind of the HBO lineup.
No, everything. I've got all the HBO movie channels so I can watch live. I've got their movie library so that
That's
I can
what I'm saying, but you're only on that HBO app. You only get all the HBO. On HBO Max, you get a bunch of shit that apparently they just have access to.
Yes.
In addition to that.
And I want that because someone told me, and maybe they're just lying to me or they were misinformed, that Rick and Morty was on there already. Like the newest season of Rick and Morty was like debuting on HBO Max.
Yeah, I think it is. HBO has always had that problem. Like, remember, what was it, 10 years ago almost now that they came out with Game of Thrones, and everyone was like, I would love for you to make it easy to get this online and just, here's my money, let me get charged.
We all stole the first few seasons because we couldn't figure out how to get HBO because they wouldn't make it easy.
Like a chain of someone's account. I still remember their name from my high school. I got it as like one of the 50th person.
I think I was part of that too.
You were part of that too. Like this is
HBO Go we're talking about?
This was HBO Go back
Woody, I think Woody gave me somebody's account. Woody may have given me an account.
No, because I didn't know my own. Here's how I got mine. Years ago, we did a paintball event. Game of Thrones came out. Joe Lozon and I, in a hotel bed, watched it on my laptop. And then I didn't realize he saved his HBO login on my laptop. So I never knew the password. I just had it as a saved password for ages. It's expired now, so I'll talk about it. But Joe, if you catches this, thank you for about the 6 years of content you bought me. I appreciate it.
I want to say that maybe it was me. Maybe Taylor gave me a code or somebody, but I just remember there were like 50 of us on one HBO account, and the new Game of Thrones, Game of Thrones episode would come out. It would debut. I don't remember, maybe at 9 p.m., maybe even 10. But at 8:57, my girlfriend and I would be sitting on the couch, and I would be doing that thing where like,
play.
You go to the homepage of a TV show, and it says like, season 3, 2 episodes available. And so you press back and then go back in because you're wanting to say 3 episodes available. You're trying to refresh it over and over. And I'm just clickety-click, clickety-clack, clickety-click, clickety-clack, clickety-click, clickety-clack. Oh, bazonga! Nope, too late. There are already too many viewers viewing this simultaneously.
There's too many viewing it. And it got to the point there were so many people on this account because we all got it so easily. We just texted it to people that wanted it. That like from 8 to 9, the first shift of like 50 people would watch it. And then you'd have to be quick at 9 to get in for the second shift too. There were so many people on this one account. And it's like, you are letting hundreds of people use this account in staggered time frames because
if you were careful,
everybody here would pay like $5 a month on their own if they just would come up with an easy little interface, sign up, log in. Do you remember how aggravating that was? Wanting to watch Game of Thrones and it just not being available on so many streaming services. Like you
had to stay off social media then.
There was
like Twitter was going to like go wild with like the red wedding or whatever happened. You had to stay off of Reddit. You had to stay off of Twitter or Facebook. You had to just isolate yourself until 100 people were done watching a fucking TV show. The best was if you could really fuck someone over they would pause it to like go get a beer or take a piss. And that would somehow like
kick you out or something.
Kick them out. Like I would refresh and it would be like, 37 minutes into, the 48-minute episode. And it'd be like, start over. And it would. And I'd be like, all right, we're not pausing. So if you got to pee, you do it now before the fucking the dun dun.
You do it right here.
Dun, 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 dun.
You got the intro sequence to take a shit.
Go get a bowl.
In early HBO days, or HBO Go, that is, they didn't have the bandwidth or the capacity to meet their streaming needs. So even if you were like a valid viewer, like Joe didn't share his account with that many people, I could get in like technically, but then I'd be streaming it at like 320p or maybe not at all, or it would stutter a lot.
Yep.
It sucked.
It'd be like some big scene of the wall, but it's just a white pixel. And it's like, is that Jon Snow? I can tell that's Tarly because it's a lot of pixels.
But HBO solved the problem by making Game of Thrones suck.
They sure fucking did.
Solution.
God, if there's anyone who deserves to go to hell, like if I can pick,
yeah, you know what?
Man, if you gave me that monkey's paw and they were like, oh, this is a special monkey's paw, though, you get 3 wishes, but it's the 3 people you want to die a painful death. D&D go first, and like
That
like
should
I don't
count
know
as
who's
one
third.
person.
They should, if they'll count as one person. Like maybe I wait until they're like driving a car together and I just kill the driver. That way, he crashes the car and subsequently
Now
kills
you've got
the
two
other.
more monkey's paw.
The devil gives you a monkey's paw, and you're like, all right, D&D. Nah, those are freebies. I'm on with it.
Yeah.
I agree with that one.
I've got my own plan for them.
Fuck those guys.
Yeah.
Fuck them so hard. God damn it.
This new Lord of the Rings show isn't good. What are we gonna do?
I hope that they're suffering a little bit from this, right? Because it seemed like they don't care. They had some sort of deal that I don't fully understand, maybe with Netflix to make their next thing. Maybe it was Star Wars, and they just sort of like, fuck Game of Thrones. I want to do my next thing.
Yeah,
wrap it up.
We'll give you 4 years to finish it. They're like, nah. 6 episodes is good. Bon voyage, right?
Ugh.
I hope that has had some real ramifications, right? I have to believe they're so rich that money isn't a sole motivator anymore, right? Once you have $100 million, I don't think you're like, ooh, $1 million? Wow, what would that do for me, right? There's diminishing returns on this cash. I bet if they could have Game of Thrones as a legacy they're proud of, that they would do that. They would redo it if they could.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you. Yeah, they really missed the boat by putting that much good effort and good work in the first 5.5 years and then pissing it all down the drain. No one, I mean, I think, I can't speak for Filthy, but I know the three of us have talked about this. I will never rewatch another episode of that show. Never. Because you can't rewatch it knowing that, that plot line, that ends up being totally useless. It doesn't tie into anything. Oh, Azor's Eye? Actually, that's absolutely meaningless. That doesn't,
remember when Sam found that horn buried in the snow at the fist of the First Man or some shit up
just
north
a novelty horn. Just a
novelty. It might as well have been.
There used to be a gift shop in that area.
It might as well have been a fucking didgeridoo. It might as well have whoa. No, it does nothing at all. He literally found something called the dragon horn.
Yeah, it was meant to control dragons, right?
That's what we all thought, and we were like, "Holy shit! What if Samuel Tarly blows the fucking magic horn at some point in the future, and like a dragon that was about to wipe everybody out stops and fucking licks his hand, and he climbs on top and like saves the day." Like
the Night King with his million years to plan, and like you half expected to see like Samwell or some double agent in whiteface dressed up like a White Walker behind him. Like, we should attack with all the dragons at once, Lord Ice. Like,
have you guys read the green text?
The porn one? No.
I'm
Kyle, you never sent that link, by the way. You owe me a link.
When I read it, I get chills, and maybe I'm just a fucking nerd, but like, I'm gonna try to find it.
Oh, is it someone's like, this is what should have happened?
Yes.
Line,
and it's really good.
I'm sure there's a lot of green texts on Game of Thrones that might be hard to narrow down, but yeah, that show enormously disappointing.
Probably Kyle will ask someone for it, and it will happen quickly.
No, I'm googling. I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, it really. I can't imagine watching that show again. There were so many little tie-ups and items and lore that nothing. It just didn't. It ended up being like, oh, okay, so 25% of the predictions in this show just didn't need to happen because they were never going to be addressed.
Kyle has like 36 young Jamies at his fingertips, helping with the show in the background if he needs something. If he needs some picture of a cross-dressing professional gamer, guys, we got work to do. And they spring into action and provide him with all the background he needs. I like it.
Whoa, guys, Amber Alert. Be on the lookout for a black 2010 Dodge Journey in Missouri.
I'm going to read this. Final battle of humanity versus the dead. Bran is warged into the past, being protected by Jaime and Brienne. A White Walker stabs Brienne with her own sword, and she lays on the ground, dying.
Love it. Cut
to young Jaime kneeling with Aerys Targaryen saying, "In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. ... Jaime kills the White Walker, and after a brief moment of grief, draws the sword from Brienne, now aflame. Cut. Do you swear to defend the innocent and the helpless in the name of the Seven? I swear it. Cut to audio. Jaime and Brienne's parting plays as Jaime looks around. They say the best swords have names. Any ideas? Cut. Night King appears and stares at Bran, his ultimate target. Cut. Oathkeeper. Jaime steps in between them, laughing somberly. Do you know what they call me? As Azor Ahai walks toward the Night King, all that can be heard is a cacophony of voices from past seasons cursing. Kingslayer, Kingslayer, Kingslayer.
That would have been better.
That's so good.
I want that so
been way
bad.
better.
That would have been so fucking cool.
We need a Snyder cut for Game of Thrones. Just come
on,
back
make
and
that
make
cartoon.
So fucking cool. He pulls the sword out of Brienne's dead body and it's a flame.
Yeah.
And Jaime turns out to be Azor Ahai or whatever the fuck.
And there gets to be a real cool sword fight instead of like a surprise attack from a faceless girl. That it just didn't make a lot of sense.
She should have been killing fucking Cersei. Like that's where she should have been.
Yeah, that
was her motivation.
Yeah, she shouldn't have been up there.
So much better.
We can't do this. This is.
We
I'd rather talk about like how my grandmother was like jaundiced as she died of cancer. like
yeah, that is less sad.
Yeah, I'd literally rather talk about how she looked at me and went, "Kyle, I love you." Like that's a true story. That happened, and that affects me less than what we did to Game of Thrones. I love that woman more than anything. And as she died with her liver failing of the cancer that had eaten her body, and she was down to 85 pounds, jaundiced, orange skin, Kyle, I love you. Her final words to me, she died 8 hours later. Still not as bad as what they did to fucking Game of Thrones. I just can't do it. I'm gonna cry.
Come closer. Don't order weed in the mail.
What are you talking about, Grandma? I'm sorry, Ninny.
I know exactly what you're talking about. My grandpa died of pancreatic cancer, and I remember going in there to see him, and it's like Simpsons character face complexion, like so that.
Yellow. She was orange like a carrot.
I was only like 13, so it was like I didn't know all the issues with cancer, but it was like, holy shit, yeah, this guy's giving off vibes that he's dying.
That's not a good look, Grandpa.
Yeah. No, it certainly wasn't.
Sometimes newborns get that.
Newborns get it?
It's pretty common, yeah. Be born jaundice.
Yikes.
I didn't know that. What causes that?
Liver failure. Oh, I don't know about in the little guys.
Not 100% sure, yeah. But they usually fix pretty quickly. They give them a little UV light and jump right back.
Throw a flashlight on them.
Yeah.
Good.
The little guys. I don't know why I said that.
Little fuckers.
Whatever you call those, like
Yeah.
little people, the annoying ones.
The new ones. They're very new. Typically incontinent.
They all do.
Apparently.
They all do what, Kyle?
Come out rotten.
Oh.
They all come out rotten.
Oh, yes, I found this.
Yeah, we can't do that. We can't talk anymore about Game of Thrones. But I, that green text, the first time I read it, I was literally getting like chills and like being like, oh, yes. Like
Kyle, we're not doctors, but do you think lock and load will have any impact on a man's fertility? Like, does the
so some of the ingredients? By the way, quick update. We're working on labels right now with Derek. We'll probably need to have a little meeting with him, but like that's all moving forward. It's really on the timetable of what it takes to get like the pharmacy and like manufacturing on board, but it's 100% happening. The ball is rolling. It's been rolling for weeks. It just takes a while to like get a supplement trademarked, produced, packaged, shipped, et cetera. But anyway, yes, I think it would probably help fertility to some extent, some small extent, because of some of the ingredients that are for prostate health. I don't see how it could not aid in, even if it's not like adding more sperm or adding healthier sperm, if anything, just the extra volume of liquid.
Right, we're going from a creek to a river.
Yeah,
right.
Giving it more swimming
That's
room.
it. That's it. It's like, comparing a super soaker to a fireman's hose. Which one's going to get you wetter? If your goal's getting wet,
I'm getting a little wet right now.
Woody, if you have to complete however long a standard swimming race is, you want to be swimming in 6 foot deep water,
the standard
or
length,
4-inch deep water. You're going to be you won't make the swim.
You need as much volume as
run
possible.
in the 4-inch and be quicker. I don't know that this works.
Nope, you would only have a flagellum. You can't run.
Only your flagellum.
Have you had your significant others do testimonials about this yet? Because
We have given our own testimonials.
of paying people on Cameo.
Hold on.
I blinded a Korean girl.
I said it's great. I don't know if you could hear
It
me.
had nothing to do with the cum. Though. She just got in the way.
No,
She saw too much.
She had misbehaved. She corrected.
Completely unrelated to the cum supplement. It's just
No, but I'm excited to get that rolling. There's a lot of little things you have to take care of, but it'll take a bit. But yeah,
we're working on the label design right now with Derek. So we're trying to figure that out. But yeah, I think it's going to be fun. And Derek, I think, actually had some thoughts of things he could add because he's really into like biohacking, which is a nerdy way of saying, like
more
amateur pharmacology. So he knows guys who are also in that field, and he talked to a lot of them. And apparently some of them were like, "Oh, we've been working on this for quite some time, Mr. Plates." And I think he has some maybe even some additions to the formula that Taylor and I derived from our Googling.
Yes. Yeah, we've put in the hours and the real world application.
Yes,
and
real world application is important. Yeah, that's why like if anybody is ever like, is this healthy? And it's like, dude, I've been taking this every day for months at this point.
I'm pretty sure that's how FDA testing works. They just get one guy to try it.
We're doing human trials.
Yeah, it's like I just ate a double meat burrito with queso. I don't care if it's.
I don't care. What kind of meat did you get? A little barbacoa?
Steak and chicken.
Steak and chicken. Oh, you went all out. That's the best they have. Have you ever done the thing where they wrap the burrito in a quesadilla?
I've never done that, but I did do the thing where, like, when you're talking to yourself in line and you're like, I'm going to get a bowl. I'll get a bowl. And then, like, I get up there and the words just start coming out. Do you want a queso? Yes. Like, it's like I'm not even, you black out and you have a delicious burrito at the end of the line.
It's like, first of all, I don't eat there anymore. I haven't in a long time.
Where is this we're talking about?
Chipotle or Moe's, any of those burrito places that give you the big fucking honking burrito. I always have diarrhea if I eat those, and not the kind that's over quickly. Like I have like all day diarrhea where I have like liquid shits for all day. Like I could. Last time I ate a Chipotle burrito, I remember like sitting on the toilet and being like, "Yeah, this is my fifth shit. This is my fifth shit today." I'm like counting them in my head. Like this is the last one. This is the last time. It's like it's like there's like liquid poop just dripping from my butthole, and I'm just like
up on your burrito because I've never gotten a 5 shit day.
It's just the beans. I get so on my Chipotle burrito. I don't go crazy with it or anything. I get the spicy salsa. I get rice and black beans. Shredded cheese, and I get the like the fajita vegetable, so it's like bell peppers and onions, and that's like it. I don't even get sour cream.
Well, that's weird because that doesn't seem like you should be getting 5 shits out of that.
It's the black beans. I think it's got to be like because it's so many black beans.
Have you ever thought about saying that you wanted queso, and as they start to pour it, go, "Oh no, I didn't mean to ask." Well, it's already there.
What? Yeah, you're not going to charge me for that, are you? I changed my mind before you were done. They just scrape it off. You're like, all right, I'm sorry, I was trying to cheat you, sir.
There's like a game
put it back on
going on back there. Nobody who takes and has you pay for it actually knows what you got. It doesn't seem like, because half the time they don't write it on the foil. And so it's honor system of like, is this double meat? And it's like, no.
They look at it and it's literally bulging and it's torn already on the side. No, that's a little Moe's burrito. That's the skinny Moe. Yeah. Sir, are you lying to me?
The guy who made my burrito, they had to get an extra piece of foil.
They're putting your burrito in a splint.
Dude, it's because the guy hooked me up.
When is this?
Meat. He gave me huge scoops of chicken and steak. When
was this, Taylor?
This was earlier today.
It was today.
So you're eating at restaurants again?
Yeah, it was just a walk-in order and come back. They don't have, or no, they had sit-in, but I'd rather eat at home anyway.
I can't think of a food that travels better than one of those Chipotle burritos.
The foil keeps it so hot.
I think it's, if I had to choose between eating it right after they made it or having a delivery man carry it to my house. Like if I had both of those burritos, like one that was made in my kitchen, same specs, and one that had been driven to me, I would pick the one that was driven.
I agree, and I've never put
melded
this together, but you're right. It sets like concrete.
Yes, all the ingredients sort of meld together. Those bean juices sort of soak into stuff. The cheese melts a little bit. The meat juices soak into the rice.
Do you ever get aggravated or stressed out watching them wrap your burrito, and you can tell it's a guy who's like new on the wrapping station, and he's like creating little micro tears that are going to make the eating experience worse? I'll look away while they're rolling my burrito, so at least I won't know about these things. And
then like he knows that he's fucked it up, so he just sort of like gets that. He's like, oh, gotta go fast, or I'm just. His hands are covered in burrito blood at this point. There's sour cream everywhere. Yeah, it's upsetting. I love it when you get like a master burrito roller. Like this guy's retired from Havana, Cuba, where he was doing nothing but rolling fat Cubans out on his thighs for like 30 fucking years. And now he's working the front line at Chipotle, or just rolling you up the tightest, most perfect joint of a burrito you've ever seen. Yeah.
Yeah. But he's going to roll them too tight, and sometimes that'll explode them. They roll the crepes too tight.
What's that from?
It's from Seinfeld.
Yeah, it's from Seinfeld. It was burning the people because they were like popping on them, right?
He was popping on him. That's Kramer's little business venture when he's like, they're just as good as Cubans. They're Hondurans, Jerry. Honduran. I was cracking up just last night watching this old O&A clip of when Ant used to do, because Jim and Opie didn't really watch the Seinfeld, and so like if something would come up, he would go on and he'd be like, yeah, and I was going to this Chinese food place, right, and I'm with my friends, and the guy's sitting there, so he keeps saying 5 minutes, and he'll go, and everybody's like, they're sitting there listening, like, that's ridiculous, and then you gave him the 20 and he still wouldn't seat you, and then, like,
he just took it. I don't even know if he knew what it was for.
Yeah. He didn't even,
and he called me Cartwright or something. But he would just do that until like it dawned on them that maybe he was telling them the premise of literally a fucking Seinfeld episode. It was great.
Oh yeah, when really he'd be funny. Like the one where he told about the doves, where he's like, well, you know what happened to Miss Rhode Island? She was gonna do the dove show, the doves get killed, she has to sing, it's not very good. And Jim's like, what? They killed her doves? And it's like, yeah, these people thought it was birds, poured their ice bucket, drowned the doves. It's terrible. It's
yeah.
Like, pieces of shit killing their doves. I love that. It's so funny.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I don't really have anything else to watch. Like what is there that's about to debut? Like is there anything like right on the horizon that's coming?
Nothing I've seen that
like
fancy.
Like, don't get me wrong, I really am loving The Mandalorian, but that's 40 minutes a week, right?
For what, 8 weeks?
8 weeks, I think. Yeah.
Not a lot of content for $80.
Do we have any sense yet of how bad COVID's going to fuck up the next round of releases? How did that turn out? How did the industry deal with that? Do we know?
It does seem a problem. What were you going to say?
So some stuff is better than others. It really depends. Like, I think The Mandalorian and places and stuff like that HBO produces, like, they film that stuff all over. Like, they go to West Africa and places like that. So it seems like they're able to get shit done. But some other stuff, it's just ruined. And what it's really ruined is the releases of some of the biggest movies that were supposed to come out like this fall, like James Bond. Because they got so many hands in that cookie jar, the James Bond cookie jar, that it was written by that broccoli guy who's dead now, but his daughter owns the estate. So if you're going to make a James Bond movie, you got to pay the broccoli lady because she owns the rights to James Bond. She owns James Bond. Well, she gets like a huge chunk. And then Daniel Craig gets a big chunk now too. And like the distributors and everything. And they're like, wait a goddamn minute. We just spent $302 million making this movie. We have to have like a global opening, and we don't just have to do okay. We have to kill it in China. We have to kill it in Russia. We have to just do bonkers in America. I hope the UK still loves James Bond, because if they don't show up in record numbers, like, they need to make $1 billion here to be happy. And so they're just putting it they're keeping it in the can. You know, they're talking about next year sometime, maybe summer.
Yeah. It's been one of the downsides. You know what? Like, look, I'm all for safety and such, and I don't want to downplay the plague, but I also don't want to slow down my television consumption. Get to work.
Yeah, priorities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to watch Netflix here.
Yeah. There's nothing good on fucking Netflix. Netflix just raised their fucking prices on me. Can you believe that?
I didn't even notice. Did they?
I didn't notice either. I read an article about it. Like that shit gets auto debited out.
Right.
But they raised the prices, and I feel like they lowered the content.
They've
Like
been making their own content now, which I guess in the long term might be good because you don't lose as much. But I'm watching a silly Netflix show. The premise is there's this woman who does a comedy podcast that's kind of off color. And she's like a mom with these kids. And she'll show up to PTA meetings and forget that these guys in the civilized world don't like her dick jokes or gay jokes or whatever. And it's like, this shit's hitting kind of close to home.
right.
Over here. And I'm getting a kick out of it. I don't think you guys would love it. It's a little bit parent-oriented, family. No,
I hear you.
it's too naughty to be family, but it's fun.
Yeah, they just canceled my favorite show, Mindhunters. Remember that show where you had the FBI profiler going around interviewing serial killers?
I know that you liked it more than me.
Filthy,
I'm not even picking up your words. Can you say that again?
Yeah, like what I was wondering about that. I feel like I've been talking and like kind of getting run over, just not here.
Sorry. Yeah, it's a Discord thing, maybe. I apologize.
It happens to Taylor sometimes too. I don't know what the freak is happening, but we don't like it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, should I try like relogging into Discord or something? See if it fixes it.
That won't fix
Totally
it. It's a
won't.
Discord setting thing.
Which setting? You can fuck with that too. Do that real quick.
Go into your settings and then voice and video.
Yep.
And the part that says automatically determine input sensitivity, you want that off, and then you want to slide the bar all the way to the left.
Yep.
And
changed anything?
And that should do it. Oh, and also like I have attenuation, which is a good bit further down. That bar is slid all the way to the left as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I see now you're continuously broadcasting, which is usually an indication that you're going to be okay.
Okay. Well, we'll try that because I was gonna say, have you actually seen I thought it was pretty decent. Was Queen's Gambit? Did you watch that at all?
Yes, I watched.
Yeah, it was all right.
I watched Queen's Gambit, and I got inspired. I was like, oh, I'm going to start playing chess. I bought a chess set. I'm going to teach Colin how to play chess. And then I went and I played chess online. Everybody's better than me. I must have played like, we'll call it 7 games. I had one win. And that guy accidentally misclicked and I took his queen.
Hey, W's W.
That's Queen's Gambit. That's the TV show about
I think
the
the movie.
female chess prodigy, right?
Yes. Yeah.
No, I don't like fantasy.
It's a fun
I don't think
show.
I like chess enough, but I'll give it a try.
It's a coming of age show of the girl starts off as a little girl. She's in an orphanage and she gets adopted by a less than perfect mom, and she grows up and discovers the world. It's pretty cool.
She looks cute in the cover.
I think always looking for shows and films that we could watch together because she consumes so much more TV than I do, and I can't sit through most of it. It's just too boring. So like,
What does she
that was
like?
one of the ones she picked out that we could watch. So what was that?
What does she like? Like, what are her big shows?
She likes everything. I think she's probably seen every single fucking show on Netflix, as far as I can tell. Every
Jesus.
show, movie on Netflix, Hulu, and HBO Go.
There's
That's
an
her-
enormous amount of trash on Netflix. She's sitting through all of it.
So much fucking trash.
Yeah.
My wife watches the same shows again and again, so she doesn't have to pay attention. She's always in and out of the room that the TV's on. She's like, I don't know, just ADD cleaning 2 different rooms at the same time or something, and that's why she likes to watch things she's already seen.
Yeah. I get that. And they're just some comfort shows. Like
She watches Star Trek a lot, though, doesn't she?
Yes, yeah. She went through a huge Star Trek kick that she might be
We'd
on
be
the
Star
other
Trek
side of.
buddies.
Yeah, probably.
I
She
can
would like the
rewatch it
same
over and
ones.
over.
Yeah, and I think she'd rank them just like you do.
Yeah, I can watch them over and over. Like I like Star Trek so much. I'm such a fucking nerd with that shit that I watch. One of my favorite YouTube channels is Red Letter Media. If anybody out there doesn't already know about Red Letter Media and you're like really into movies and television shows, like go check them out. They do a lot of really fun stuff. It's like these three or four guys in Milwaukee who like just review movies. Like sometimes they do this thing called Best of the Worst, where they watch 3 absolutely horrendous movies, and then they review them in kind of a funny, jokey kind of way while getting just wasted. And when I say bad movies, I don't mean like, oh yeah, that new Nicolas Cage movie is pretty shitty, right? I mean like the advertising brochure for a nudist colony in video cassette format.
Oh, perfect.
Or like a CPR guide, or like a breast exam, like technique video, like the worst shit you've ever seen. But they also do hey, let's rank our top 10 Star Trek: The Next Generation episodes. So I'm
more interested in them reviewing
that.
mammogram videos and critiquing it.
They have a good time with that.
Look
They
at
have
this
a really good time.
lady's awful tits.
Jackie's always watching Red Letter Media. As soon as you said that, I was like, is that who's on? I swear she's having like an emotional affair with these guys. They're on my television nonstop. She's laughing with them.
They're great.
Hey, Jackie, I do an internet show.
Like, I would love to go on their show sometime. I would love, like whenever I'm allowed to travel, I would go to Milwaukee just to like join them for an episode. They have people come on occasionally. Really, the only person I've noticed that they had come on and join them was Macauly Culkin, which is just bizarre because Macauly Culkin just joins them and he does all these like tongue-in-cheek jokes about himself, and like they just sit there and get drunk and watch movies together. It's fun.
You might be a bigger star than Macauly Culkin.
I don't know about that.
Who has more views? Who has more views, Home Alone or the FPSRussia library?
Absolutely,
it made $250 million. Would
it's absolutely Home Alone. Do you know what the rewatch would look like? Every single Christmas season on Home Alones across the country. Like if you had like, what's probably the most watched movie of the year on TV? Net, probably A Christmas Story, right? Like,
Maybe.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
With the viewership on there, like
which Macauly Culkin was not in.
He was not in that, and so we can't put him up against A Christmas Story. I'm not putting him in that league. I'm just saying,
okay.
He's definitely.
In any case, I would love to go on their show sometime in the future because I'm a huge fan. They are hilarious. That's great that Jackie watches too. They do a really good job. It's funny shit.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of YouTube on television. I don't really watch any YouTube on television. I watch it on a laptop or a desktop.
I watch tons.
So does she.
It might be my most used app is YouTube on my television in there.
What do you think to navigate with it? I just bought a new TV recently for my wife, essentially, and that was one of the things that I was like, I'll watch Twitch on it. It'll be great. And it's just the navigation is so shit on a TV.
No. Oh, it's great for me. Like Amazon Fire.
Okay.
How do you navigate it? Like, how would you enter a search? I'm sorry, Filthy. I didn't hear your words. Can you say it again?
I was asking him what he uses as an input device.
So you've got one.
Not clear. Like I'm really loud on my part. I'm like
you're literally not. You're like on mute if 2 people talk at the same time, and also your mic is terrible because it has like a clicking sound all the time. Thought you should know.
I'm not getting that on my end.
Oh, it's kind of subtle.
I'm getting the muting.
You look. Someone's got to tell him. Don't your Twitch streams complain about your audio quality?
Yeah, turn the clicks off, Filthy. Oh, you got your clicks turned to maximum, I see.
Are your clicks to the right or left bar? It looks like clicks all the way to the left.
Look, so your clicker's right here. You see this one? You want to really crank that down.
Jam on that all the time?
I think it's a design flaw to have it.
Look, some people like the clicks.
You also want to turn off your siren notification. Your celebration poppers.
So I use the Amazon
COVID.
I use the Amazon Fire, and it's got like voice control. So you press the button on top and just tell the television what you want to watch, and it does it accurately.
Pretty good.
Even if you're on the home page and you're like Red Letter Media, it like intuitively knows that that's a YouTube thing, so it opens the YouTube app and like goes to it. Whereas if I was just like Hellraiser, it'll be like, let me show you some results I have, and it's like, all right, you can rent the Hellraiser movies here, you can watch some Hellraiser content on YouTube, or we have Hellraiser for free if you over on Amazon Prime, like Hellraiser 2 is on there for free. It like gives you this big list of things to choose from.
Do they ever give you options for those services where it's like rent it on Vudu, and it's like you're not getting my credit card information?
Vudu,
fly by night nonsense streaming company. What proprietary shows does Vudu have?
I want to know, how do you enter stuff that wouldn't be so easy? Like if you said PKA 517, right? What is 517? Is it the letters? Is it the number? Is it 517, 517? PKA?
It would do the numbers. It would immediately bring up PKA 517.
Oh, well, that'd be tough since it's next week, but okay.
Well, yeah, it also goes into the future. It's a hell of a device. The Amazon Fire. Jeff Bezos
It does
knows
that well,
his shit.
huh? Okay. We use a Roku.
I've used that.
It used to be the champion of having like the most services, you know. Do you have Plex, Amazon, Netflix, HBO? Like it had everything in one device. I don't know how the Fire compares in that regard.
Yeah, I had an ex-girlfriend who had the Apple TV, and the coolest thing about that was the remote. It was so sleek. It was like if you took I want to show my credit card without showing my fucking credit card numbers. It was like if you took a credit card and like split it in half like this way, and it was like that. It was like all right, here's your remote, and you were like, oh, that's so cool. It's like a potato chip. Yeah. Oh, it works too. And we would constantly lose it. We would just be like, where? We called it the little remote because the big ones for the volume and such. It was like, has anyone seen the little remote? Did the dog eat it? Did the Pomeranian literally eat the fucking little remote? Like it was so fucking tiny.
Dude, I saw a video of it was on Reddit. You probably saw it too because I know you go also there. But the lady can't find her earpods. What are the Apple earpods called?
Earpods.
She can't find them. She's like, I don't know where they went, etc. She plays music and she goes over to this little like white Taylor style dog, and the belly of the dog is like playing Thunderstruck or something.
I did not see that.
He's just sitting there looking at the camera.
That's really funny. Oh, damn it! I wish it wasn't Thunderstruck. We could watch it.
Thunderstruck. The dog's just like
looking guiltily. Oh no!
Have you seen my earpods? And the dog
looks real guilty.
Yeah, it's great.
He probably doesn't know that's coming from me.
I watched one guilty dog video the other day, and now it's all my YouTube feed is. It's just guilty
was it a
dog
husky
video.
that ate was it?
And he's got the crazy eyes, like the crazy like blue eyes.
Yes. Oh,
is there
his eyes are like
guilty dogs? Yeah, of course there is.
Huskies are so expressive, right? That they almost talk in human words sometimes, and the way that they relate to people, it's super cool.
They vocalize in this. It's a lot of dogs are just like yap 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 yap, and huskies are like oh yeah. You're like, what did you fucking say to me? Oh, where are the play time?
Have you gone to r/GuiltyDogs?
No,
I'm at top all time of looking at guilty dogs. What a wonderful forum.
It's great. We don't deserve dogs. I've seen that written before. It's a bit cliche, but we really don't. They're too fucking good for us.
So
I watched a video right
amazing.
before the show where like this guy's like 40 years old and he's got like a dock in his backyard and a little pond, and he swings out on a rope swing and splashes down in his little pond. He's having fun, and his dog freaks the fuck out, like crying, like he thinks his owner is drowning, and he's like oh, and he's like swimming out to his owner to save him, crying the whole way. And the guy's just like, it's all right, buddy, I'm okay. He's like, oh good. He's so happy when he gets out there and realizes his daddy's not fucking drowning. It's great. Dogs are the best.
This is thankfully my dogs aren't big enough to make this kind of mess, but it's so fucking cute. This is a good one.
Which one?
The one I just linked.
How far is it from the top? I'm on there.
Oh, look at that pupper.
It's number 12 top all time. Look at that little fella.
The top comment, purely circumstantial, or he was playing.
You have no evidence that I did this.
Poor
I love dogs.
Oh.
Oh man, this is great. Yeah, I'm gonna subscribe to this one.
Yeah, I think I'm onto this one too. Where the new Reddit sucks so much.
That's what my
I
wife
always use the old one.
or election night, where she was on Reddit, and or part of that was on Reddit, and she would alternate between the news threads and then AWW.
No,
The palette of like the bullshit that's coming out.
look at kitties and things.
Yeah, cute animals. Yeah.
For people watching the show, this is the dog that refused to look at the camera, the husky that got Kyle doing husky impressions.
Fucking great. Yeah, whenever I see one of those huskies like that, I want one. Like I'm just like, that's, or maybe it's Malamutes or something like that. I think maybe
huskies,
that's just
huskies vocalize like that. My friend has one. You should get one once you're out in Colorado.
That's what I was thinking. Literally, like because I hate it when people have those cold weather dogs in the South, and it's like, the fuck are you doing with a husky in Florida, dude? Like they're not for this.
Or they have to have their hair cut so short that it's like, now you just look weird. You don't look like what a husky should look like.
What do you guys think then of like the COVID stuff with all the animal shelters, like having all the animals going home? You think that's a good thing, or do you think that's like the most selfish fucking thing you've ever heard in your life?
To get rid of the, wait,
I don't understand.
Like,
animals going home sounds great.
So part of the thing that happened to these with COVID is that people want companions, so that the companionship, so they go and get animals out of these homes, and there's this, part of, I think this was, I don't know how like widespread this is. I see this on Reddit, so God alone knows what amount of reporting this is, but I see these various ones pop up of like, oh, this is the first time in 10 years that we've had no animals at the shelter kind of deal. And one part of me like, that's great they're getting home. Another part of me is how fucking selfish do you have to be that like you're like, I'm so bored right now, I'm going to pick up an animal, had no interest before that. And what do you think the likelihood is that they kind of abide by that commitment? What happens the minute COVID goes away with all these animals? They're going to get returned? Like it's just,
no, probably not.
Depressing statement.
Probably most of them will get kept. I mean, when you get a dog, you tend to form a bond with it. You don't want to have a dog for like 8 months and then be like cashing out.
Rivers with arrows in their head, some people don't form a bond.
Who's doing that?
Arrows.
Wait, what? Rivers with arrows in there? I didn't follow.
People are not executing dogs with bow and arrows by what world do you live in?
He's in the Game of Thrones universe.
Even that's a better ending of Game of Thrones right there. Just
welcome to the filthy shelter. Do you have a bow and arrow? You failed the application. Yeah. I know what you're thinking about doing.
You just take a couple of shots with the bow. If you hit the bullseye, you can have the dog.
Well, it should be if they miss the bullseye, they can have the dog, right? So then the dogs will be safe. Yeah, I think people are going to keep the dogs. And a lot of people are going to be spending more time at home.
Some will, and some will abandon them on the highway.
And by the way, what happens to the dogs in the shelter? People don't get them.
Yeah, they eat them.
No, they gas them or something.
I thought they fed them to the other dogs.
Yeah, I mean, they
circle of life.
Worst case scenario, these dogs get another year or two that they wouldn't have had.
Yeah, and they're not living in a prison anymore. That's pretty nice, I bet. There's no way they're fans of that.
Better out of prison.
Spend all day looking only into the eyes of another sad dog. It's so depressing in those.
Yeah, I don't understand your point of view, how like it's selfish to adopt a dog.
Because they weren't going to before. They had no real interest in it before. But what they've done is they've felt some emotional, like, oh, I can't see my friends and I'm feeling a little bit down. Oh no, I'll get a dog. Without any of the thought process of, well, what is it going to take care of it? Did I really want one? Is this really a good decision for me? It just seems so reactive to an emotional state, and I can't imagine it turning out well. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just entirely wrong. But I saw that and read that and I was like, this is so fucking depressing.
I don't know. It's less depressing than them dying in a shelter because no one wants them. I'm willing to bet that statistically none of these dogs are killed with bow and arrows. Rounding up, it's going to be zero. It's going to be none. If you're going to kill a dog, you're not going to take it to the woods and shoot it with a bow and arrow. You just probably hit it with a shovel or something, right?
Buried alive. They're trusting. Jesus. You can do anything you want.
Do anything. God, you're right. They are too good for it. I was just thinking about that. I could dig a hole in my backyard and put Fozzie in there and start shoveling the dirt on him, and he would be looking up at me, wagging like, pretty soon that there's going to be a tennis ball involved. I bet.
He would help you dig the hole.
Oh man, we have so much fun, don't we? Like,
I think if you're going to kill
we're playing
your dog,
hide and seek now, huh?
Yeah.
I thought,
love you.
How would I kill a dog? Right? You guys talk about the shovel, the burying allowed, the rotor. Rotor's got to be the way.
So you have to give it some respect in death. It's not appropriate.
Don't murder a dog.
He's trusting
here. Come on now.
Abuse that trust.
I don't like that.
The nicest way.
Too far.
You know what? Here's how you kill a dog. You give it all of the chocolate and grapes that it wants. Like, because it'll poison itself with all the delicious food and then it'll die. So it'll get a really nice meal out of it.
So I know grapes are toxic to dogs. Are raisins? Because, I'm aware that.
I think so. Right? It's the same thing.
So chocolate covered raisins are like cyanide coated bullets for a dog.
I remember you said chocolate covered raisins, and it had like one of those memories, like almost like one of those scent memories in my head. I remember I was maybe 6 years old watching the old live action Davy Crockett on like some summer day, and I had a giant, like one of those Utz pretzels bins, but full of chocolate covered raisins. And I remember eating them by the handful, not even liking them that much, but it was the only snack we had in the house. And I was just shoveling it down the entire time. And I just remember sitting there watching, it was during the wrestling scene where he's about to fight and he's like, no holds barred. And they're about to fight right up front of the barn. And I just go, I threw up so many raisins and chocolate and just a thick paste all over this bed.
When was this?
I was like 6.
I was really hoping this was last week.
This was right before my burrito. I had to make room. But I still, it must be the scent and the feel of that vomit, because immediately, and I don't think I've had a chocolate covered raisin since. Oh man, I
like them a lot. They're actually like one of my favorite things.
I don't have them much, sometimes at movies, but I love them. Kyle, I looked up the raisin thing. Grapes and raisins are both poisonous to dogs. Oddly, they don't know which substance in them is toxic, which surprised me. And then here's the bit that I thought was neat. Well, new to me. Macadamia nuts can cause weakness, depression, vomiting, tremors, and hypothermia in dogs.
What? That is bizarre.
Weakness, depression, vomiting, tremors, and hypothermia. Okay. No macadamia nuts.
No macadamia nuts, yeah. Unless you want to
no garlic.
freeze your dog to death.
Right. Yeah, I like huskies a lot, but I've thought to myself that a husky in North Carolina might be a form of animal abuse.
Exactly. Right. Yeah, I agree. Like I like little dogs a lot though. I don't know. I've thought about getting a dog, but I really just don't want the responsibility. And, I kind of side with some of what Filthy was saying. It would be selfish for me to get a dog. Like maybe like one of those lazy fucking dogs that never wants to go out. They're just like, can't I just shit in a box? I'm little. Like those
takes a series of naps throughout the day. And it's like they they lay on the bed, sleeping with us. Then, morning, come out, start my day. They come out, sleep on the couch. And it's like, for the longest time, they would badger us late at night, like, come on, it's time to go back to the awesome place, bed. Like, let's go to bed. I've had a busy day of 3 naps. And so, but it's almost like they had an epiphany like 3 days ago, where one of them just like popped up on the couch in the middle of the day and then just ran into the bedroom and must have been like, hey, other one, we can actually lay in here during the day. And so they started just administering naps in bed throughout the day. They are the laziest fucking dogs. That's the kind of dog you need. One of these.
Yeah. Because I love that. I love napping with dogs and just like getting little fella and like cuddling up with them. Yeah, it's great.
And they're so small. Like he can get exhausted from a game of fetch when I throw the tennis ball down my hallway. Like he'll get so pooped from that.
Because we had dachshunds and those would not get those would go all day. Just super hyper. Like we had one of those machines that would throw the ball for it, and she'd just fucking hit that button all fucking day and go. Like just endless energy. Or she'd go outside and hunt lizards. Like she must have killed 1,000 lizards. It was like a lizard genocide.
Great Danes are the opposite. They're just lazy all day. We watch that baby now, and Ender in particular, like, I don't know, just keeps an eye on her constantly. So when she goes home, he is exhausted. He's had a rough day of looking at a kid. And
they're protective. Yeah, he knows it's a baby.
Maybe. Yeah. I wish
I had a girlfriend with Jack Russell Terriers, and it used to drive me fucking nuts. We'd bring them up to the Arboretum and like you'd walk them, and then they would sleep in the car ride back. And I remember like riding back in the car, getting angry at them sleeping because I knew that as soon as we got back, they'd want to run and play again. I'd be like, "You fuckers, we just brought you somewhere, and now it's like you're sleeping now as we can't be resting." Just to drive me nuts.
Not a very good conception of time for the dogs. But the thing, my dog is mixed. So I got half poodle. I've said that before, because if you don't want to deal with shedding or allergies for anyone, you have to mix a poodle in there. And then the other is mixed with, it's called a King or Cavalier King Charles. It's like known for like being, it's a smaller, like really fluffy, bigger eared dog. And it's just known for being chill as fuck. Like I remember looking at like the descriptions of the kinds of dogs, and it was like, this is a great dog. If you want a dog who's very exercise averse, he'll run around, but he'll get pooped quick. And then
they're great for coma patients.
All they want to do is snuggle.
Or it's like a wheel, and it's like this one is for relaxation, and this one is for like imagination. Do they have it for the dogs as well?
Yeah, it's like a stat wheel, and so it'll be like German Shepherd, like needs an insane amount of exercise, so much attention and activity. It's going to be go, 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 go. And this one, it was like its favorite thing to do is to sleep, curled up next to your thigh.
It's actually it's called the goldfish dog. You really just put it in a tank and leave it alone. It sleeps all day, and their memory's like 3 minutes. They don't remember if you walked them or not.
Saw a cartoon, and it was like 12 dog owners at the dog park, all of them with an identical thought bubble saying, "I'm so lucky that I got the best dog." And that's how I feel right now. Like every one of us is like, yeah, Art, the kind of dog I got is clearly the best one. So dogs are great.
Yeah, there are very few shitty dogs. I mean, they exist.
Yeah, but usually they were fucked with or something too.
It's funny. My neighbors always seem to have them.
Maybe they're. Yeah. What kind of dog are they?
Not for long.
No, not specifically. Just there's always fucking yapping dogs wherever I've lived.
Oh.
Drives you nuts.
Yes.
Go get yourself some chocolate-covered raisins and solve that little issue.
Chocolate-covered.
I dated a girl, actually the same girl.
Raisin nuts.
Who had their childhood dog killed by someone putting antifreeze out. And then
Probably a shitty dog.
Quite
I've
possible.
heard of that.
Oh, but that's awful. Putting antifreeze out to murder a dog.
Who would do that sort of thing?
Like an actual serial killer. Like that's the kind of person who would do that.
She was in high school when that happened.
Yeah, I've never done anything like that.
I fucking hope not. Just randomly putting bowls around.
Never told that story on this show.
Did you?
And I don't remember that story on the show.
I don't remember you saying that.
Good.
Maybe
Was it a shitty dog?
It was a lot of shitty dogs.
There's a whole pound of them.
Was it a revenge killing? Is that what this?
Yeah, it was revenge killing. Yeah.
It's a revenge killing. It wasn't Dak, was it?
They killed one of ours, so
They killed one of ours, so it was like one of those monkey tribal battles you'll see.
exactly.
in, like,
Yeah, there was some gangs in New York shit.
Their dogs had to pay, Taylor.
They had to pay.
When you're wrong, I suppose.
That's right.
I didn't know that they fired the first shot.
They did fire the first shot.
Did you kill the dog that was the guilty?
You couldn't be sure which one did it, so
You have to kill
you
them
just
all.
had to get them all.
So wait, the other dogs were the killers. You weren't after the dog owners. You were after the dogs.
No, the dogs had killed our dog. They had crushed him. Little Hank, the Jack Russell Terrier.
And it's also incredibly difficult to trick an adult into drinking a cup of antifreeze.
No,
It's really hard because it's sweet, but it's just sickly green, and
So,
it just
no, it's like a new kind of live wire. Try.
had it been battery acid, people lick that shit up. But
Bud Light's
antifreeze, we know
metallic.
better.
Bud Light Blue Raspberry. Go down like water.
That makes me sick to my stomach just thinking about it.
Blue raspberry.
Blue raspberry.
That's never been a flavor I've liked in candies and anything. Not a fan of blue raspberry.
Woody and I looked this up. Maybe Woody was the one who knew it, but the raspberry flavoring comes from like beaver anuses or something like that.
That's
like
true.
a gland in the beaver's anus is what they use to get like a raspberry flavoring. And I just remember us sitting in a Cracker Barrel Old Country store in Chicago, and he's explaining this to us, and I'm just like, that can't be true, Woody. Wouldn't it just be easier to get that flavoring from, raspberries? Like, how hard is it to get raspberry flavoring out of raspberries?
This is Glenn. He's our chemistry guy. He's going to save us a lot of money.
I just imagine the first guy over at the raspberry flavoring company being like, actually, guys, I just found a new way to get raspberry flavoring. What's that on your mouth? I've been doing some testing back at home.
God, your breath is terrible.
You guys aren't into beaver congloninus? Fuck, I can't say the word. Analingus, okay, yeah.
Yeah. What, you never ate a beaver's asshole before?
What do? Do you like core out the asshole like a pineapple?
Exactly like that, yes.
Then you
Kyle, the same thing happened to me. That's how I learned. I ordered a raspberry iced tea or something, and someone was like, that comes from beaver anus. And I'm like, that can't be. But it was recent enough that iPhones were a thing, and you look it up, and like, sure enough, that's where it comes from.
That's how you learn a lot of things. Someone saying something that you think is so retarded, and then you like try to prove them wrong, and you're like, well, I'll be. George Washington Carver didn't do peanut butter. He came up with a bunch of other peanut things, and he didn't hit the big...
Wait, that's true?
Yeah. That was one recently that, well, he looked it up for me and like showed me a thing that it's like, yeah, he invented a fuck ton of things to do with peanuts, but apparently peanut butter wasn't one of them. But like it was like fuels and all sorts of things for peanuts, but like
a white guy invented peanut butter.
In 1884.
That's like a Berenstain Bear kind of thing. Like I had in my head, like if you would have asked me, hey, for $1 million, who invented peanut butter? I would have been like, it's in the bag. I know it, and would have been wrong. So
like one of the most popular Google searches is what black man invented peanut butter? I would love to see all the people the reactions, right? Like, yeah, Daddy, what things have our people done? Well, son, we invented peanut butter. Oh, cool. What's that guy's name? Oh, I can't remember. Why don't you just Google it? The black man who invented peanut butter. And they're just like, my life is a lie. I'm just going to turn to crime.
What? His name was Willard Whiteman? Like,
if you look at the picture,
I've come up with a new type of sandwich spread.
Dude, look at a picture of Marcellus Gilmore Edson. He's the whitest white man of all time.
Is that the guy who invented peanut butter?
He looked like he owned a lot of slaves.
Marcellus.
Really?
Well, how long ago was?
I get a Harry Potter vibe about him. Like he could be a wizard.
He's a professor of fucking slavery or something.
Oh, Jesus. He's a Canadian, and he patented the peanut paste.
Oh,
so I know Taylor and I have seen the previews for this movie. I don't know if maybe you or Filthy have. Mel Gibson has a Christmas movie coming out with Walter Goggins. I don't know if you're familiar with that actor. I'm a big fan of his. And it's called, let me get the title exactly right.
It is Fat Man.
That's what I thought it was, but I thought maybe it was like Get the Fat Man. But no, it's just Fat Man. It's about Santa Claus. Mel Gibson plays Santa Claus, but not just any Santa Claus, like a realistic, like what if Santa Claus was fucking real Santa Claus? And there's this part, it's like an action movie or something. He's like, a couple years ago, a couple kids with rifles took a shot at the sled, hit me in the side. And he's like battle scarred, like badass Santa Claus. It's great. And this rich kid who gets coal in their for their gift for being bad hires Walter Goggins, who's an assassin, to kill Santa Claus. And it looks, and they're not like playing it for laughs. They are kind of, but like it's not silly. Mel Gibson is like doing his standard action hero guy like acting job as Santa Claus.
I'll definitely see this. I think
I
it looks
like
good.
this. Will it be out this year?
It looks like 2020, right? Or I guess now we don't really know. Oh yeah, it says November 13th, 2020, but who knows if that's updated.
That's not long. That's a couple days from now. Yeah.
Nice. I wonder if it's going to be released on a streaming service right away. I guess it has to, right? What else would you do? People aren't.
Mel Gibson is a gun-toting Santa Claus in Fat Man, and it's like, all right, I can get on
yeah, and I'm glad it's only 8 days away. Now I got something to watch.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, I bet it'll be on digital.
Ooh, looks like he also refused to get fat for it.
Yeah,
it's like no, like
Mike Tyson's fighting soon. Do you know the date of that fight, the Mike Tyson fight?
It's the end of the month, I believe.
Yeah, this month, I think.
Yes. I got to be honest, I don't care.
Really? I'll be watching. I want to see it.
The thing is, like, he's not, I wish he were fighting someone I cared about. Like I'm just not a boxing fan.
Okay.
So maybe boxing fans are like, oh yeah, Roy Jones Jr. Oh, well, he hasn't been retired very long at all. He's going to take Mike out. And their buddies are like, I don't know, man, that's Iron Mike Tyson. And they've got a cool discussion there. For me, if he were fighting Stipe, I'd be like, oh.
Okay. I'd like to see that too. Oh, I like that idea. Yeah. But Roy Jones Jr. is still interesting to me. He's got the song, he's got the record. Like I like that guy. And then you know who else is fighting on the same card? Jake Paul, Logan Paul's brother.
That's great.
He's a professional boxer now. I think he's actually like the co-main. Like he's the second to last fight, if I recall.
Get paid, Jake.
Yeah. I think a lot of people look at them and say like, well, I've seen Mike Tyson fight and he's no Mike Tyson. But I look at them and say, I've seen me fight and my goodness, he's really good. Like compared to a regular person, he's a professional fighter now.
Everybody likes to hate these people when they can't imagine. It's like, put yourself in these people's shoes. Like what they're doing is what's making them the most amount of money. Don't we all want to make the most amount of money? It seems to me they're not defrauding anybody. They're just kind of being obnoxious sometimes. But like the other thing, like they're good looking, rich white guys. Like they're going to do good looking, rich white guy shit. And no, he like subverts your expectations and he decides to be a professional boxer for some reason and get punched in the face. It's like, that's pretty cool. Like get on board with it.
Both of them. So, Logan Paul's the one that fought KSI.
Yeah.
Jake Paul's been training too. Was he also on those cards? I'm not 100% sure. Jake Paul is kind of the second most famous Paul brother, I think. And he's going to be on the Tyson card. It's like, go do you, man. Like I want to watch. So
I don't want to watch, but I wish him the best, know. I hope Mike Tyson wins, but I'm not paying. I'm just not. Like that doesn't get my money.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm paying. Don't go wild, Kyle. Like, come on. What do you think? I just throw money away?
And I'm not even saying I'm gonna like steal it. I'm just saying
you might not.
I'm definitely not paying.
You might just watch. And I don't know what it costs. I'm sorry, I'm talking over you, but sometimes these boxing things are pricey. Like, how much is UFC fight? 65, 69. Like, it's almost always there. Sometimes these boxing pay-per-views come out, and you're like, 120? Really? Like, I'll Google and see if we find out.
Yeah, growing up, like if we were going to watch, like first of all, my dad's not a sports guy at all. Like in no way, shape, form, or fashion does he watch any sort of sport on television. He's not into it, doesn't give a fuck. But like we would watch the Tyson fights because there was a guy who would like host big parties at his house, and that's the only way it really made sense. Is if it's like a whole like shindig where like he would have like prime rib and beers and stuff. And yeah, $130 he spent for the fight. Of course, why not? But like, I just couldn't imagine sitting in your home alone and being like, yeah, 130, let's go. This will be worth it. Like, I can't think of anything less worth it. Like it's rare, but sometimes I feel like UFC events aren't worth the 65.
It's $50. Actually, I stand corrected.
Not bad. Still not getting my 50.
By the way, it's TysonOnThriller.com. It looks like they're doing, that is one thing I hate and love about the boxing. Like, they're like, we make more if we own the production company and it's our own this and it's our own, like these guys are businessmen too, oftentimes, or they partner with one. Whereas in UFC, they're just independent contractors working for UFC.
Yeah.
So, on the California ballot, do you remember there were some cases that went against Uber and Lyft and the companies like that, Postmates, making those people employees? Well, they put a ballot initiative on there that make them contractors. But they have to, it's like an in-between. They're contractors, but they get some health benefits. So I don't know how that works out, but these companies were going to just flat out not be able to serve California, which is a pretty big market.
Yeah.
And so
I saw that. Obviously, it doesn't affect us in any way, but it was just like it seemed like a bad idea. It seemed like you're just pushing massive industry out of your state, like replacing it with what, yellow cabs?
Yeah, I'm a little torn. At first, the gig economy, I was very excited about it, right? There's this concept in economics called friction, right? And there's some reason that you, listener, are not in the perfect job. There's an employer that would like to have you even more than your current one. And there's a job that you would like to have even more than you have your current one. But there's this friction. This is something stopping you from finding your way into that perfect slot. With the internet and with it's become easier to change jobs. It's become easier to find people. There's less friction than there was back in the old days when you read the Sunday classifieds in the newspaper, to find the right job. And these things seem to have even less friction. Like it was moving in this direction where everybody was finding their way into the right slots. But now that it's played out for a couple of years, I feel like it's benefited the employer more. Like they've been able to find really cheap people. And if you don't like the deal, go bite me. You know, I'll find another one who will take your slot and he'll be my new driver. And I guess it's good they have a little protection. I don't know. Let's keep watching and see how it goes. But
yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of times industry is just like, well, fuck you. We're not going to do that. We're not completely upending the way we do business. We're not going to work without profits. We'll just move out of California when stuff like I know Tesla, it's like they're just leaving. They're going to go to Texas or whatever and just build a plant there. It's like, fuck you. You're gonna tax us this way. Speaking of Tesla, Musk says they're altering the truck a bit. He talked about making it an 1.5 inches thinner and maybe 6 inches shorter because the current design is gargantuan. Like it barely fits in parking spaces and garages.
It hasn't grown on me. I still don't like the way it looks.
I think it's 78 inches tall.
Oh, this is the you said truck and my head went to semi. They're making a semi truck, and I didn't think. Okay. Yeah,
I'm talking about the the truck, the passenger vehicle,
pickup truck.
Yeah, I'm almost certainly going to get that thing. I'm almost certainly, yeah. Like if it's like a year waiting list, and I'm like, but I want one now. Like maybe I'll buy a Rivia or something like that, or but Rivia. I want an electric vehicle. I think the Tesla looks so fucking cool. I want to put a wrap on it, like one of those vinyl wraps that goes on the outside, make it green, like the truck, like the Warthog from Halo.
I dig it.
Yeah, you could make this look like a Warthog pretty easy.
Yeah, and
it even has like bad original Xbox graphics.
Exactly, it looks like Master Chief from Halo Combat Evolved.
I don't know if it's changed, but it used to be you could order a Tesla and not necessarily have everything in it that you might want. Like, hey, I don't want the self-driving, whatever. And then you can buy it later. Like if
that's a fact.
Yeah, and I like that business model where you're like, I don't need the cruise control on steroids. It's a lot to swallow right now. And then a year later, maybe you do.
You know what you need? If you're going to get one, Kyle, you need to go for the tri-motor all-wheel drive. This truck will go 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds.
It's like 2.3 seconds, I think. So there's three models. There's the $40,000 base model. I think the trim is all the same. Like the seats, the accoutrement are all the same. You just the self-driving is like 7,000 or 8,000 on top of whatever you do. But the $40,000 version only has one motor in it, and its 0 to 60 time is like
it's like
7 seconds. Yeah, like high sixes. Which is still like comparable.
How fast
am
I going to be towing something? Or like...
Yeah, and it doesn't tow as much. And then the
model tow
6.5, Kyle. By the way, it's on my screen.
People who are going for towing practicality aren't purchasing this.
The big one tows 10,000 pounds. In any case, the second model up has 2 motors and all-wheel drive, and it'll do 0 to 60 in like
4.5.
4.5. But then if you go to the tri-motor, I think it steps up to $70,000 all-wheel drive, and its 0 to 60 time is like
2.9.
2.9.
Sometimes I don't have 4.5 seconds to get to 60, Kyle. Sometimes I need to hustle.
2.9 is so goddamn. Let me see what my car does.
I need to get this lumber home now.
It's definitely faster than my car, 100%.
It's faster than your Camaro. So Kyle,
almost certainly.
For a long time, you had a pickup truck that was more of a work truck, not a work truck necessarily, had more in it than that, but it wasn't like, it was better than a beater, but also nothing you'd be afraid to throw firewood in. And then you also had your Camaro. Do you still carry 2 cars, and will you still carry 2 cars?
Yeah, I've got a 2012 4-door Silverado that's just sitting. It's been sitting.
Is that the one that had like a pinhole leak in the transfer case or something?
Yeah, in the transfer case. Just I've rebuilt the transmission. I think I've lost count of how many times I've like replaced and or rebuilt the transmission or the like transfer housing or something. Like I've spent so now it's just sitting. I'm like, fuck you. You sit there and you wait till I need you, and then we'll see about getting you a new transmission. I don't need it right now.
It doesn't currently work.
What's that?
It doesn't currently work. I thought you would.
I don't know.
That. Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
It's at my dad's house. Like maybe not. It's been very annoying. Yeah. The 0 to 60 on my car is 5 seconds. Oh wait.
And that's when you're towing a boat.
The standard 6.2 V8.
Obviously.
0 to 60 5.1. The extra 100 horsepower and taller gear ratio likely drops this time to 4.5. Yeah. So, yeah, it's much faster than my car, which is pretty fast already. Like I'm always happy when I like stomp on my car and I'm like, trying to go fast. It goes fast enough for me. But yeah, the idea of having this cool fucking looking Tesla truck, because I love how like unique it looks. I even like the wheels. They're ridiculous looking.
The wheels do look cool. That's my favorite part of it.
And look, $50,000 is a good chunk of money. But if you're buying a new car, I mean, shit. I feel like things going to last 10, 15 years, easy. It seems worth it. My Camaro's 40. I paid 40 for it.
You got to add 10 grand to all those if you want the self-driving.
I don't want
autopilot.
I might add autopilot like in the future, but right off the bat, I don't care. I don't want that.
Is that number like? Do you have it on your screen? Is that right?
Yeah, I'm on their website. So it says like single motor rear-wheel drive 39,000, then 49,000, then 69, and then it says addition or add full self-driving, and so that's 10 grand to any of them. So for the tri-motor, for the nice one, that's going to run you about 80 grand with driving.
Yeah. What's nice about that? I don't know if I explained it very well, but to do the self-driving, it has to have cameras and things like that on board. They install that on every car. And then you get to decide whether you activate them on your own. So
yeah, it's software.
Yeah, yeah. So
it's pretty cool.
I just think that's pretty clever. They're like, we'll throw in the cameras and then roll the dice. They paid 10 grand to turn them on next year.
Can you jailbreak your cyber truck?
They're constantly like pinging your car, dude. They're gonna brick your car. You do that.
That's scary. They can just brick your car.
Also, I think you lose the ability to get it serviced at a lot of places. And not every mechanic is experienced with Teslas. Tesla owners seem to think that's a bad idea.
Yeah, I would not do that. I want Elon Musk on my side.
Yeah, especially if he can brick your car,
yeah,
as you said.
Yeah, I like the look of the thing. I like the performance of it. I like that it's fucking electric. I don't remember what the range is on the mid tier, but I think it's 300 miles.
300, yeah.
And that's plenty. I don't remember the last time I'm not even allowed to drive 300 miles.
In a circle, you could.
In a circle, yeah, I can do laps.
I take a couple circles.
This feller's been here twice before.
Yeah,
he's casing the joint.
Yeah, I was meeting a girl the other day who was driving from a good distance away, and so I was like, well, we'll meet halfway, and look at the map, and I'm like, well, not quite half.
We'll meet 35% closer to me.
She's like, well, yeah, why don't you just come to the next this next town that's like 15 more minutes from me. I'm like, I am literally not allowed to go there. Like, she's like, you're banned from, I'm just going to make up a town, Fayetteville? And I'm just like, something like that. Yeah, something like that. I'm banned from Fayetteville. The whole town? Pretty much, yeah.
But
what's going to happen? In my head, I'm just like, they'll throw me in federal prison.
They're not tracking you. Like you don't want to roll the dice.
Like, what if I got stopped? Like if I went outside of like the northern region of Georgia and I got like pulled over for a tail light, because I do have one out right now. Need to get that fixed. Or speeding, or if I just had even if the cop didn't arrest me, if they just ran my plate, then that goes into this database, and my probation officer sees that my plate was ran, because I guess there were some cops who were like curious about me, like when I was first on probation, they were like, in Texas, some cop was just like, wonder what that guy's up to, and like ran my information, and my parole officer calls me, my probation officer, I should say. I don't think there even is a parole thing anymore. And he's like, hey, did you get pulled over in Dallas, Texas last night? And you got to keep in mind that's like him asking me, hey, did you rape a cheerleader last night?
Was he accusatory in his questioning initially?
He was polite, but he was just like, hey, did you get pulled over in Dallas, Texas last night? And I'm just like, absolutely not. I'm not allowed to leave, this 20 county region of Georgia.
What you had to do? Are you like, I'm absolutely not allowed to leave this zip code, and I would never do that under the influence? And did you just like go down?
I essentially said that. I laid out my day. I was like, absolutely not. I think I just done this show. I was like, I recorded my show last night. I could show you that. I got witnesses. You could look at my Hulu account. I watched 18 episodes of How Is It Made. Would you like to know how guitars are made? Because there's more that goes into it than you think so. I'm just like laying out my whole case. I was like, absolutely fucking not. Did I leave the state of... This was before my trial had even finished.
That would have been a great text to get for Woody and I to get like, hey, would you mind confirming that we did do the show last night to my attorney? It's like, what's in it for us?
Jesus Christ.
I don't know, Woody. I think we pre-recorded that one.
Hey, this is probation officer Nimoy. I just want to confirm that Kyle was with you guys doing the show the other night, and that he was, at his normal residence.
I do not recall.
No, I don't remember that. I can either confirm or deny.
You mean he told you we knew each other? That's so bizarre.
Like, is it time for me to lie to a probation officer? Well, technically, no. All right. Well, fuck you.
All right.
You're just screwing me over.
Just maliciously.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Oh, yeah. It seems like you should have an update on the end of your...
Seems that way, but I don't.
Okay.
I bet some questions got bounced back and forth between the lawyer to Kitty to me, back to Kitty, back to the lawyer the other day, but still in progress. I haven't my original attorney no longer works there, so that was a little bit of a time loss where we were trying to contact him and he was no longer there. So we went to my secondary attorney who normally does firearm law, but this seems like something that's within his purview as well, that thinks he can handle. And so, he's working on it now. I haven't gotten an update since 3 or 4 days or something like that. There were a few questions bounced back and forth.
Okay, but even that wasn't the update we all want is either when is this over or when do we know when it'll be over?
Yeah. Most likely, the show will just come on one night and there'll be snow behind me and you'll know.
At Cisco, we call that a date for a date. Now, Woody, when will this be done? I'll be able to tell you that by Friday. I'll give you a date for a date.
I don't have a date for a date yet, but I have a TBD for a TBD, and we'll figure it out as I'll know when they know, I'll know, and you'll know, because it's all I care about.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. Well, that and the load stack.
I care so much less about the load stack.
What? Than having your freedom back?
Yeah. And I care about the load stack a good bit, but very focused on
freedom, size of ejaculate.
Why not both? You'll have both. And a dog. You know what? Don't listen to Filthy. You're not going to murder it when you get bored.
I would murder a slew of dogs if it would just get me one day closer to freedom.
The dog would die in a single ginormous load that takes out 98% of its body fluids in one go.
He would drown.
Dehydration is actually
like one of those water cutting cannons that you see on YouTube where they're cutting cell phones and tennis rackets and all sorts of nonsense. Yeah.
Filthy, how have you been?
Well, you may have noticed I came back in with a COVID mask because I'm in an office because I can't stream from home still 4 months after moving to Iowa. So that's exciting.
So what's the deal with that? You're coming into an office every single day, streaming from there.
Yep. I am renting an office to stream from because I can't get stable enough internet at home. I'm on the second company. I don't know how many the second of 2 companies that service my location. We survived that storm, which had internet was out for 7 weeks at my location. And then currently now I can't get a stable enough connection for streaming. It does everything else fine, but it won't stream to Twitch. And I have not yet managed to get connected to someone who can actually or will actually do something. So this is company number 2. It's about maybe 3 weeks in now with them. And I am at the moment, my wife she's working from home. And at the moment she's spending each day, right? Well, just starting today because it's just happened. Because you know what Wireshark is? Anyway, it's a program used to capture network traffic, and I basically need to catch it in the act as it goes down, because it goes down randomly for 10-minute intervals or 5-minute intervals sometimes, just total shit with Twitch. So I have to be test streaming, having this program ready, then capture it so I can actually send it to their network people to get something done.
Who's network people?
It sucks.
What's what?
The ISP's network people, Twitch's network people. Oh, the ISP.
No, ISPs. In the first company, I did all this, captured that shit, uploaded it, hosted it, told them about it, emailed them, got a hold of everyone, went through all their bullshit, and then they just never opened it. Like it was hosted on my NAS, so I could see who accessed it, and they just never accessed it again, and just blew me off. That storm came through, and then after the storm, 7 weeks later, they just basically started at tier 0 tech support again. It was like, oh, we'll send a tech out. I'm like, there's been 5 techs to my fucking location. We don't need a tech out there. I just need you to actually connect me to someone who knows what the fuck is going on. So it's been a nightmare. Is the answer.
That sucks. So have you thought about moving again, I guess, to a different area?
Yeah. So considering breaking the lease, because I have a 3-bedroom place. I have a 3-bedroom apartment because one of my bedrooms is for streaming, and I'm now paying for a fucking office on top of that. And it's just like, so considering breaking the lease.
When you captured the traffic in Wireshark, what did you learn? Do you have the background to interpret it? We used to do that with Woodycraft all the time. Latency is super important. So we'd get this guy in like London saying he's having a bad experience, and we'd analyze his network traffic. What have you done?
Yeah, so I didn't know enough. I learned that program to do this because essentially I'm like, I don't know what the fuck next step is going to be, and they basically started ghosting me at the company. So like I got to a point where I was talking to some like area coordinator, supervisor kind of guy, and then after a while he just stopped emailing me back. And then they stopped returning my calls from this first company, and then no one ever fucking looked at this. So to the answer to that, you can see it. I can see. So I don't know enough about it, but what I can do is I can isolate the server, the ingress server for Twitch. So I know what that ISP is, right? And basically the Twitch ISPs, and I can look at the traffic between them, and I can show the errors on that. So I have that. So I have like captures of the network when it's a good period of time and everything's fine, and I have captures of the network when it's a bad period of time, and I can see the lost traffic between it. What I can't do is tell you why that's happening. I don't know enough about it to do that. And honestly, I need their network people to have a look at this so they can tell me what the fuck is going on with this.
Who owns the hop that's dropping the packets?
Them, I believe.
Your ISP owns the hop that's dropping the packets?
Yeah.
Huh.
So okay. I don't know. We'll see. Like this is, as I said, this is the only other broadband company that provides here. I can't get fiber at this location. I don't really have any other options at this particular location. And I'm to the point now where, again, my wife today, I almost didn't go to work today because I was just like, I need to sit home and just like test stream and wait for this shit to happen. And she missed it. It happened twice today and she missed them both. But hopefully tomorrow we'll nail it and then I can send this to their technicians. It's been a fucking nightmare. It's unbelievable. I never thought I'm in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I mean, it's not a major city in the U.S., but it's 120,000 people or something.
They have internet, apparently, for some people.
How the fuck can this not be in 2020 in America? How the fuck can I not get a stable enough internet to stream from? Like, how is that the limiting factor on where I live?
Other than the horrible internet problems, how's the actual streaming going? What games are you into now?
I had a big Battle Brothers release, and I think last time I was on the show actually around that time, which was a kind of a big one. Played that for a couple months. So I'm kind of I'm doing the variety thing again right now. I'm always a variety streamer, so right now I'm kind of flicking through games looking for something interesting. I did Baldur's Gate 3, a little bit of that, the early access for that. I'm playing some Celasta right now, which is a similar kind of deal to that, more RPG kind of stuff. Having a lot of fun with that. I'm looking for kind of the next thing that catches my fancy, and I'm hoping Cyberpunk's going to be good. I hope.
Well, we've been playing a lot of a game called Vermintide, which is in the Total War fantasy universe.
Yeah, it's a action RPG or something like that.
It's it's a co-op RPG, I think is the best way to describe it. Also hack and slash. There's a lot of math involved, which I know would
it doesn't have to be.
Kind of like Borderlands, right?
There's a lot of math involved if you want to be good at it.
More like Left 4 Dead.
Taylor's like smash. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's all dead. Because
he wearing a piglet on his head.
There are like break points that you might be, if you're trying to be really good, that you might try to get to. It's like, oh, okay, it takes 130 damage to kill this specific type of enemy that I'm often having issues with. Turns out my weapon was doing 127 damage. So by getting 3 more damage on this weapon, I'm actually, getting 100% more damage on this weapon. Mm-hmm. So it's a huge deal to just get 3% more or 3 points more. It'd be less than 3%,
And that's where microtransactions come in?
No, that's the beauty. There's none. There's
cosmetics.
I bought
there's cosmetics, and then there's like a character that you could add for like $3. Like a whole character is like $3 or $4 with like a whole new branch of new cool things to do is like $4. But there are no microtransactions for like, oh, I really want a sword that'll work. That's not a thing. You have to earn everything.
Yeah. You just have to grind it out, get all your loot chests.
So that's been fun.
Yep.
Cool.
I've been having a good time with that.
But I haven't. I've got some friends that have been playing the Baldur's Gate 3. It's the top-down stuff, right?
Is it an RTS?
Turn-based RPG. It's still early. It's still really new early access, but it looks quite good. It's a pretty decent D&D port, basically. So the rule set, and it's done by Larian, who did Divinity: Original Sin. So it looks really good. It just needs time.
I want to play the new Doom DLC. I know that's out. I haven't gone back to that. I love Dune. Not Dune, Doom. And I also want, I'm pretty curious about some of the co-op mods that are out for some of the Bethesda games now. Like, I think there's a New Vegas co-op, Fallout New Vegas co-op mode now. And I think there's I know there's a Skyrim together.
Because I've been asked to actually some of the PK. I have fans of my channel who are also fans of your guys' channel who are talking to me about that, and they're like, "Oh, you should do such and such with the PKA guys." And I'm like, I don't really like co-op generally, because I generally find co-op to be. I find some games are good for that because when they're designed to be multiplayer games, it's one thing. But if you take a single player game and make it co-op, it just like slows everything the fuck down.
It could be a real problem. I'm like it would be a labor of love, I think, to play like Skyrim together. Like it would have to. If like Taylor was like, come on, I really just want to like kill the dragon and move along, that wouldn't work. Like we'd have to be like, yeah, let's go look at this pond. Look at the crabs. Like we'd have to be like having fun with it that way. You couldn't be like, come on, mission 3, it's time to go. Like it would be a problem. But
that's how I would want to play anyway.
We would fit together.
Yes, Woody is a man on a mission. I've said it before. He is role playing as a guy who's playing an RPG. That is his character.
My character's name is Woody, and his mission is to finish this game as fast as fucking possible.
Woody plays like there's an element to the game that you have to save your family at the end before they're killed or something. Like it's just
like they're taking off a body part.
Why would I try to collect all the Nern roots? What the fuck does that have to do with? I need dragon souls now.
Yeah, that's how I like it.
Yeah, for me, RPGs, it's like I'm having fun while I'm here. Like everything about this is fun. I want to do all the side quests. I want to like, max this character out. I want to like explore. I want to read all the dialogue. I love those older Bethesda games.
We'd have to have grind sessions where it's like, all right, for 8 hours, we're going to make leather bracers and iron daggers.
I'd be so down. I'd be like, yeah, at least 8.
At least 8. That's not going to get it done.
Recently, not so much for streaming, but I bought a Quest 2, the VR headset. And there's Skyrim apparently has a fairly well-supported, like community-modded VR experience.
That's cool.
Which I haven't done yet because the Quest 2 is kind of nice. It's a standalone. It doesn't have to plug into your computer at all, which has been great. But if you want to do some of it also doubles as a Rift. So if you want to do some of the games that are supported for like higher processing power games, then you plug it into a computer as well if you want. But like, at the moment I'm doing like Beat Saber and
doubles as a what?
It doubles as a Rift, which is the older. So a lot of the content, like the Rift, I had a Rift originally too, but I basically
that's a VR headset. A Rift?
Yeah, it's the Oculus Rift, one of the original ones, right? It just has a shit ton of setup. It's like 20. It's not 20. It's like 4 or 5 USBs from your computer. There's cords everywhere. It's a huge pain in the ass. This one, it's no sensors at all, right? The sensors are built into the headset, so it's totally standalone. So it's just you have the hands, the controllers in the hands, and then I have like a 12x12 mat in my basement where I just set that up, and you virtually draw off like basically a limiting area around it, so you don't move out of that. And I've been really kind of impressed with it, honestly. So I was kind of hoping. I don't know how much real gaming there is in it yet. But I'm kind of hoping something like, the Skyrim port or something like that will give me like a really satisfying gameplay experience while also doing the VR stuff. So I've been really impressed with that. Maybe I'll stream it one day.
VR does a really good job with archery. So like that would definitely translate. And I bet some of the magic as well, like just casting a spell would work. Swords never work well.
Well, it's kind of weird because Until They Fall is a sword fighting game, or rather it has axes, swords, daggers, the whole mix of them. And yeah, there's no weight. So you move them, but I do like like some of the enemies are like they have a heavy swing, and to dodge them you have to physically dodge, right? So like you do get that sense of like you're parrying and then you're fucking physically dodging, and it's kind of I've kind of liked it. It's something different. I was really pleased to see that next generation of headset be that much of an improvement over the older ones. I didn't really like the older VR very much.
Yeah, I've got the original Vive, and I have not plugged it in a long time.
Do you regret
I just don't want to set it up.
Right, exactly. That's what I like about this one. This setup, the in total setup time on this one, which is the Quest 2 again, was about maybe 10 minutes, maybe less. And then like once it's set up, like if I want to go back and like play it now, I don't have to set it up at all. It's already, it keeps the drawn like boundary. So I plug it in, it's like confirm your boundary, and then I'm good to go. And that's it. And I'm off and going. That's great.
You got those. I got these 8-foot tripods and sensors in opposite corners of the room, and getting all the cords laid out and everything plugged in, and getting the fucking headset on. Like by the time I'm ready to play, I'm like, do I even want to play anymore? Like,
the
I'm kind
juice
of over
isn't
it.
worth the squeeze. It's just too much effort. Do you wish you just didn't get that?
I don't know. It was really fun. It was really fun. I don't know if it was $800 worth of fun, but it was really fun, and I really liked demoing it for people.
The vibe was 800. So you said?
I think so.
This was pretty bad. This was pretty reasonable. This was $299, so like $300 for this.
Okay.
Standalone, which was I thought was a pretty fucking great like get into it again. And maybe I'll stream it one day if I can ever get home internet. You know, my entire office here is barely 12 by 12, so I don't think I could do it here.
How far is your office from your home?
It's not well, okay. It's not too bad, right? So I had to rent this shit. I came back from the storm, and basically I spent a month at my in-laws. That's where I did the last PKA from.
Fun.
They were great. They were fucking phenomenal, except that it was a month at my in-laws, right? Like it's just like they were very hospitable, etc. But anyways, came back and rented this office because the internet wasn't back up here, and been doing that for a while. And I was biking to work. It's about a 15-minute bike ride. It's kind of nice. And then I had my bike stolen from the fucking job. I'm like, fuck off. Are you kidding me?
What did you do? You did something wrong.
Yeah, I blame Filthy.
Past life, I strangled puppies for fun or something. Just like I was the archer with the kittens as it came down the stream in the bag, that kind of thing. So, yeah, and that's the only thing that makes sense. But anyways, it was out on a bike rack, locked to the bike rack, directly outside of this office complex, within plain view. It was in this like kind of like domed corridor, and on either end of that domed corridor there was a camera. So someone comes in, clips the fucking lock, takes the bike in broad daylight. It was between 5 and 7, and I try to go and get the camera footage from the company. The one camera directly where they walked past wasn't working, supposedly. And then there's 3 more that the guy would have gone by down the length of the building. And all of those apparently had so much condensation in the bulbs that nothing could be seen.
But the real story is probably that none of them worked, right?
Yeah, right. So,
or perhaps it was like a master bike thief, and he went Ocean's 11 on you, and he's like squirting condensation on the cameras. He had a disguise. Like,
was it a good bike?
That, Kyle.
Was it a high-end bike? They can be expensive bikes.
It wasn't. It was a Surly cross check, I think is what it was.
Was it Huffy?
12 when I bought it, maybe a little less, like maybe 1,100-1,200 when I bought it.
So really, it was more than $1,000.
That's an expensive bike, my friend.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know, like a $1,200 bike. It's not Tour de France ready. Like, I mean, I use it on some of the smaller tours.
A little into bikes, honestly. Anyways,
what was it called again?
Not for me.
Surly cross.
I would be shocked if I didn't know bikes. I had no idea. Were you aware that the low end of bicycles was $1,200?
I did not know that.
That's the low end of motorcycles.
Yeah, you can get way better stuff for $1,200 than a bike.
Yeah, the autopilot's another like $6,000, but I didn't pay for it.
Like I'm looking at getting a motorcycle right now, and
last night.
I'm looking at getting a motorcycle right now, and like some of my cheaper options are $4,700 for like a nice.
And you don't even have to pedal.
No pedaling. Nice kickstand.
You can keep up with traffic, so you won't cause enormous problems on narrow roads that are windy, selfishly.
Goes 130.
Those people drive me so crazy. Just riding on a road and like it's 2 lanes going through the woods or something. It's windy, and it's like this guy's in his Tour de France outfit, and it's like, you are a fucking cunt, dude.
He's got helmet. He's got that helmet that what's his name had on that episode of Malcolm in the Middle for his speed walking. Yeah, it's like turns into a long like tube behind him. He's got a friction resistant.
Like, God, I would love to see that spiky helmet embedded in that oak.
Oh my God! Did I send you guys that video of that woman on the unicycle the other day?
I don't think so.
Let me hang on. I don't know how to.
Taylor, how can you hate cyclists? They're out exercising.
Woody, everyone hates cyclists who isn't a cyclist.
When they are on the fucking road, it's actively irresponsible.
Taxpayers who also pay for it?
They're selfish. They're not using it for what it's made for. You shouldn't. If I were driving my car 30 miles under the speed limit, someone would say, "What the hell are you doing?" I don't go, "Hey, I pay taxes, so
I would be angry."
Everyone around me. No. And the fact that they're on a bike and they are 100% outsourcing their safety onto the surrounding people. It's like I have to dodge around them like they're a child and they're just, I'm just here. I'm in the world playing. Hey, make sure you cover all the glass corners and the coffee tables in the world because I'm just a guy on a bike. You got to look out for me. No, go
This
bikes.
is all true.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This is all true.
And it's like, I feel like some people in Europe don't get it. They'll be like, "Oh, hey, bro, I ride my bike all the time." It's like, you don't live in Missouri. These are not biking roads. This is, you come around like a wooded corner and it's like, "Oh, what are you thinking, man? Like, you could have killed both of us right there. You could have made me panic."
You'd have been fine.
No, I'm saying
it's a pretty good city for biking. It apparently got wiped out in some flood at like 2008 or something. And when they rebuilt it, they built a bunch of bike lanes into the city downtown. And then it's got really good bike trails out around it. So it's a pretty good fucking city for biking.
Cool.
So I
Now,
sent you
Taylor,
guys
the more
that-
appropriate response, sorry, Kyle, is you could have dented my Honda. Right?
So I sent you guys that video. I was driving home the other day. It was like 8 a.m. Pretty chilly morning. And that lady was riding her unicycle down the fucking highway.
okay,
Did
I
you
don't
send
mind.
it? There's no
I
link
texted
here.
it.
Oh, you
maybe.
texted it. Oh. I can't
Yeah.
do as much with that.
Yeah, don't share anything. I probably showed like
Oh, it's
all my
not a
credit
fit.
cards in the floor or something like that.
Okay. I thought it was show
she's-
content.
She is pretty good at unicycling.
She was hauling ass.
Yeah, she's going quick. Huh.
So,
She
one
shows
of your
some.
viewers reached out to me after our last PK episode and said, "Hey, I heard you're moving to Cedar Rapids or moved to Cedar Rapids. I've got a friend who teaches gun safety and gun shooting courses." So I took a class from him for like a day to go out to the range and shoot a rifle and shoot a pistol, which is kind of new for me. It's kind of interesting.
Nice.
What all did you shoot?
I tried to actually, ahead of the show, try to find the fucking email for what he told me he had. I don't know. It was a small rifle and I think a medium-sized pistol that I've shot. And I was surprised. I've just never shot I think I've shot one gun once in my life prior to this, right? As like a kid. So I just was kind of like, well, shit, I at least ought to know what it feels like, how easy it is, like what to be looking for, like what to be doing with holding, et cetera. And I was shocked at how fucking easy it is. I mean, to be fair, I don't mean like how easy it would be to fire far, but like he was like, "Oh yeah, most home defense stuff is set up at like 10 foot away kind of deal." And like, it is not hard to hit a target 10 foot away with a rifle. Like that was,
No.
I'm like,
It's hard to miss.
You ever miss your TV with your remote control? It's backwards again. Fuck.
Yeah, even with a pistol at 10 feet, like I'm not an exceptional shot. I'm safe to be around, but I'm like a normal person, I would say. And I think at 10 feet, I can hit a 3x5 index card all the time.
Yeah,
you know,
it was not hard, and it was surprising. I mean, it was interesting. It was an interesting experience. The guy was real nice, and like, you know, it was kind of cool to see it and do it. But it was like, I was kind of shocked how fucking easy it was.
Did you like enjoy having the power of that man killer in your hands?
That's what he asked me, like when I did it, and I kind of looked at him like,
he asked you if you enjoyed holding a man killer.
Yeah, he kind of almost like that. He was like, you know, like he's like, if you want, you can just go a little Rambo on it, and I'm kind of like, no, I'm good with what I'm doing here because, you know, kind of for me, it was like, oh, I want to feel this out, see what it's like, to see what it actually looks like. I'm not really that interested in power. I don't even want a gun. I don't want a gun in my house because I don't actually think I'd have qualms with shooting someone who was invading my house, for example. I really don't. And I don't want to be in that situation where it escalates to that. Right? I don't want to be in the position where I'm going to fucking shoot somebody.
But what's the alternative? Like, I don't want to paint any nasty pictures here, but you know,
because the alternative is I hit him with a bat or something, right?
What if he's got his own bat?
He goes home with some broken bones or something.
What if he's an excellent player?
But what if he just bring a gun to pillow fight? Because that's
no, I agree, right? Like, what if he's?
What if there are two of them?
But
yeah.
like, what if it's some fucking kid who's doing something stupid as opposed to someone who means me actual fucking harm kind of deal, or means me minimal harm, and I end up killing the poor bastard? Because again, I could actually see that happening. I don't really want a gun in my house for that reason.
See,
Why
Filthy, I'm kind of
this hypothetical guy who's going to come in with the best of intentions. Like, no,
that's the thing. I'm with Filthy.
Where I stop him.
If it went like we hope it would, right? It's like, all right, here's a guy's coming in. Promise only one fighter at a time. Also, roughly high school fight rules, right? If you do get the advantage, don't gouge my eyes out or hit me in the balls or anything, right? Have some honor here because your reputation is at stake, right?
I'm shocked that for such an intelligent, analytical...
Let's put a realistic night in the filthy robot household, right? I come back, I'm a couple of beers in and I've started on the whiskey for the night. I hear a noise downstairs and I come downstairs and there's someone in my fucking house. Maybe it's dark. Maybe it's a little blurry, my vision. And I've got the gun and I'm just like waving it around, popping shots off. I find out later my wife is maybe downstairs, hasn't said anything. Maybe the neighbor's kid is around or something. I've shot through a wall and killed someone. I don't want that shit.
Well, if you think that a typical night involves you drunkenly grabbing guns, and I'm on your side. Here's my question, because I think I had a similar gun background to what you do, and I was around your age when I got into guns. Did you feel guilty? Did you feel? I had this feeling like, what if my mom finds out I'm handling firearms, right? I'm grown. I have 2 children. I have my own house. But but it's like, I don't know if my parents would let me have a gun.
No, I didn't feel guilty. I went through and I was reading through there was some course requirement for it, or course book that went with it. It was the rights you have to defend your home, the things you're going to have to testify about if you do shoot someone, how the situation's supposed to do, when you're supposed to back down or de-escalate or move away, and when you're et cetera. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I want that shit.
So let's agree. There is a violent individual coming into your home, and you don't want my bike. What are you going to do? You're not going to be able to do anything. You're going to get beat up, and you're not going to give him a Hollywood speech about how he doesn't need.
But
he's going to
back of the head with about this right now. How do I protect my bike, Taylor? Do I put a lock on it? 2 more locks on it? Do I
shoot the bike
security footage? Do I sit there with a gun watching it? Or what about your house? What do you
guys?
have?
If I could just one talker at a time. The audio's so bad.
I
think you don't know, but it's so bad.
Oh, okay. Well, let's say the real situation wouldn't be the bike. Let's talk about the house. So someone comes into your house. You don't assume they're looking for my laptop and they're going to take it and then make sure that they don't even mess up any wires or anything. And then they'll leave peace. You have to assume they're coming there with ill intent because they broke into your fucking house, and you would rather not have a gun than have a gun because of some blue or red tape or some you might get involved in he didn't retreat enough, but that's certainly better than being dead. Right.
Yeah. If you put it between those, but I don't think that really represents the full range of outcomes or the full range of situations that arise. You're absolutely right. And I agree with you 100%. If you say, if the person is coming into my house with the intent to harm me and is armed in some way that, with a gun, for example, then if that is a scenario, I absolutely want a gun in that scenario. No questions asked. Absolutely.
There is only one way to be prepared for the full range of potential outcomes, and that is the gun.
Yeah.
But the gun also removes a number of outcomes. There's no outcome where I can hurt someone with, or very few outcomes where I can hurt someone with the gun without killing them with the gun, or without seriously.
You'd be surprised. You aim low with a pistol, that'll be all right.
You don't want to aim low, though.
And I also don't want a pistol. I really preferred the rifle. It just seemed much more newbie friendly.
It's a real man killer.
You don't want to defend your home with a rifle in your home. You definitely, you're talking about punching through walls.
Plus, what you really want to do is you want to do that thing where you both draw. You want to get.
I want to shoot him when he doesn't see me. If he's.
That's the coward's way out. No, you do a high noon kind of all right, count it down, and you both draw because that scenario I described is literally as likely as this docile, polite intruder who's please, sir, can I have some more? Only broke in because of my poor upbringing. That's not going to happen.
No, certainly not. And
I don't know. I'm super pro gun, and because I am so pro gun, and I'm exposed to so much self-affirming sort of media. I'm constantly reading these articles about people breaking into people's houses and their homes being saved. Guys, the woman's in the house barricaded in, and the guy is just literally tearing through door after door to he wants to rape her so bad that he's broken through the front door and he's all cut up with glass. And she's like, leave, I called police already. And he's like, they won't get here in time. And he's just tearing through the second interior door with his bare hands. And she's just in a closet now with the gun, and he's just still coming. He's just really is in the mood for a raping, You know, he's all about it.
It's way more likely than someone showing up at 1 a.m. to borrow sugar. And like you accidentally
that guy's going to get it too, though.
The range of things that actually happen, like the range of things that happen at my house is, you know, there's people moving around the outside of my house at night. Sometimes, you know, sometimes there's some fucking people making noise in the street or something, right? Like, how many times have you gone out and had a confrontation with someone?
I'll take that.
Right? And
0. I have had a couple of times where I was glad to have the gun. One time when we first moved here, so I felt a little less secure, you know, in a new home, and there were voices coming from the stable. So I went to check it out, and I was glad I had a shotgun. It turns out it just carried a little farther than I expected. They weren't in the stable.
He's on to us.
I was one time, I was driving. I was going a long drive to see Jackie's parents, and I brought the gun with me. We went into like a shady Quickie Mart gas station type situation, and I didn't need the gun. I never left my pocket, but I was so glad I had it because I felt like I was being... I don't know, like I was getting the stink eye. Maybe someone gave me the shoulder or something. And I was just like, I don't feel safe here. You know, I was a fish out of water. I'll say it. I was the only white guy there. And I felt like I was being targeted or pre-targeted. And it just felt good to have a gun in my pocket, although it never left it. So there are a couple times when I was glad I had it, but I've never pointed at anybody, let alone shot it.
yeah, no, and when I say, you know, how many times have you had a situation, I don't mean like how many times you pulled the gun out for this. I mean, how many times in your life have you encountered some sort of hostile physical encounter with someone? Like, you know, like I'm thinking like in college, you know, I got fucking punched in the head a couple of times, or I had my jaw broken in high school from being sucker punched. I'm just thinking about these things like, you know, do I want the tool to escalate this to a life or death situation on me for these types of things? These things happen, and they happen in my life.
I think that
he goes, I don't really want to fucking kill people because I had a gun for this, and this shit's going to escalate because I have that. I don't know, man.
I think it's more of being prepared for them arriving with a gun. You know, like you have to assume they will show up fully escalated, and your duty is to be able to respond to that in kind. And so it's not that, you know, you're wanting to amp it up. It's that you need to be prepared for what you gotta assume they're gonna have.
One of the changes, like, I feel like Filthy would rather lose a little when he's entitled to win, right? And maybe I'm stupid for this, but I think he's like, man, this guy, he hit me in the eye, broke my orbital bone, but in the long term, I'm okay, and I'm glad there was no gunshots fired. I'm kind of like, well, fuck that guy. I was just in my living room. He deserves a killing. Why should I lose? You know?
Exactly. What's he doing in your house?
Yeah.
Because as I started with in this, right, like, I think a part of me would find that too easy in that situation to shoot him.
You need a sword then. I get it now. I was confused. I thought you were insane. You just want a challenge. All right, my friend, the katana is got your name written all over, and you can actually get it engraved, so it literally can have your name all over. Oh, a tactical flail. That's what you need.
Dude, by the Witch
Come
King,
at me, intruder.
Can you imagine
Sigma prevails.
You come in to rob from a house, and Filthy's there in a full Witch King get up.
He's like flipping the fucking face.
With me, a lot heavier than I thought.
Taylor,
I imagine if I have the bat and the fucking gun in my house, and I'm going for the bat first, right?
I'm going to
go for the gun first. If someone's fucking invading my home, I wake up in the night, there's some noise downstairs, and I've got a gun and a bat in the house. I'm going to pick up the gun.
Yeah.
I said Taylor, I meant to say Filthy. Did I nail it? Would you rather lose a little than have somebody else lose a lot? Huh.
I guess it depends what you mean by a little and a lot here. I mean, that's going to fluctuate. But like, all right, yeah, if there's some like he fucking steals my stereo or something, am I going to be pretty pissed? Yeah. Am I glad I didn't shoot him for that? Kill him? Probably.
I might line up with you there. But even the slightest amount of bodily harm or even like scare, you know, like, I don't know. I'll tell you what, like if you're in my house, my castle, I feel like you're not allowed to fuck with me even a little, right? You can't even come in, you know, without an invitation.
And that's part of what I'm saying.
Again,
I think I would shoot him in my house if they had my fucking stereo in that moment kind of deal. And I don't know that I want that. I don't know that in that moment I want that power to do that.
Have you been robbed?
No. Well, not in my home.
That happened to me as a teenager. And I've heard other people talk about like the sense of safety that they've lost from it. it was a big deal for me. I don't know, maybe adult me handles it a little differently, but teenage me had night terrors for a decade, literally, right? From like 17 to nearly 30. I slept with a knife under my bed for a long time. I didn't feel safe without it. Like that sense of invasion that when I heard about on a TV show, it was like, really? The fuck is wrong with you? Your lock's on now. You're fine. But when it happened to me, my response was uncontrollable. I should have got therapy.
It's violating.
As soon as I'm legally allowed to, I'm getting myself a tactical crossbow.
Okay.
All right, real quick, before we jump on to the next thing, we do have to hear from a couple wonderful sponsors tonight. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Bluechew. Let's talk about something we could all use more of right now. Sex. Great sex. Guys, you can increase your performance and get that extra confidence in bed. Listen up. Bluechew.com. That's blue like the color blue. Bluechew brings you the first chewable with the same FDA-approved active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis. You can take them anytime, day or night, even on a full stomach, so you can be ready anytime an opportunity arises. Bluechew is made in the USA. It's prescribed online by licensed physicians, so you don't have to go to the doctor or wait in line. It's cheaper than the pharmacy, and they prepare and ship it right to you in a discreet package. No awkwardness, and you don't need to leave the house. If you could benefit from more confidence where it counts, Bluechew is the fast and easy way to enhance your performance. Right now, we've got a special deal for our listeners. Visit bluechew.com and get your first shipment for free when you use our code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping. Again, that is BLUEchew.com, promo code PKA to try for free. Bluechew is the better, cheaper choice, and we thank them for sponsoring the podcast. And remember, when you support the sponsors, you help make the show possible. So please be sure to use our code PKA at bluechew.com. Just pay $5 in shipping. Get yourself some very affordable, very effective dick pills. This show is also brought to you. This episode of PKA is brought to you by our good friends over at Squarespace. From personal blogs and e-commerce destinations to marketing tools and analytics that'll help your business succeed, Squarespace is the all-in-one platform where you can build and establish a beautiful online presence and run your business with ease. Don't have a domain yet? No problem, because in addition to configuring third-party domains, customers can also purchase domains directly through Squarespace. With over 200 TLDs are currently available for purchase, and each domain with Squarespace comes with a beautiful parking page and free Whois privacy. WHOIS privacy. There's nothing to install, patch, or upgrade ever. You won't need any plugins to get going, and you can just hit the ground running with your new website by utilizing Squarespace's award-winning templates. Everyone should have their own corner of the internet, and with that, you'll want to flesh out your online community. And you can do just that with ease, since Squarespace sites are fully integrated with commenting systems that support fully threaded comments, replies, and likes. Squarespace is trusted by millions of people and some of the most respected brands in the world. They're used by a wide range of creatives and people, musicians, designers, artists, restaurants, and more. In addition to some of the largest e-commerce sites you'll find conducting business online today. So don't wait any longer. Get started today. Head on over to squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/PKA to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That is squarespace.com/PKA.
I mean, there's some synergy here. You could make a website about your really, really hard dick and use Whois protection so no one knows it's you.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I was reading that. And I was like, who is?
Yeah, Whois is a Unix command that tells you who owns like a domain. And I guess it's more than Unix now. And then it's become a website, Whois.com. And you can just look up who owns something. And if you don't have Whois protection, people will see it.
Okay.
So sometimes, it's fine. I own this. This is me. I stand behind it. Sometimes you're like, I don't want anyone to know my personal info around this
I don't
site.
want people to know I'm the load king. That'd be a good one. It's like, no, leave all that info there. I want to make that my license plate. The load king.
Yeah, that stinks about the audio chat. So, like I wrote in this chat, Taylor's had this audio problem where when two people talk at once, he gets muted for a while, over a year. You're the first guest I can recall that's had it too, and we don't know exactly how to solve it. When Kyle gets back, we'll have him compare those settings you pasted to his. If I were to look, it would ruin the video.
I don't know what it is because we've gone through 100 times, and my settings are exactly the same as you and Kyle.
Yeah, I thought it had something to do with echo cancellation for a while, and now I don't think that. But
yeah, we did some troubleshooting with that before the show last week, and it's just.
I was trying to think, like coming on, like as you said this, the only thing I've done since last time for Discord, since the last time I was on PK with you guys when we weren't having this issue, was I set it up for playing Among Us which has an overlay, which is a Discord, a Discord like fucking OBS like browser source. I can't imagine how that would actually impact the programs. I have no idea. Sorry for that.
I'm with you. Yeah, and it's certainly not your fault. I don't know. Maybe some listener will know. A lot of times the listeners tell us it's a server setting, but we're not even using a server. This is a call. Sometimes they say they want me to buy Discord Nitro so the audio is sharper, which is a pretty neat idea.Maybe we should try, but it's actually everybody but me that needs to buy it. It's
Sure.
Because my audio is not part of Discord. I have a camera. It's just straight up. That's why, like, if you're looking at this, viewers, I'm a little bit sharper than everyone. It's not a screen cap of Discord. It's, whereas everybody else is.
I don't know. I think Filthy looks pretty sharp. Looking good.
I did contemplate, not to derail. I'm just going to leave that. I thought it was a topic ending statement. Like we'd move on, right?
You're fine.
To briefly touch back on the gun thing, I was kind of like on the border of that. I finished with that, the shooting, and I was kind of like, man, and I think I'm not 100% one way or the other yet, but the thing that kind of like, I was surprised by how little upkeep there was for it. Like how little shooting you had to do, like how little practice you were doing for this. I kind of thought, well, shit, maybe this would be an activity as well as, home defense, like from shooting for this. And then the guy was like, oh yeah, you just go like 4 times a year. And I'm like, wait, that's it?
4 times a year?
Yeah.
Kind of a casual. Well, it is a fun hobby. I haven't gone in forever to go shooting, but yeah, you must have had some fun shooting. Like if you're planning on going back, doing it again.
Well, I thought it might be an interesting thing to do, right? Like, something to do in this area, COVID friendly, like maybe like, scratch that itch of like, here's something I don't know a lot about to learn something about. Kind of like the idea of like the upkeep and like learning a skill was kind of interesting to me too.
Where would you shoot?
There's some ranges out here.
Indoor, outdoor?
Outdoor.
And you're in Iowa?
Minutes. Yeah.
So in the snow?
Maybe.
Well, you do you. Not my cup of tea. Like.
Yeah, anyways, that was an interesting tie-in just because it was one of your viewers who reached out, which I thought was kind of cool.
Shooting's fun. My favorite kind of shooting was always shotguns and shooting aerial targets, shooting sporting clays. It's a lot like golf. So you go from sort of hole to hole on a big outdoor course, and each one provides a different challenge. There's 2 different targets at each thing, and they give you like 10 different combinations of targets. First it'll be like, all right, the left bird is coming, and now the right bird is coming. All right, now it's a left and a right. Now it's the right and the left. It's simultaneously. So you're, shooting them out of the air, and you keep score, hits and misses, obviously. And at the end, you see who won.
How
just
good are you? And I'll preface it. You're the best I know. I think you're the best I've ever shot with, especially at the shotgun. You're good with all guns, but the shotgun in particular is probably your best. If you go there, are you probably the best guy that went that day, or are there other people?
I did well in the state championships. I shot like a 89 out of 100. I don't remember what I placed, like top teens or something like that in the state. And whenever I would go just for the day, I would often be the best of that day. But there were definitely shooters who were better. I shot with a guy who like shot in the Olympics, and he just trounced me. It just wasn't really that close. He just seemed to, of course it was his course. It was the one he shot at all the time. And I'd never been there before, but still, he was much better.
And he was in the Olympics. Yeah.
He was an Olympic shooter. I wouldn't say that I was ever an Olympic shooter. Of course, I never had any Olympic training. It was just me and Dad, like
not officially.
My dad teaching me to shoot. I don't know. I was really fucking good. On a hunting field, I was always the best. People complain. With dove hunting in particular, they sort of come into the field a handful at a time, and all the hunters are spread out in the field. And so if you're like the point man, if you happen to be positioned so that the birds are always coming over you first and you never miss, then no one else gets a chance to shoot. And people would complain. They'd be like, let some through. Let some through. Because I'm not going to miss. Just not going to miss it. Really good, I guess. Not like world class for sure. But the best I know. And, I don't know. It's what I was really good at, was just shotgun shooting for sure. I have a real knack for, because there's a kind of it's not exactly precision shooting. There's more of a feel for it.
There's an
sort
intuition.
of like there's some intuition and there's some visualization. I don't look down the barrel of the shotgun. I just hold the shotgun and I look at the bird. I look at the target, and I've got the hand-eye coordination to I know where the barrel's pointing. I could probably hit targets pretty well blindfolded if they were like auditory cues. If I just heard a noise, I could shoot that blind. So yeah, pretty good. One thing I was never good at was like trick shooting. There were guys like that Olympic shooter. He could put his shotgun behind his back, and he could shoot very well at flying targets. He could shoot it. He could put it like behind his head and upside down. Same thing. And I'd never even seen that before, so I was blown away when I saw.
Did you try it?
Stuff. Yeah, and I couldn't do it. I had no feel for what that meant. Like holding a gun in the natural position, it's like I'm locked in. Like if I look there, I can immediately point there. If I look there, I can immediately point there. My hand-eye coordination is like built for that. But the opposite, it'd be like trying to hit a baseball left-handed. Getting in the left-handed batter's box. Everything's weird and funky, and you don't have that mind-muscle connection, the hand-eye coordination. You can't do it. I can't do it.
That would be so embarrassing to have to like go into a batter's cage and swing the wrong hand. You just in front of people. I was just imagining doing the movement, and I was like, oh, I would look like an asshole. Like,
yeah,
I'd be like wood chopping.
I can do the movement, and it looks fluid, but I have no like ability to like hit the ball that way. But I can get in a batting cage right-handed and do okay. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I would rank in the of the like YouTube like gun guys. I don't know anybody else who does shotgun shooting other than that older guy who like had the world record that was like sponsored by Benelli. He has this trick shot. I think he has the world record for it. I don't remember how many sporting clays he takes in one hand, and he throws like 10 or 12 in the air, and then he shoots them before they can hit the ground.
I've seen that.
And I saw that, and I was like, I wonder how many I can do. Because it's a real challenge, because first of all, just throwing them in the air is part of the challenge. You can't get someone else to throw them for you, or it's cheating. That's not what we're doing here. So I started out doing it, and it's like 2, oh yeah, poof poof, 3, poof poof poof, 4, poof poof poof. Oh, that was hard. That last one's hard. Holy shit! And I think I got to either 5 or 6.
What's the shotgun hold? Is it 8?
You're right. I just found the video. This guy throws 12.
His shot. So it's a Benelli, and the tube is as long as the barrel on his. So his is holding obviously 12, at least.
Yeah.
I was probably using a Benelli with the tube taken out, so I don't think I could have held more than 6. Like I had a standard tube. I didn't have like an extended tube or anything, unless I had borrowed a gun. I think in the video I'm using a Benelli Montefeltro, which is just kind of a mid-tier Benelli semi-auto, like hunting, sporting clay type semi-auto shotgun. Nothing tactical, but also nothing like too fancy.
I was thinking I'd max out at 1 because I have a pump action shotgun. Do you think you could hit 2?
Oh, absolutely.
With a pump?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I pump it very quickly. Yeah.
I've hit 2 before with an over-under. I don't think I've ever tried to hit 2 with a pump.
Oh, yeah, over and under is instantaneous.
2 is kind of your limit with an over-under.
It is. You gotta be a real fucking champion to break that bitch down, throw 2 in, lock her back, and
or just being really good at the
challenge. Oh, I wish I could do that. Like I haven't really wanted to shoot in a long time. Like I don't miss it that much. It's not that big of a deal. It's a thing I like, but it's not my favorite thing. But now I wish I could shoot an over and under to try to shoot 3 targets, 3 hand-thrown targets with an over and under shotgun. I think I can do it.
That would be hard. You'd have to throw it in a way almost that like a couple of them lined up, because you're not going to have time to break it and then reload. So you'd have to like be like, there's like a little eclipse happening. All right.
No, that's cheating. No, see, that was the hardest part about hitting 5 was sometimes I would accidentally hit 2 at a time. They're so close to each other. That's the other thing. Like normally when you're shooting sporting clays, skeet, whatever, skeet is a different kind, a different game. With skeet, you change positions in a very small area, and there are only 2 throwers, one high and one low, and they're crossing each other like this.
Yeah,
but,
the guy didn't cover this when I took these.
Yeah.
Taylor's like, you got to hit 2 at once. I can hit 16, but they're taped together.
Yeah, yeah.
It's devastating.
Hitting to it once is easy. That's the problem. So like normally when you're shooting, so there are chokes on the end of the barrel of a shotgun, these insertable things you screw in, and they are tighter or looser depending on how big you want the pattern of pellets to be at various ranges. So a full choke is a very tight pattern, and a cylinder choke is the antithesis of a tight pattern. It's as wide as it can really be. And there's everything in between. There's improved cylinder, which is a little bit tighter than the cylinder, and then there's skeet, which is somewhere in between. I think it's right about there too. And skeet is what I would usually use if I was just shooting sporting clays. It's a nice wide pattern, but you still got some range before the pattern disintegrates to the point where a skeet could actually make it through the pattern. You know, the pellets are so spread apart that a 70 millimeter sporting clay could just escape through them. But I had to use a full choke for that trick shot, because any looser pattern would accidentally hit an extra skeet. You have to hit them perfectly.
I didn't know the rules, and if it was like, oh, lucked out there, knocked two
hit them all.
Yeah.
Boom, 12.
You just throw them very gently 4 feet in front of you, try to blast
The
all.
throw is hard too, because you have to throw them in such a way that they all go both high enough that you can pull the shot off, and spread out enough that, again, you can pull the shot off. Because by the end, you're shooting them on the way down. I was. That guy who's a professional, is his name Knapp? Is it Tom Knapp? I'm probably getting that wrong. But he hits them up at their apex. They get up high, and he's and fucking wasting them. He's so good.
By the time the last one is getting shot, it's like 4 feet off the ground because he's
he
chasing them all down.
That's how I was. Like when I hit the fifth one, it was 8 feet off the ground or something.
Do chokes wear out? Because you're kind of shooting them.
It would take a lot of shooting.
Yeah, so the pellets hitting the choke don't wear.
They're lead. It's steel.
Okay.
And so the other thing is that the pellets don't actually hit the choke because they're still in the plastic wadding. So they're held by a plastic wadding that's shaped very much like my hand is right now. And when they hit the air, all the petals catch the air, and the shot continues on. The
this is a misleading picture I'm showing everybody. Then, yeah.
When I was in Wisconsin, you'd see those all up on the Great Lakes. You see the shotgun,
the waddings.
Yeah, waddings.
Yeah, I've thought that too, Woody.
Okay,
but I guess the lead.
I thought I was retarded for a second. And everybody was forehead on palm. Yeah.
Well, I mean, me jumping in for you might not save the day.
Like you could even see, I could look at a wadding and tell you loosely, like what kind of choke the guy's using, because a full choke will squeeze the wadding onto the shot to the extent that there are dimples all in the wadding, like excessively, whereas a cylinder choke won't do that quite as much. Like you could look at two waddings, one from a cylinder and one from a full choke, and be like, oh yeah, this is definitely the cylinder and this is definitely the full choke.
Do all shotguns take a choke?
No.
Some of them are unable to be choked.
Yeah. My dad's got an 870 that's just full choke. You know, it's just a full choke. I think a lot of tactical shotguns are probably that way. Although a lot of them come with like the ability to put compensators and stuff, and that's really the main reason there's a screw-on thing at the end of the barrel.
Would you know what mine is? That Marine 870?
I would almost guarantee that if it doesn't have insertable chokes, then it's a full.
Which is
and
the
it'll
smallest
say on the
one or the biggest? Yeah, smallest one.
Smallest one.
It's the tightest standard one. Like there are turkey chokes that screw into the barrel, but then extend out of the barrel so that they can go even tighter, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
So
if you just really want to fuck that turkey up.
You want to shoot the tightest possible pattern imaginable to get the most range before, again, the pattern starts disintegrating to the part where a turkey's head would perhaps not get struck. You're shooting those guys in the head.
Is that where I've never gone turkey hunting.
If I go turkey hunting, he'll get shot where he gets shot and he won't pitch a fit.
Turkey hunting is so dumb.
What makes turkey hunting dumber than any other hunting?
So, all right, the prize, first of all, is a worthless bird. Like in my opinion, this is
You
my
can fry that up.
You can't. They taste awful. Like the turkey that we all eat for Thanksgiving is nothing like a wild turkey. It's like comparing a rat to a suckling pig. Like one of them is this stringy thing that was just barely surviving in the outside world, and the other is this like thing bred to be juicy and fat and marbled and tasty.
Yeah, broken legs before it can even stand because it's got so
turkeys
much
don't do
butterball
that,
goodness.
but chickens do. So it's terrible for eating, first of all, and then the other thing, like the prize, the part that you would mount or stuff, is really the wings. Sometimes the spurs. I've seen people keep those, like the little claws they have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the feet. And when you ask somebody be like, "Yeah, I got a turkey. It had a 4-inch beard," and I'm just like, who fucking cares how long? And they're talking about that goofy shit that hangs under their chins. I'm like, who fucking cares how long your turkey's beard was?
I wouldn't. If you told me that, if I just heard that information, the turkey beard is 4 inches long, I wouldn't know if that was like a really bad, weak turkey or a really good turkey.
I don't know.
As a non-hunter, that's how I feel about almost all the kill. My deer's horns had this many points on it, and I'm
but the
like,
deer you get.
Let me tell you why it's different.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah.
So the reason it's different is because for a buck deer, a male deer, to have a large rack, like a lot of antlers, takes many years. Deer get smarter by by a factor of 10 every year they're alive. Just not only because of the experience, but just like this was just the reason this deer is 5 years old is because he was smart when he was 1 year old.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. Like this has always been a wily deer, and he had good genetics. That's why he is this big. The reason no one has shot him is because he's sneaky. See, deer can get lazy, and what they'll do is they'll stay out a little bit too long when the sun comes up, or they'll leave a little too early before the sun goes down. And this increases their exposure to predators and most of all to hunters, because we hunt in the mornings and the evenings. These smart deer don't do that. Like they're more wily. They pay more attention to their sense of smell. They're looking around, always scanning. It's a smarter, harder to kill deer, and that's why it looks big and impressive and has all those points, and the points are extra wide and all that stuff. There's plenty of dumb fucking deer, and I've killed them. Are
you allowed to night hunt?
No, absolutely not. You get in a lot of trouble for doing that. Like more than you can imagine. Like they'll take
night hunt. I thought you were talking about
it's like one step away from home invasion.
It's dude. All right. So
I thought throw a thermal on and it's kind of safe. If it's dark, maybe you can't tell me from a deer. But based on my video game experience, if you have a thermal scope, you can easily tell the difference between me and
absolutely a deer. You can. So if you were to what people do is they use spotlights, because the deer in headlights, right? You've heard that. Mm-hmm. They freeze. They're like, "Hey, what the fuck is that? I can't see anything. What's going on right now? I don't understand." Bam. If you get caught doing that, they take your rifle, they take your truck, they take anything that was used in the commission of that crime of killing that deer. Then they hit you with this crazy
fine. You want us to believe you got here by this dumbass unicycle? Yeah.
Yeah, they take everything you had with you when you committed the crime. And they find the fuck out of you, like $5,000-$10,000, crazy shit like that.
That's not very sporting to kill deer.
No, I would never do that
with a thermal scope.
Oh, I'm talking about with a spotlight.
Well, yeah, they're both, but like we're going into that conflict with levels of technology they literally can't comprehend, and now we're stealing the darkness from them. Their only friend. That's not fair.
They already brought a fucking horns to a gunfight. When you add the thermals to it, it's pretty.
Woody's out there with a thermal scope. Yeah, I got one. It's a 0-point bipedal deer, I think.
Very rare. You hear him vocalizing? Almost sounded like screams.
Yeah, he's a wily one.
Got to put him out of his misery.
Yeah. So like, I don't know. I was really into deer hunting, but I went the other way by the end. Like you're talking about thermals and stuff like that. Like I got rid of the gun by the end and used a bow.
I didn't know that wild turkeys apparently didn't taste good, because like pheasant tastes good, dove tastes good, quail tastes good.
Dove is really good.
Yeah, very, very little meat on those fellas. But you can just pop them, like just.
I literally like.
What does that mean?
You just like you can pop the breast area out of them super easy because it's a bird, and then you just grab the breast meat and rip it out. It takes zero time.
I don't think Taylor could beat a quail in a fight.
I could take a dozen quails as long as one at a time.
like a Ziploc bag is more resilient than the skin of a dove. Like it's like cellophane. It literally is like cellophane. So like we had like 100 of them that we killed one day, and so 100 doves in a pile, and we're pulling the breasts out of all of them and throwing them into like a bucket of water to be washed and then trimmed a bit and then cooked. And after a while, you're just grabbing the bird with its breast turned up and like reaching in, grabbing the breast through the skin and just tearing it out of the animal.
Temple of Doom shit.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. You're going full Temple of Doom.
Toss the rest of the bird away because there's nothing.
Kalima.
That's required every time you do that.
Yes. It got old after a while, but I wasn't going to stop. But we would cook those, but you would take a little bit of cream cheese. So the breast is like, it's two breasts like this. And so we'd put cream cheese in the middle, fold them together, wrap a strip of bacon around it, and then take a toothpick that had already been driven through like a slice of jalapeno and put that through the whole thing to like secure it, in its folded nature and the bacon on there. And then you throw those on a grill. They were so good.
This is
and
dove.
they're small, so you could eat like a dozen.
This is that's where I was headed. This is dove we're talking about.
Yeah,
you're having lunch. It's a normal lunch, not how many can you eat. How many you want?
8.
Oh, okay. So it takes a bunch.
Yeah. It's like 2 ounces of meat each or something.
Yeah, these are like McNuggets.
Yep.
Pretty much tastier than McNuggets.
So good. It's like incredibly lean meat too. There's like no fat.
I thought you were going to say 2. I was way off.
Oh no, they're little bitty things. Like and when you cook them, they're even smaller.
So how do you not destroy the fucking meat then if it's such a like fragile small animal that you're shooting? How are you not like just wrecking?
He aims for the head.
Oh, you mean when you shoot them?
Yeah.
So like you're shooting small pellets at them. This will mean nothing to you, but like 7.5 shot. They're very tiny, and it's a pattern.
Passes right through or something and doesn't.
They will pass right through, but sometimes you get one in your mouth when you're eating. You just spit those out. It's fine.
Wrap it in bacon and you swallow it.
Yeah, I mean you can eat them. Just don't eat too much. You don't eat a handful of lead, but if you eat a pellet here and there, you'll be okay.
Just don't bite as hard on the first bite.
Wait, you're eating lead and it's not a big deal?
A little lead, Woody.
If you swallow a couple lead shots, that's fine. You're not going to go crazy like the Romans did with their.
I'm going to fact check you with Destiny. See what he has
eat
to say about
lead.
this.
About eating lead.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't eat the lead. I spat it out. I'm just saying, like, but if you did swallow it, it wouldn't be the end of the world.
It's a tiny little BB.
Yeah, you're going to pass that right.
I mean, how much lead is in a BB compared to a paint chip?
Well, see, the problem is the absorption, right? Over time.
Well, I mean, like
a one lead BB passing through you. The lead BB isn't going to dissolve inside of you, and like you're not going to fully absorb that. Like,
why are paint chips so more readily absorbable than pellets?
I think it's because
it feels like they
surface area.
Kids were eating paint chips every day, not a little BB.
What dumb fucking kids! You thought they were dumb after the lead poisoning. You should have seen them before. We all know that was no fucking Einstein. The first paint chip he ate off the wall.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like a chicken and egg situation. It's like, he's retarded because he ate paint chips every day forever. And it's like, I don't know. They might cart before the horse here, perhaps.
Yeah, it's not excusable like battery acid.
No, and I mean, you
turns out eating sand also makes kids retarded. Who knew? Look at that kid. Oh no. We saw that kid eating handfuls of sand every day. Tested him, sure enough. It was too late. The sand had gotten to him. The same's true of cat shit. Yep. I caught my boy eating cat shit, and I tried to get it out of his mouth, but I guess it had already gotten to him. Retarded.
I mean, when I was little, and when I would get
27.
When I would get put in timeout as a kid, I would peel all the wallpaper off in the corner, so my parents would stop putting me in timeout. I figured if I like ruined the wall, they wouldn't, and it worked. But I didn't eat any of it ever. Didn't trust my mind. I did. That did work. I remember
that is a certain kind of genius, and I wonder, like, I'm young Taylor. Was it that calculated that he was like, I'm going to destroy this wall so that I get out of it? Or was it like, there's nothing else to do here. I'm being tortured. I'll destroy the wall. Like it.
I think I probably destroyed it because I was mad for being put in timeout. But I remember I did other spiteful things once. Once she was making like this kind of, she was making tuna casserole, I think it was. And I fucking, to this day, I can't eat tuna casserole. I hate it. It's awful. It's the worst delivery method for tuna. And she was making that for dinner. And I had like told her and like my 5-year-old self, like, I don't like tuna casserole. I'm not eating tuna casserole. She's like, Taylor, you will eat what is served to you. Like that kind of thing. Like I was kind of shitty. And I remember, and like I remember like walking out of the kitchen into the dining room area, and that's where the dog's bowl of food was. And it just in my head, I was like, I'll show her. I'll eat a whole bowl of dog food so that I don't eat dinner. And I did. I ate most of a bowl of dog food so that when she was like, dinner time, I went in and I wasn't touching it. She's like, you have to eat. You haven't eaten since lunch. And I was like, that's not true. Go check Max's bowl. I ate his meal. I'm not eating tuna casserole.
Turns out, Kyle, dog food makes you retarded.
That same thing happened. I remember I had to do. I talked about this too. There's a bar of soap thing where I said a bad word or something, and I was like I was very young. And it was like, all right, you have to put this bar of soap in your mouth because you said a no word. And I remember I was sitting there in the bath playing with my like Legos or toys or whatever, had like some soap in my mouth, and I was like, this really isn't that bad. I ate the entire bar of soap. So when they came back in, and she was like, where's that soap? Where am I? I ate it. Like, what? Yeah, you can check. There's no hidden soap. I consumed the entire
There were some serious conversations in your house after you went to bed that night.
Yeah, probably.
They're like, we're worried about little Taylor's, his future ambitions, where he's going to be in 10 years here.
Soup and
He's going to be a comedian.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I think filthy like I think you would have more fun shooting because like look, you're not gonna get in anything if it's not fun, right? Like it's got to be fun. And I don't think she's like. Did you shoot paper targets? I don't recall what you said.
Yeah,
it's not fun. Like really, what you're getting is like it's kind of cool that the gun's loud and like recoiling a little. I'm sure that's interesting at first, and the smell is kind of cool. And a little smoke came out. That's neat. And there's just excitement
really
of
kind of
a score.
Curiosity of I've never done this. I want to know what it feels like, what it actually takes, like what it like not. I mean, in terms of literally, what does it take, like pressure wise, to pull a trigger? Like how quickly could you do this? How hard is it to hit something far away, etc.
Yeah, shooting things that do stuff is a lot of fun, and that doesn't have to mean watermelons, but it should.
You're thinking watermelon home invaders.
I mean, God willing, Oh,
I don't know if you were joking, but he actually means reactive steel targets that move, that plink, that like. Or maybe
they make these targets
sound.
They make these targets that are like, they're like this, and when you shoot them, they fall down, and then you can quickly like go back and reset them, and they make this very satisfying plink when you shoot them, and you can sort of go through them quickly and like get better at going through them quickly, and it's a really good training exercise, but also like. I shot soda bottles in videos not because they were cheap, not just because they were cheap and like interesting. Like they were fun. Like we had always shot soda bottles as targets. Like growing up, like we would set them up at long range because when you hit one, it fucking explodes and it's cool. Soda bottles make good targets, and anything that makes a loud noise, like steel targets in general, just that gong that you get when you hit them at long range is very satisfying. And just being able to shoot outside, like one of the things I would always do for people who were like Europeans who would come over and like, they'd never touched a gun before. I'd be like, look, first of all, here's gun safety. I draw a line sometimes on the ground. Like the barrel stays on that side of the line. As long as you do that, nothing bad can happen. If you rotate at the hip, but your arms stay pointed that way. See? So that way you can turn around and look at me, but the gun doesn't turn around and look at me too. And like once we gotten that down, it's like, all right, now fuck all that other shit and have some fun. What do you want to do right now? You want to pull the trigger as fast as you can? Because that's fun. Like I don't care what anybody says. That's fucking fun. Don't you want to shoot a machine gun? Like Well, I don't know. I won't be able to get all the bullets to hit the target. Of course not. It's a fucking machine gun. Just fucking spray them everywhere. Who cares? Just don't aim above the trees. Don't aim at my house. And don't turn around. Who fucking cares what you hit? All of that shit's a target. Anything's a target if you don't care what happens.
Anything's a nail, right?
Yeah. Anything's a hammer if you're in need or whatever. Anything's a target if you just don't give a fuck. You know, like trees, the woods in general, the water, the rocks, the ground. It's fun just to shoot the ground sometimes and watch the dirt jump.
My wife told me the other day, we came back the other day and she was like, someone tagged our house today. And I was like, what? And I went out and I looked and it wasn't. Some little kid had done like Xos and a marker down the length of like one of the panels on the side of our house or something like this, which in of itself kind of sucks, but it isn't that a big a deal, right? But I was joking to her. I'm like, Kyle from PKA, I'm going to ask him how he got a hold of that tank because I'm just going to park it out there for a night. And just the idea of that was kind of amusing too.
But tanks are easier to get your hands on than you might think.
He tags your house. So he used a marker, a permanent marker, I assume, and wrote on your house.
It was not tagging. Tagging implies like gang or like symbol. It was fucking X's and O's. It was like 10 of them. It was like a kid drawing with the marker.
So then, not tagging. He vandalized your house.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan.
No shit, right?
That really sucks. I guess you live in a pretty populated area.
Yeah. We're kind of downtown Cedar Rapids.
Yeah. No, you'd be kind of off the beaten path if you could tag my house. Like you're vandalizing.
Looks like Trump's going to win Georgia. Does it?
Is there new information?
It's like 99.9% or something like that, and Trump's 1,900 votes ahead.
So I don't know about this last batch, but the update before that, I calculated
there's 11,000 votes remaining.
75% of the new votes are blue.
Yeah.
So 11,000, 75%. That'd be enough. It would go blue.
That would be enough. If it's 75%.
If that stays like it was before, yeah.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of Atlanta mail-in ballots, which is like the bluest kind of vote,
Yeah.
So, so if Georgia goes blue, that one was the one the pollsters got right, I guess. They called it barely blue, and it turned out to be barely blue.
Yeah.
So
I think we'll know tomorrow. What's going to be what.
What Nevada called. Now, I guess if Georgia actually goes blue, I think it might trigger a recount. It's so close, so we won't know that for a little bit. But if Nevada actually goes, if they call it, then it's done.
You have to remember, did anything change in 2016 on the recount? Not 2016.
It rarely changes.
The Gore one.
That never in my life has the recount changed anything. Now
the
Gore,
that's what I remember too.
The Gore thing, they went from, I think it's from 1,200 W lead to a 550 W lead. Something, if that's not right, it's really close, but still a W lead. So what Gore wanted to do was just keep recounting and recounting and recounting the Gore counties, because they tend to find more votes. Like when they recount it, you just get more of the same. So he's like, let's just keep counting the Gore shit until I'm ahead. So neither one of them had this like pure as the driven snow sort of like, let's just make sure it's as accurate as possible. Gore was like, let's keep counting my counties. W was like, let's stop counting at all. And there were no angels.
Yep. Well,
it's not a profession that seems to attract a lot of angels.
Of course not.
Not
of course
that they
not.
survive.
Just the one, just Bernie Sanders.
Actually, he seems like it seems. I don't actually agree with a lot of his policies. I hate the idea of paying for people's college. Like you are taking the nation's resources and then devoting them to just our most successful, our people with the fewest workplace injuries, the highest salaries, and the lowest unemployment. Let's pay off their debt, right? I don't like the idea on its on the premise, but I believe that when Bernie pitches it, it's coming from a place of good. Even though I don't agree, like, God, that guy's, all of his motivations seem to be from a good place.
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, exactly what you said. Seems like the nicest guy in the room all the time. Seems like he means has the greatest of intentions for everyone. But I don't agree with him on a lot of things. But I agree with him on enough that I would prefer him as my candidate.
I think we're going to see anything happen.
Because I feel like Congress would. All right, well, hang on a minute.
right?
Maybe not all that. Yeah, all right, you can have. All right, we'll legalize the weed. All right. I guess we won't kill any more black. Yes, we won't. Okay, brown people too. All right, we're not. We need a color chart. How about that? How about Wesley Snipes and darker, open field?
No. They'll be like, we'll give you red. That's it. Nothing else. Poor fucking Elizabeth Warren's like, what the fuck?
Oh no. I am in danger.
But yeah, politics. I like watching it. I had a big politics stream. We've talked about PKN a little bit, but I live streamed sort of the elections, and my chat loved it. They fucking roasted me for hours and hours because out of the gate, Trump started strong. And then as the absentee ballots got counted, Joe came on strong later. But there was a long period of the stream where I'm just like defeated and bummed out, and chat loved it. They loved it. They just roasted me with the text-to-speech for hours and hours and hours. But it's $3 a text-to-speech, and it's like, oh man, a couple more of these, and you're really gonna hurt my feelings. You're right there.
You're so close.
So,
yeah. So I would recommend that. Shoot a little more. You might like it. And look,
you recommend what with? So if I were to go shooting for something, what would you recommend I shoot? Not the target, but the gun.
You mean what kind of gun? It depends what kind of range you're at. Man, if you were at like someone's house, that's the best. Because then you don't have as many rules and regulations, and you can actually have some fun with it. Because even me, when I was at real ranges, I kind of felt uptight about stuff. It's like, all right, I don't want anybody to give me any shit. I don't want to embarrass myself here. Certainly not with cameras on me. So I've got to I'm not going to have any fun today. Today is absolutely not going to be fun. This is business. And it's not a fun way to be. Whereas if you're at someone's house who's not going to freak out if you break some little rule or something. Not that these rules aren't important. It's a deadly weapon, but I'm just saying, nobody's going to grab a gun out of your hand and shame
show up
you.
at their house at night, not knock and go in.
Don't do that, or they will murder you. Self-defend you to death. But if you could get out in somebody's field or something, that'd be the most fun. But if you don't have that option and you're just asking what gun would be fun to shoot at the range, if you could find a range that had something with a silencer on it, that's fucking cool. That's the opposite of what the experience you had. If you could find a 45 caliber pistol with a suppressor on it, or a 22 caliber pistol with a suppressor on it, they're movie quiet. Everybody's always suppressors aren't like that, like they are in the movies. Yeah, some of them aren't. If you put a suppressor on a 308 caliber rifle, it's loud. It's still louder than a 22 caliber that doesn't have a silencer on it. It's a loud gun still. It's not as loud because a 308 going off is fucking loud as hell. But a 22 caliber pistol, it's I could be shooting a 22 caliber suppressed pistol in one room of a house, and the person in the next room would have no idea.
Really?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Have you not heard it? The action is the loud part.
The bullet impacting the target. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the screaming.
The bullet being advanced from the magazine into the chamber, the next one, it seems like that's the hammer going back.
You hear that.
Yeah, you're hearing that even more so than the little explosion and the sound barrier, whatever.
I've never shot something with a suppressor. It sounds cool.
It doesn't sound too different than a toy gun. What you hear, if you were to shoot Nerf darts or something, what you're hearing is all the mechanism advancing the next dart. That's the noise. Kyle, do you disagree?
No, it's very similar to that. A Chris Vector, a semi-automatic. I had the Chris Vector from video games and shit. The 45 submachine gun with a suppressor on that thing. It sounded almost exactly like a paintball gun, just real quiet, just like a paintball gun. But if
in addition to the silencer, shooting a revolver would be cool. I always aesthetically really liked shooting those.
Yeah, so you should buy one. Just buy one.
I've evolved over time on that. At first, I was all about like military weapons. That was the kind of thing I wanted. And I also enjoyed guns that were loud. But then I don't fantasize about killing people, but I guess a gun that had some boom to it, some recoil that wasn't a toy was more interesting to me. Now, I think my favorite gun to shoot is a 22 lever action. Like it has no kick. It would hurt some, like they wouldn't like being shot, but they'd probably
By the way,
fine.
a silencer on that is extremely quiet because of the nature of the lever action, because there's no gas escaping from the chamber. Super quiet.
How expensive is like a license to throw a suppressor on it?
You don't need a license. You pay a $200 tax stamp in addition to the cost of the suppressor itself, and you wait about 3 months for it to clear with the gun store, and then you pick it up.
That's
So
really
like 200 plus
22
200?
caliber. 22 caliber suppressor is probably less than $400. I don't know. Obviously, I haven't. Most of my suppressors were given to me by firearms companies. Silencer Co. like gave me everything that they had, and I don't think I never bought a suppressor as far as I can remember, but I had a lot of them.
The whole
Should you suppress a revolver? That would look funny.
I know there's a revolver that's meant to be suppressed. See, the issue is what you're doing is with the suppressor on the end is you're catching the gas and you're baffling that. You're changing its direction.
But the gas is already gone from the cylinder, right? So like it wouldn't even catch that much because it's escaping.
The gas is going to come back at you now because it's going to get down there and run into the suppressor that's trying to decelerate it, and a lot of gas is going to escape back around the cylinder because most revolvers, there is a revolver I've seen that's made to be suppressed, and it closes off the gap between the cylinder and the barrel. But if you look closely on a revolver, there's nothing between those two things. You have this cylinder that's holding a bullet in it, and a hammer is hitting the back of that cartridge and firing the bullet. And that bullet travels through a very tiny gap between the cylinder and the barrel and just goes into the barrel. It's not in the barrel. Otherwise, the revolver couldn't revolve. You know, if you think about that. So that gap, a lot of gas is going to come back at you.
So it just wouldn't work, really? It
wouldn't work as well. And, you know, I'm just guessing, but there's going to be a lot of gas probably coming back in your face. It might even like sting your hands somehow with like the pressure that's coming back. I shot a Mark 46 machine gun, I think, that was suppressed once. It's a big belt-fed machine gun with like a belt of 200 bullets. It's like draped over my arm. And, you know, I do that Rambo shit where I wrap it around my arm. And it's shooting. There was so much gas coming back into my face that tears were just pouring down my face from all the gas that it's shooting into my eyes.
I have a revolver question, Kyle. So you've probably seen this before. Like you shoot a revolver and they put a piece of paper next to it. And because the barrel is not next to the cylinder, more like dangerous stuff shoots out the side than you would guess. So the paper that's next to it gets rocked. What would happen if it was something more durable like a human? Yeah, we're stronger than paper, but not.
They did that demonstration at the concealed carry course I went to the week before. Missouri made it. You don't even need those. But they used like a hot dog and they would hold it and they're like, oh, some people don't know about revolvers. Pretty much exactly what you said is they're like gas escapes, but it's a lot riskier than you think. And they like hold the hot dog up there and it blows the hot dog apart. And
so it blew a hot dog apart. That's a little bit. That's better than paper.
Yeah. So it wouldn't blow your finger off, but it would
hurt you.
You'd probably be bleeding. You'd be hurt.
I don't know. One thing that can happen is, what if the bullet doesn't hit the barrel just right? You know, and a little bit of that bullet gets shaved off and flung out to the side. So something like it again wouldn't kill you. You'd bleed a little.
Ruin your day,
the end of the world.
maybe.
I've been hit by that before. Like as a kid, I was getting hit by that shit coming out of like a 22 rifle that had been like jerry rigged with a bunch of holes drilled through the barrel for some reason. And pieces of the bullets would shave off as they went down the barrel and they'd fly out and they hit you in the arm. It's not the end of the world. It just stings.
Oh, so you weren't even getting like cut or not like a little piece of metal stuck in your skin.
I don't know. I was 4.
Hey.
Might have given you lead poisoning.
That's what happened. That's why I'm retarded.
He grew up strong because of that, Taylor.
Yeah, little bits. It's like poison. He built up an immunity to lead.
That's how it works. Like iocane powder, like
iocane powder,
like Wesley from Princess Bride.
I haven't given that movie a rewatch in 15 years.
I'm a big fan of that movie.
If it holds up.
I'm not.
It holds up.
That film.
It's one of the greatest films ever made. Rob Reiner.
It's like one of these super overplayed ones, though. It's
Carrie
like,
Ewells?
growing up on comedy, like growing up as a kid on Comedy Central, you just see some films just again and again and again. That one was one.
My name is Inigo Montoya. Hey, you killed my father. Prepare to die.
I think the audience might like this. I have a time-stamped video. We'll just watch about 10 seconds of it.
Yeah.
And,
Hickok, our good friend Hickok.
Yes. I'm pretty sure he won't copyright claim us, I hope.
Don't do it.
Please don't, Hickok.
But if we watch about 7 seconds of this, he's going to demonstrate how dangerous the side of a revolver is. Let me know when you're queued up. He should be at 120.
Yep, I'm good.
Ready?
Ready, set, play.
All right, we'll just take a shot into the dirt and see if it cuts the paper.
Right? So that had me wondering. I guess I had forgotten it. That paper got really wrecked. And I was like, people are more durable than paper. I wonder what happens. I guess it sucks.
That enormous revolver looks so tiny in his hand.
He's a big man. That's a big man. I want to say his son's even bigger, even taller. He's very tall. I didn't want to stand. I didn't like standing next to him. I don't stand next to tall people for pictures. I just refuse to do it.
Yeah, but you're gonna need to sit.
I always wanted to tell Filthy to take a fucking knee. He's like 6'3.5" or something over there.
Yeah, there are a lot of pictures of me out there on my tippy toes, but you can't tell.
Oh yeah. That's one of my favorite stories to retell. So I'll just do it again. Like we were in Texas doing some helicopter hog shooting, and I was with my buddy Dino, who's like this ex-Marine Corps guy, fucking 6'4", like a legitimate 6'4", and then he throws the boots on, and he's almost 6'5" or so, big muscled up dude, probably 235, 245 pounds. And we were all getting a group picture because we were all there doing this helicopter hog hunting shit, and everybody wanted a group picture, so we did it. And I'm behind Dino, and I was either standing on some wooden blocks or on top of a trailer, like a car trailer. But I got myself a good like foot, maybe more of extra height, and I'm towering over Dino, and I make my shoulders good and wide, and I'm standing behind Dino, and Dino puts it on his Facebook, not noticing. And everybody's like, God damn, how big's that Russian fella? Looks about 7'2".
Yeah,
God damn, Dino. And
look at
Dino's
the
like,
legs.
no.
That fella must be outrageous because it's still your
He makes you look like a bitch, Dino. And he's like, no, I'm bigger than him. I'm a lot bigger than him. And I jump in the comment like, this is bullshit, comrade. He's lying to you. He's little bitch, man. Just fucking with him in the comments. He's like, you goddamn asshole. You're not bigger than me. He was so proud of being like, he's the biggest guy in almost every single room he ever walks into. I think he's got that Harley syndrome where he walks on the plane and he's like, yeah, I'm the biggest. Yep.
I don't feel like that's Harley's mindset. He could do that.
That's what he said.
Oh, my bad.
Harley literally like walks into every room and every situation. He's like, all right, we're good. I'm the biggest. I'm the biggest.
Every once in a while, some like 6'10" guy walks in the same grocery aisle. He's like, fuck. I'll put produce off for a bit.
We have to do battle.
I can take it though. He's old.
It's funny too. Like my brother's a real big guy. My brother's like 6'5" or something like that, and he did a lot of lifting in high school and whatnot. So he was and played rugby, this kind of thing, right? And he said he says he gets it kind of online a little bit because he gets the opposite. He's like, in person, no one gives him any shit. Like in person, everyone is always very respectful and very polite. And then he says he gets the contrast when he games, and he gets like the kids like fucking like, shouting in games or being like shits or this type of stuff. And he's like, I'd never say that in fucking person. No one ever says it like that in person. But it was interesting to hear that perspective from him. I'm not a tall guy, but I'm not a big guy. Like I'm a kind of slender guy, right? I'm 6'2". But like hearing from his perspective of what it was like walking around as a 6'5", pretty ripped guy was kind of interesting.
I almost wonder if he has that like hot chick syndrome where he doesn't need to like a hot chick we've all figured out maybe doesn't need to develop a great personality or sense of comedy because, people are going to like her anyway. They're going
to laugh at those jokes, whether they're funny or not.
She can be the dullest person in the room and everyone wants to hear what she has to say, right? Maybe your brother is not equipped to deal with disrespect because he hasn't gotten it in person his whole life.
Maybe. Possibly. That's an interesting take on that. It's
threatening
interesting
to-
too because you don't it's never acknowledged in life. You're never told like, yeah, and even a day-to-day activity, you will as a man particularly notice the size of the other men around you and their like the interaction of that and how it actually impacts on a day-to-day basis, kind of like humility and I don't know, just basic conversation to some degree is kind of interesting. Not like it's on everyone's mind all the time, but you're aware, as you guys said, you're aware when a big guy walks in the fucking room and he's like 6'8" or something. You're like, that's a big fucking guy.
You're also aware of the opposite, where like you'll be at a grocery store or something, and you see a guy who's like not a midget, but he's like 5'1" or something. And it's like, dude, that guy is fighting an uphill battle every room he walks into. Like that, he probably prefers the online.
He's a big shit talker online.
Bullying them in person.
And it's not just like physical intimidation. I think if you're 6'3" and you're working at some big company, you might just slide into management slots a little more easily. People see you in leadership positions when you've got some extra height.
Yeah, pretty much all the presidents are tall.
Mm-hmm.
Our politicians, like good. I think like good salespeople tend to be taller. Like there is something to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And I can't think of a short president.
But
You
I
have to
can think
go
of a
back-
lot of short actors.
Yes, but it's
Roosevelt.
a trick though. Like I think I bet if you're like
You're like 4'6".
in the chair, I think if you're a tall girl, that you might have a hard time getting cast, right? Because you're going to tower compared to Tom Cruise comes to mind.
You know that girl in
but a
West
lot of
Wing?
them.
Remember the woman in West Wing who's like actually 6'1"? She was like maybe the press secretary. She was the one who went out and
She
spoke.
was about 10 foot in that show.
I've seen her in the West Wing, and then the other time I saw her get cast was in Harry Potter as a giant. That's it. Like,
Oh, she's that horrible, ugly lady. in Harry
CJ
Potter.
Craig, maybe.
yeah, that's her character name. Goddamn.
Horrible and ugly. I don't think of her. Like
No,
I
no,
don't
the-
think of her that
no,
way
I've
either.
seen her in
Taylor's
other
a
stuff,
real.
too.
My only
Horrible
exposure,
person.
I actually did see that Harry Potter recently, where it's that big, horribly
Oh
ugly.
well, she didn't age well. We can be fair there. Yeah.
who does?
Yeah.
That's not her.
I remember Kyle
Not
went
her.
pretty hard on. I don't know the actor's name. You might Hawkeye from Marvel.
Yeah, the guy who plays Hawkeye has aged very poorly.
I think
He looks like a
aged-
catcher's mitt.
Is it something Renner?
In my head, he aged
Jeremy Renner.
averagely, if that's a word, but he aged Hollywood poorly, right? Like
Like look at Iron Man, who's like 10 years older. Robert Downey Jr. is like 50 or something,
Oh,
and Renner's like 40.
is that true? Maybe I'm wrong there.
It's my perception of things. There might be 3 or 4 years of play.
What's
but
his-
my
Jeremy
perception is that
Renner, right?
yeah, my perception is that Robert Downey Jr. is like 51 and Jeremy Renner is like 42.
49.
Renner's 49?
Yeah.
Well, goddamn. He looks at least that, I guess.
Yeah,
he just
right?
looks so wrinkly.
I actually thought he was like 52, like, but not far from 49. Just,
Where are you seeing that he looks terrible? He looks not bad.
In the Marvel movies.
yeah,
I haven't seen those.
Like, especially like the last couple of Avengers movies, it's like, man, Hawkeye looks like shit.
Okay, looks like
That was
shit.
his character.
He's just depressed because he's got bow skills.
his neck.
Give the man a rifle. They translate. Those skills will translate to the rifle. He
All
does
right,
so
we're
much
sorry to break it to you, Hawkeye, but we're removing you from the team for an actual sniper.
How
My name's Craig. I'm not even that good.
My name's Craig. I actually didn't make it to the final Marine school, but I did a little test earlier. I will triple your effectiveness immediately.
Do you know his
I'll-
name when he
I'll
gets
show
the
you.
sword, Kyle? He's not Hawkeye. He's like someone else.
Oh no, that's too in depth for me. I don't
Okay.
recall that. I don't even think they said it in the movie. That may be some comic shit.
His hair looks awful.
Yeah, that's after his wife and children were turned into dust, though. So you can't blame him.
He got a haircut after that?
His wife and children turned to dust.
It doesn't make much sense, does it?
And
No.
he becomes another character's name who I can't recall. And he's not just Hawkeye. Hawkeye in his like ninja phase. And he just starts like fucking up the Yakuza and people like that. He's a little too ruthless. And
Ronin.
Uh,
Yeah, it's Ronin.
So what do I was told to ask, or asked to ask, what
no.
happened with the subreddit. I was told to ask. This was supposedly going to be an interesting topic. Is this interesting, or is this just something we should give a miss?
I've addressed it on the on my Twitch stream a bunch of times, but in short, it goes like this. It was just last week? Is it that current? So we had a question about whether or not girls had a bias against guys with vasectomies, right? There was a thought that there was this like sort of lizard brain that we all have where they just instinctively don't like vasectomy guys as much. So I put it on Ask Women. Ask Women didn't like the question, and we kind of like pushed back, like, what is Ask Women for? And the mods instantly like shut down the PKA subreddit. They apologized to Ask Women and demodded me. And I don't know if there's more that I can think of, but like, they just basically, I thought they were kind of cucky, and the subreddit does two things a lot. It rips on the hosts and it predicts the end of our show. And this has been going on for like 5 years. And then the subreddit fussed at the mods for being cucky, and they have instantly like shut down the subreddit so that they wouldn't take criticism anymore. And I thought that was a weak sauce. And opinions seemed divided. Some guys thought that was pretty cool of me, and some guys thought that I'm fussing because I got demodded. I don't know. I don't really care about the subreddit that much, but that's what happened. And they opened up the subreddit a day or two later, and I guess it's kind of settled now-ish. So, did
you ever get any answers to the original question, though?
No.
We
still have no idea.
Is there any elaboration on why that's not a reasonable question to ask? Was it?
Yeah, there was. It was something like women are not a hive mind that can be treated as a collective group. They all have individual opinions. It's like, well, ask women.
Soliciting?
Yeah, but this is a forum.
Opinions of multiple women.
Yeah, it made no sense. I don't know where to go now to like get the answer to that question, because I was genuinely curious. It wasn't some troll or some gag or anything. Like, we were having a discussion about birth control, and I think Taylor asked me, why didn't I just get a vasectomy? And I was like, maybe I will. And then I think maybe our guest, who was the guest?
Blame Truth.
Blame Truth. Yeah.
God, I'm bad at remembering shit. Said,
I feel you.
I think maybe he was the one who was like, maybe women wouldn't like that, and then we started pondering that whole question.
He put it up as a sort of a thing that I know, right? If you get a vasectomy, keep it on the down low because women find that unattractive. Like, that was how it was pitched.
Yeah,
and somehow none of our female listeners have stepped up to tell us the answer. Somehow neither of them have found the time.
Put a Twitter poll out, then I'm like, there's no fucking female followers of your Twitter accounts. That's not gonna work.
There is no way we would get a real answer.
Split 50-50. Or as we like to call it, 1-to-1. It's my wife's the other one. She didn't mind. She thinks it's a good idea. Of course, she's been trying to pressure me into one for years, so I don't.
There are a few girlfriends that watch this with their boyfriends, and I had this suspicion they're having this conversation right now. But I don't know if she's being honest. She might be like, I wouldn't mind. Right. Yeah. I don't know.
My wife seems totally unconcerned by the idea of that. I'm like this close to pulling the trigger on that.
So you also don't want kids. You're not a future dad.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, Taylor, that is the silencer that I would get if I were going to get a 22 caliber silencer. That is the one that I had, and it does a few other things. Like, if it silences all those calibers that you see in the white text, the 22 long rifle, 17 WSM, 17 HMR, the 22 WMR, and the 5.7 by 28 millimeter, which is like the 5.7 pistol and the P90. And it's full auto capable. So if for some reason you had access to fully auto P90, you could screw that suppressor right on it.
Looks cool.
Yeah, it's super quiet. Super quiet. If you put that on like a Ruger semi-automatic
pistol. That's how you're going to get your vasectomy done, Kyle?
God, no. No, I would get a trained
shot. Collateral.
No one would even know in the room over, except for your screams.
Ugh. Multi-caliber. I want the one that looks like it belongs on. It's a Ruger. Is it a Mark IV? It has a round barrel. You don't know what I'm talking about? I thought you would instantly know what I was talking about.
So are you talking about an integrally suppressed, like Mark 22 pistol?
Well, that's the
like,
dream,
it's Mark
but that's
3,
not
Mark
what
4.
I'm talking about. Ruger silenced pistol. There are. I'm looking for a picture. I think I can find it pretty quickly. This works.
Okay.
And for the people watching,
okay, you like that it fits like flush?
Yeah, it looks almost like they were built with each other in mind.
I
Right?
see.
It looks like it belongs there to me.
Yeah, I agree. I don't remember how well the silencer co would fit. That's a gym tech. Yeah, I do like that look. Yeah, I like that a lot. That means that never mind, of course. Yeah, I like that.
For people watching, and I'll send it to Kyle in a second. This is like an alternative look that is fine, right? And I'm sure it works and sounds great, but they don't look like they were designed for each other in the same way that the other one did.
Yeah. That's I think that's well, I know it is that first Ruger you linked. That's the 45 style Ruger 22. You notice the angle of the grip.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying it was a 45 caliber. That's not what you're saying.
No, it's like the Colt 45 angle on the grip rather than the standard. I don't have any experience with those, but I'm sure it's fine. I do like 45 style grips, obviously. Yeah, that's cool. But silencers are really cool because they're super fucking quiet. They're super fucking quiet. On 22s, anything subsonic, that's what I should say. Anything where the bullet is going slower than the speed of sound, because a big part of the crack is the bullet breaching the sound barrier. That it's the sonic boom. Mm-hmm. And not a lot of calibers are subsonic. Not a lot of them are. But 45 ACP and most 22s are, right? No. You can get 22s that are subsonic really easily. Like they just sell them, it's not like you could buy, I think you can buy, I don't know if you can buy 5.56 subsonic. I've never seen it, never looked for it either, but you can buy 22 subsonics that will cycle the gun and be just incredibly quiet.
So basically don't even waste money on a suppressor unless you're going to get a subsonic gun and plan to put subsonic rounds through it.
Well, no, that's not true because like if you were going to hunt, like in Georgia, it's legal to hunt with a suppressor, which some people think sounds crazy unless you've ever shot a hunting rifle and it hurts your ears. And you're like, I don't like that. So if you put one on a 308, like I said earlier, it won't quieten it down to the point where it's like a movie and it's like, pew! It'll quieten it down until it's like a 22 and it's just a good pop rather than this enormous fucking boom. Yeah. It's better for noise pollution and it's safer for your ears.
So subsonic 5.55 exists, but it's not popular. I find people advertising like the world's only 5.56 subsonic, and so.
Yeah, the issue with it, I believe, is that it doesn't cycle 5.56 rifles reliably, and that's one of the main arguments for 300 Blackout, which is an AR style caliber, or there's plenty of ARs that shoot 300 Blackout. It's subsonic, 30 caliber bullet, nice and fat and slow. And it's very, very, very quiet, suppressed. I think AAC developed it.
If you're not a gun person, the power from the bullet moves the action inside the gun and advances the next bullet. So if it's subsonic, it doesn't have much power and it doesn't do that reliably.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is fine if you're shooting a bolt action gun. Doesn't matter. You're doing all the work. But if the gun's a semi-automatic, it needs all those gases.
This is off guns, but this guy paid for $150 for a full contact experience with a black leopard, and it says in the article, it mauled him immediately.
So presumably he left like a 5 of 5 Yelp review for this.
Yeah, it says he paid $150, and here's the description. The man was attacked as soon as he entered the leopard enclosure. The injuries were so severe that his scalp was, quote, hanging from his head, and his right ear was torn in half.
Oh my God.
He expected to play with it, rub its belly, and take pictures.
Oh, I hope this wasn't like a Make-A-Wish. Nothing works out for me.
I scrolled down.
Wheeling in
By the way,
there.
this is on fox4news.com. I scrolled down. Demon sighting picture goes viral on Facebook. And it does look like a demon.
I have to
Is
see
it a
this now.
tree?
Looks like a demon.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely more demon than tree.
It's right
People
there.
are arguing whether it's a demon or a fallen angel. Like, it's one or the other.
It's a sign of the apocalypse because Joe Biden won.
The
What a
image
lazy
appears to
article.
show a large dark figure with wings and spikes on its head. The quote demon stands taller than a nearby home.
Well,
It's
but
a
that's-
tree, right? In the fog?
No, Woody, it's a demon.
It's
Oh,
a demon.
My bad. I'm sorry. I was being dumb.
This brand new
So-
article, January 5th.
Makes perfect sense.
So obviously it's not a demon, but it's also not a tree.
I don't know about obvious. It could be a fallen angel, which is
How do you know it? You don't see a
No.
tree trunk at the base of it as the legs?
see. It looks like there's a
I
little
think that
gap
is some.
in between the legs.
I think
Like-
someone has manipulated a photograph in some way. But they're definitely not a tree either. I'm more confident that it's not a tree than I am that it's not a demon.
Huh.
Like,
I just-
1 in a million, that's a demon. 1 in 10 billion, that's a fucking tree.
What is the collection of limbs on a tree called? The bough? Is that like the top of the tree, the whole
Oh,
green?
It's the tree.
I think there's a term for the canopy. Like, to me, those wings are like the canopy of the tree.
Like a weeping willow.
Yeah. It just grew a little funny.
Can't see this. This is on that site. Like I clicked the link,
Yeah,
I didn't see.
I just scrolled down and
I'll give you a
I
direct
found
link.
the alleged demon.
That
Thanks,
should
Woody.
help you.
Fox 4 News. Some banger articles.
Here's a bit of breaking news. Vladimir Putin is set to resign as Russian president early next year amid fears he has Parkinson's.
Ooh,
Believe
did you
it or
read that Russia just passed something that says that ex-presidents can't be prosecuted for anything?
Yes, they have lifetime immunity. Coincidentally, Vladimir Putin right about to retire.
Well,
What
that's
a lucky guy.
That guy's the second coolest person I can think of.
yeah.
Who's the first coolest?
Obviously, Hunter Biden. I mean,
He's-
did we not see him fucking feet and smoking crack or something in the same picture?
I like how he, even at the time, like so methed or cracked out that he was like, it's a good idea to save these. Like it's, the
I'm
next
surprised
morning
he wasn't doing it on Twitch or something.
shit. Oh no! I gotta get rid of those fucking files. And then no, next morning,
Breaking news: Hunter Biden was unpartnered on Twitch today for. Well, high on meth.
Twitch. Yeah. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I thought
Still
that
not-
I didn't realize Joe had a couple of sons. When I first heard that, I was like, I thought his son was dead. And they're like, no, that's the other one. I was like, oh shit, the living son is the one like doing crack on the internet.
You just know Joe is like the wrong one died because didn't Hunter fucked his dead brother's wife?
I don't.
It says more about the wife than him.
I
It's
might
not-
be. I like Joe Rogan's take on this. He's like, humans are complicated. They're messy. After Bo died, I guess she connected with Hunter, and I don't know. Like maybe this is my liberal bias making bad things okay. I'm open to that concept.
Yeah, that's okay. He's dead. It's perfectly fine to slide right on in there.
Thank
That's
you.
bizarre.
That's
That is bizarre. I can say
I agree with the bizarre element, but without any more information about that, like what the fuck, we're just.
It would have been
judging.
expected in olden times.
right. Thank you, Kyle. I was thinking that too. It would have
Violent
been.
traditionalists.
It would have been, yeah, he's a traditionalist. But like, it would have been an act of service, a kindness to make sure that his wife was taken care of
yeah.
and fucked, hormonally.
Look,
He says, he's got a little pillow on his couch. In this house, we follow 5,000-year-old Jewish law.
Dude, I don't know. My head went to this. My wife got me a present, right? She's like, yeah, I got you a present. I'm like, God, what is it? I pick up the box. It's heavy, like as a grown man, I'm like, oh, fuck, it's got some heft to it. She got me a weighted blanket. Apparently, weighted blankets are sized for the weight of the person, right? So I'm a full-sized American male, right? And so this weighted blanket is like, I don't even know, 30, 35 pounds. Like it's not nothing. And I tried it last night for the first time.
Did she ask you to use it in the pool only?
At first, I was like, this is cool. This is cool. I don't know why. Like our heat's not on very high. It's set to 62 at night. Is that a sleeping temp? Is that what I chose last year? Okay,
That's
cool.
good.
I like it. I don't turn mine on. It's 50 degrees in here right now.
So it's a little chilly, and I put on this heated blanket, and I'm loving it. I'm like, my life has been upgraded. This is the coolest thing. And I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, I get to keep this. I get to sleep with the 35-pound blanket every night. I woke up with nightmares about being trapped in very small spaces. I had in my head that I was visiting someone's house, and to get from room to room, there was a tunnel that I could barely squeeze into with my shoulders and my chest. That it was like this claustrophobia nightmare. I don't know if I'll adjust to it or just not, but we'll see.
Yeah,
But I think you should. Either way, you should vlog about it.
It's way too hot. After a little bit, it gets really hot. At least the one I have.
You have a weighted, heated blanket? I don't think I want it heated.
It's just weighted.
Just weighted. Okay.
I don't think I would like any of that because, like, I don't like the idea of that big heavy thing on me. I want to be able to leap out of bed in a hurry if I need to.
Oh, this is the opposite of that. If I needed to catch you, I might use this blanket.
That's why she bought it for you. This was a hunting gift. She thought, you're supposed to be throwing this thing like that and net out the back.
On my couch, and it was only for a couple times. And I remember like sitting there, and it was annoying because I have to put the leg down, my foot rests on my couch, and take the blanket off, and I get resituated if I get up to pee, and it's like annoying as shit. I think mine weighs about the same, like 30, 35 pounds, and I'm like sitting there watching whatever, and I'm like, I guess I don't have to pee yet.
Are you sure it's supposed to be that heavy? Because like
it's based on the person. Like a kid would have a lighter one, a girl would have. Oh, I don't know. That's what they say.
Yeah, but could possibly you maybe have gone too far? Like, is this a machismo thing? You're like, I got the heaviest weighted blanket it was. It's made of lead, 100 pounds.
It was a surprise gift to me.
My training cape.
My dumbass didn't even ask why.
Maybe like a lighter one would have been nicer. I'm imagining a 35-pound blanket on me, and it's making me a little bit claustrophobic.
Yeah, right.
It's too heavy of a blanket. And if you want to fold down the blanket, like because you don't want to sit there with it up to here all day, you want to have it like folded over your legs. Then now you've got a lot more pressure on there, and it's gone from a weighted blanket to actively uncomfortable and hot.
But so far,
my grandma would
be it weighs too much.
Yes,
my grandma would. I think it's crochet. These really big blankets, it's yarn, and you might think, well, yarn doesn't weigh much. Crochet a king size blanket out of yarn, and it didn't weigh 35.
This weighs 25. 20. I had it wrong. Mine probably weighs 25. It's a good amount.
Like when this blanket was folded, not only was it massive, but it was heavy, like 15, 20 pounds, no exaggeration. And I just remember thinking, like, this is too much. Like my legs feel trapped under this. Like I can't get away. Like I like to kick the covers around sometimes. Like if I get too hot, I like to be able to like kick my leg out and like maybe be half covered. And
when you get an X-ray and they give you that like chest to nut sort of lead thing.
Yeah,
it kind of feels like that. That's roughly what my blanket is.
When you lay it on top of yourself, like, you know how usually you have your blanket over your legs, you look down, you can see your toes, and like a tent is created.
Mm-hmm.
You can stick it up, and it's a long run. Like it doesn't, with a weighted blanket, it is suctioned to you because it weighs so much, and so it's like you're in like one of those food saving machines where like then you suck all the air out and it just sucks onto you. It's really not great.
Oh, I have the opposite. I loved it until the nightmares, of course. But prior to the nightmares, I was just like, this is my new life. Like, this is so great.
Maybe get a couch thing for you. If you
We
ever
talked about this earlier, Woody. This was like when you had the home invasion as a kid, right? You just need therapy. You keep the blanket and you ask her to pitch in for some free therapy somewhere,
God.
and then you just take care of that.
I
Did you
need
keep your
therapy
blanket?
for your gift.
I wonder if I'm like stab proof under my weighted blanket. Like can you pierce it?
yeah,
Well,
you would
hopefully you never find out.
you would be that's filthy defense. Hide in the
Just
hide
tell
in-
Jackie. Be like, you know what really put my mind at
That's
my
Filthy's
mind at
defense.
peace is if you like fucking jump up on the bed when I'm sleeping and try to stab me with it, and then I'll wake up from my
Everyone-
nightmare of tiny houses and passages to a woman stabbing me with the blanket, and that will make it better.
I can't escape.
I need a bulletproof blanket. That's what I need. It would be
Those
heavy and
exist.
safe. Wait, that exists?
I guarantee. It's just such a good idea that there's no way that it
Who's
doesn't.
stressed out?
I guarantee that's a thing. They make bulletproof backpacks, bulletproof notebooks. They
Okay.
absolutely make
Notebooks?
bulletproof. Oh yeah,
They do make bulletproof blankets. Oh, Demolition Ranch did a video. Does a bulletproof blanket actually work? I'm
my
gonna
guess
watch
is
it.
it's going to stop like 45 ACP and below, and no way in hell it stops anything rifle related or pointy. It's going to.
But I mean, think about who is this? Is it like does the Pope sleep under these? Who is
No.
actually using these blankets?
Gun guys who have
That's
too much
terrible
money.
nightmares.
So I think Kyle's right-ish. The blanket that maybe use a blanket is probably a pistol defense. Some of these blankets don't look like they're for sleeping. Like they're maybe for making this wall bulletproof, like a portable bulletproof area that might
Makes
be
sense.
better.
Okay.
Yeah.
I shouldn't call this blanket. It looks like just a folding wall.
My green screen is bulletproof.
I doubt it.
Nerf dart
I wouldn't bet.
proof.
Don't rely on that when some crazy guy with a hammer.
Quick, honey, behind the green screen.
Yeah, behind the green screen. They can't see us. He's a burglar. Their vision is based on movement. Still in your own house. Hiding in your kitchen, looking at the glass of water start shaking. It's coming through.
I got a green screen colored T-shirt for my streams. We'll see if that's any fun.
That
Nice.
will be fun.
I saw someone, his name's Wubby on Twitch. He does it with like a Green Man suit, but only this much is cut out. And so, so it's just his like floating face like, in the corner being a weirdo.
I don't want to like go full Love Handles Green Man suit and ring the gong and that thing. Like we're taking all the effects off. And, no, I'm not secure enough for that. It was rough enough in the dangle costume.
You should, I mean, you would disappear. Never mind. That wouldn't work with the gong, I guess. You have to kind of pick between gong or green screen, right? Or do you turn it different?
My wife and I joked
don't
about
know what
that
would
for one of the streams to have her like bring a drink in one of those fucking green screen costumes. So like the drink would just float over and appear, and then I'd grab it.
That's a great idea.
That would
I
be a
like
lot of
that
fun.
idea
I think.
too.
Thank you, Ghost.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of green screens, Kyle, you just flashed one.
Yeah, none of this is
the
real.
camera thing.
Yeah, the camera thing.
Yeah, none of this is real. I'm actually already in Colorado. Don't tell anyone.
Arrested in Texas.
You intentionally choose just the most milk toast background just to make it easy.
Yeah, I saw a Reddit little clip, like video the other day, and the guy was talking about like how you could fake things, and he's like, he had like a pen, or I think first he was like, first of all, this isn't even my face, and his face changed to a different face, and he's like, what it's just face mapping. See, I take this marker and I put all these dots on my face, and it tracks those. By the way, this marker also not real. That background behind me also not real. And guess what? This still isn't my real face, and that face goes away. And it's just like, oh my god.
I've been a program the whole time.
Yeah, I saw that too, Kyle. It's really, really good. And it opens my eyes to the possibilities of fake news now. Now, I don't know that we've seen a lot this cycle. You know, it used to be if it was a picture, you couldn't trust it. But if it was a video, you kind of could because that's harder to fake. That's definitely not true anymore.
Or audio recordings specifically, because then you don't even need like any context, because then you'd be like, all right, well, when did he say this? And like, no, this is like a secret recording from, this is a phone call Trump made. Like if you heard an audio recording of Trump saying something and just sources leaked this audio recording of President Trump talking to the premier of Taiwan today, you would believe it. I would. I would. And, if I see a video of him, I'm like, where is this? When would this happen? Why is this the only copy of this video that exists? Why are there no other news networks there? But if you've just got the audio, I think that's even more like effective.
And it'd be easier to I feel like it'd be easier to fuck with the audio than
a whole video.
I think you often have low expectations for audio too. If I see a really shitty video, I'll be like, what's happening here? Why is this so much worse than my phone? If I hear shitty audio, it's like, well, I'm used to microphones in pockets or hidden or not close enough to the source, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Sounds like my job here is done then, Woody.
Yeah.
One. Is it fixed? That was so good right there. Your audio was so perfect in the last 5 seconds.
I don't know if it's any better. I did change some settings midway through, but who knows?
Yeah.
This guy who lost a bunch of weight is getting scrotum skin taken off for nipple reconstruction.
That's all right, man. You don't need a link for that. You can just keep that one to yourself.
You don't want to see?
I don't need to see scrotal nip, man.
I don't know.
No.
If I show it in the video. Let me see.
You've seen one, you've seen them all, right, Kyle?
I don't need to see that.
Well,
doing
for
any
science,
traveling
you
this
should
year?
probably link it. That's a good question. So last year I wanted to. I don't mean to overstate it, and I maybe do because I talk about it a lot, but I get this seasonal affect disorder. I'm sure you know what's up with that. But for listeners, some people just get a little sad in the winter, right? Not enough sunshine, not enough outdoor time, and depression is maybe overstated, but not too far off. Okay, so that's me every winter. And last year I was like, I'm going to get some vacations in, right? I'm going to go probably paragliding, Mexico, Colombia, wherever it is, and recharge my solar batteries and just get some like relief from the winter. If I were to spend 1 or 2 weeks once or twice over the winter, then North Carolina is not that bad in the first place, right? Winter goes from December to February. 4 weeks out of that and you'll be okay. But then COVID came and I didn't do anything. And now I'm looking at it and it's like, well, I'm sort of done with COVID. We broke a new record in America yesterday in terms of cases. COVID's not done with us. So where am I on this spectrum? What's smart? Are you doing traveling? What do you think?
So my parents are down in Florida. My mom, I haven't seen them since December of last year. My mom is pushing real hard for me to come down for that, and they're both old. They're both in their 70s. And my dad's a smoker, and underlying kind of risk for this shit. And my mom's a health nut, right? So degrees. She was a midwife, but has cared about health and this type of thing all along. And she's advocating for me to drive down. Wants us to kind of like semi-quarantine ahead and then drive down, which is a fucking bitch of a drive. It's like 20 something hours or something. But she seems to think that's going to be reasonably safe. And when you look at the way this stuff is transmitted, they're not so worried about like contact surfaces quite as much anymore, right? This is much more like aerosol, like breathe the shit for any length of time stuff. So it's not like we wouldn't be a risk factor for them. But I think her idea is if we're semi-quarantined ahead of time, driving down isn't that much of a risk. My brother's done some stuff. Him and his wife have rented some like beach things where they'll go in and they'll just like wipe down the like beachfront rental as they go into that. And then they found that to be that's comfortable enough for them. And then they get their beach trip. Like, don't go near people, just the two of them kind of deal, but they get out, get some sunshine, get some experience. And that sounded kind of really nice to me. Just the idea of getting away a little bit sounded kind of nice.
I like that.
I'm thinking about it.
I've got a couple trips planned for Florida. There's a little exposure in that, I'll hang out with maybe 5 people I don't normally hang out with. But that's 5 people, it's not a ton. And that I will do. It's the flights, probably multiple, to some place like Colombia. I really doubt there's a direct from Raleigh to Colombia. So, that's hundreds of people in a little area, which is a plane. Like, that seems like a recipe for trouble.
Yeah, I'm really not sold on air travel right now yet. Like, and maybe that's too cautious. And I've seen studies both ways. Like I saw the one study published. Like I saw the one like linked by like the airline stuff, where like, oh, it's not particularly contagious through here. Then I saw one talking about like the transmission of the virus actually on passengers through a plane. I'm just like, yeah, that sounds like not where I want to be right now.
And some
I don't
people
know if it's
look at it through a lens of like, I'm scared of COVID. I'm actually not. Like, if I was a single guy, I'd feel much differently. I'm really like, how would I feel if I got Jackie sick? How would I feel if the 1% chance Jackie died, or Colin, or Hope, or that baby we watch? Like, that's the sense of responsibility I have. If it was just me coming back to an empty apartment after the travel, I would do it in a heartbeat.
I think another part of me also wants this to end. And I feel like this has been prolonged by people being irresponsible. And part of me is kind of like, well, fuck, I would like to go back to a life with less of a COVID threat restricting so many of my fucking activities. So can I make do with what I need to do in my life while still restricting that as much as possible? Probably.
A lot of things are never going to go back to normal. Like a lot of places, masks are just a thing we're going to be doing now. We're never going to get physical menus back in restaurants, which I hate. I hate taking a picture of that QR code and looking at it on my phone.
I'm different on my opinion. In my head, Taylor, it's like, oh, hopefully sometime this year or very early next year, a vaccine exists that we can get. And then just be like, all right, I exist in a post-COVID world. I've been vaccinated.
Maybe that would be probably the best option.
Yeah, that's the hope I have as well.
Yeah.
But then you see, like Filthy was saying, you never know what the fuck to believe with this stuff, because it'll be like, fucking vaccine on the way, final touches, and then some other guy who seems to know his shit will be like, that's beyond ridiculous. We're just now sequencing XYZ, figuring this. We can't release it until we actually test it, run it, make sure it works.
I'm outside my depth, but it's my impression that they've already figured it out. They're just testing different dosages. You know, how little can they use and still be effective for different sized people? And that's hard to do quickly because we're talking about human trials, you know? Like, I can't tell you how this guy's going to respond over the next year in 1 month, right? That's
that treatment that they gave Trump, like some doctor was talking about, like, yeah, we're seeing really good luck with that. I don't think that's like a vaccine. Obviously, it's a treatment for once you have it. But
right.
at least
Now, I read that
out better.
It's not as good. Now, it worked for Trump, right? So let's not pretend it's nothing. But I read that, like, it's not the silver bullet and the FDA.
But he's an obese 74-year-old. Like,
if it helps him, it helps most, right?
It helps a lot of people.
But again, it's just
like he was like instantly better.
Each other, right? So
like they made such a big deal out of him, like breathing heavily.
You remember what it was called?
Oh, fuck. No, I don't remember off the top of my head. It was some like drug cocktail.
Yeah, it was a few things.
There's 8 drugs.
I'll say this: that caffeine wore off about an hour ago, and I am draining.
You're falling off. Well, we are right near the finish line, my friend.
I'm going straight to bed after this.
We actually just crossed 4 hours. If you're tuckered out.
Yeah, let's. Filthy, where can everybody go to find you?
Twitch.tv/filthyrobot is where to find me. Otherwise, YouTube, Filthy Robot will find me. Twitter, Filthy_robot. All the normal places I hang out. Do a lot of games.
Go support Filthy.
Thank you.
He's in a fucking office. like the best part about like being a Twitch streamer or a content creator or YouTuber is like, man, but I make my own hours and I work from home. I can roll out of bed, take 5 steps, and I'm in the office. And they've taken that from you. That's fucking
happy. Right now, the office is on a corridor. The corridor is pitch black because it's all motion
Can we
sensor
see behind
lights,
you?
which will enter into another room. No, it's not behind me; it's in front of me. So, I mean, I can rotate the camera. Sure.
There's just a wall behind
see?
you. Oh, I see.
Oh,
see the light in the back? How it's pitch black out there because I'm the only one still in the office.
Waiting room.
Oh, that's so
it's fucking miserable. Sundays, like I work
coming on the
weekends,
show.
no one's here.
Yeah, we really appreciate you coming out, being on the show.
It means that much more now. Like,
show some support to Filthy on Twitch.
Filthy, I have
cheers,
worked
guys.
in offices like that, you know, and there's days where you're the last one there. I feel you, bro.
Thanks, man.
All right. PKA 516.